race number 1. Let's get into it.
Look at them almost touching, bumper to bumper. Is there a moment of magic here? We have some synchronized drifting. It certainly looks cool, but unfortunately it is not far. Still very, very close here. Some contact there between cars. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the final race. Stefano, the young pretender, tried an audacious lunge through the inside of turn 1.
Got a new challenger this time, though, as Lando Norris is a bit more work.
Enough to just hold on to a top 5. Wow, breathtaking stuff. I'm expecting to see fireworks here.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2022 finals of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. My name is John Mullen. It's an absolute honor to be here to cover the action for our 2 regional finals. And joining me is someone the sim racing community is going to be very familiar with, Mr. Luke Crane. How are you doing today?
I'm doing wonderfully well. 2018, we started this. We had the EU region and Latin America. You remember Christian Kwiatniewski and indeed Igor Fraga being the 2 winners then. Now we're in 2023. We've got 4 regions and lots of money on the line. I am so excited for this.
Absolutely the case. Let's take a look at the stakes that are on the line today, and more specifically, we're going to be having our drivers racing on. Starting things out, it's going to be, as usual and as you might be expecting here, 10 minutes to qualify, 20 minutes to race here today on ACC. We'll be starting things out on Mizano, moving over to Brands Hatch for our second race, and then finally ending it all on the Hungaroring. But possibly more importantly as well, you'll notice they're under the races themselves that we're actually going to be switching cars in between each race, starting out with the 570S, the GT4 for our first one, then moving into the GT3s with the 650S and the 720S to round things out. Plenty of prizing to be claimed over the course of today as well, isn't that right?
Yeah, huge challenge for these drivers. 3 different cars across 3 different tracks. But then there's a prize that equally matches that challenge. $10,000 going to first place. Second place will pick up $6 grand. We've then got $3,000 for third place. Fourth place will get $1,000. Then fifth through 8th will get $750, and then 9th through 16th will get $250. So just getting to this stage of the competition, they are all going to cash out.
Now, we did give out quite a bit of that prize money already just a few days back. Of course, we had both the Asia-Pacific as well as the Latin American final races occurring just a few days prior. We're going to take a look at some highlights from the Asia-Pacific race. And Luke, why don't you go ahead and break this down for us? Show us exactly what happened over the course of their 3 final races.
Yeah, well, we started off at Mizano with the GT4s, and the tone was set very early with Chris Sang, Matt McEwen, and Demario Hasnan already going 3 wide, right, you know, pretty much at the start here of the race. It was just frantically fought for the whole championship long, but the level of respect really is the biggest factor here. As you can see, you know, these 2 running side by side down towards turn number 1, and because they indeed battled so profusely through the first sector, it gave an opportunity for Hasnan to catch up. No contact between these 3 drivers as well. As I said, they set the tone perfectly well, and all 3 races were absolutely exceptional. But last season's nearly man, it was Dylan Tan, has come in this season and looks very strong indeed, picking up the first victory of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge for the APAC region, and looked very strong in doing so. We then head to Brands Hatch, another cracking start from all of our drivers. But the real story really was a bit of a Hasnan and Sang being the bread of a Zachary Smith sandwich. So this start was brilliant. We head up towards turn number 2. Everybody gets through nicely. No one off into the gravel, no one off into the grass, no one off into a wall. So again, respect all these drivers, because Brands Hatch is just such a tough circuit to make any overtakes here. So people can indeed get a little bit tricky. And there's a little mistake. So there's the bread on the outside of that Zachary Smith sandwich. Zachary holds the line perfectly well, and then does indeed gain 2 positions. But ultimately, as we see another replay of this, it was brilliant car control from all 3 of them to be in the race still from that, because it's such a tough corner to get wrong and indeed carry on that momentum. But it wasn't all sunshines and rainbows for Zachary Smith, because we see an unbelievable error from around the final corner, trying to extend the track a little bit too much. The rear left dips into the grass, and unfortunately it was game over, and then Dylan Tan takes the second victory of the day, taking a real stranglehold of the championship. And then we go to the final race of the championship, and well, 3 for 3. Clean starts there. It was absolutely exceptional from all drivers concerned. The only driver who really had a little bit of an issue was Reagan Herbert. You'll see the yellow car in the background exit stage right, but it was a little bit further down, so it didn't really affect the way the championship was indeed going to go. Hasnan and McEwen, they could not get away from each other through the entirety of this championship, and they were the stars of the show, apart from Dylan Tan, who indeed take the championship. But these 2 were just so cool, calm and collected, side by side action for 3 races running. It ultimately would have cost them the chance of winning this championship, but the respect levels on show were absolutely awesome to see. Dylan Tan, we spoke about him. He was in the championship last season and nearly, man. Andika Maulana as well is another driver who's come back for a second season. And well, Andika Maulana picked up the 3rd race victory out of the 3 races. So Dylan Tan picks up first in second race, and then Andika Maulana picks up the 3rd one. And they both beat Philippa Bokida, who was our champion last season. We didn't see anything of Philippa in the highlights package there, but to beat Philippa, you've got to be exceptional. Both those drivers, it didn't quite go right for them last year. They've come back and they did exceptionally well and came 1st and 2nd. But Dylan Tan is the champion.
Philippa still ends up rounding out the podium, back down in 3rd place, and then we see Andrew O'Hara taking 4th. Russell R. Reyes ending up in 5th as well, and plenty more prizes to be dished out down below. Overall, great series of clean races being made over the course of APAC. Moving away from that, though, that brings us to the festivities for today. Starting out here in EMEAs, we're going to begin our series of races on our first track as well here on Mizano. We see the point breakdown there as well. Luke, why don't you break down exactly how our races are going to be gaining today?
So 16 drivers in each championship. The top 10 will score points. So if you're 1st position, you get 20. There's a 5-point difference between 1st and 2nd, 15 points then for 2nd, and then there's a 4-point difference between 2nd and 3rd. 3 podiums, you're looking pretty good to pick up the championship unless someone is exceptional and keeps winning. 4th position gets 9, then it's 7, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, down to 10th position. But realistically, you want to be in that top 3, although we have seen, you know, we'll see a little bit later on that from the LATAM region, you don't necessarily need to be in the podium for race number 1 and go and be a champion. But yeah, it would be pretty handy if you do go and win race number 1.
Absolutely. Still some capability to rebound, as we saw, like you said, inside of Latin America, and we'll break that down a little bit more. But let's talk more about our first track of the day, Mizano. What are we going to be expecting to see here from our drivers?
Well, Mizano is the most open circuit we have today. Hungaroring is a tough car, especially with the 720S, and then we've got Brands Hatch, which is just you make a mistake, you run offline, you're in trouble. But Mizano, there's a lot of runoff to work with, so expect some aggression. But I think the car is the defining factor here. The GT4, the lack of aero of that car means racing is exceptional, and it means there's a lot of side-by-side action, and also the contact with the cars, because they're not going quite so fast. You don't see people making as huge mistakes when they do have contact with each other. So expect some door banging, expect it to be nice and close, especially in the Emea region, some of the best drivers on ACC in the world.
You mentioned this earlier as well, when we were talking about the track a little bit. Not as aggressive as a runoff when it comes to having things like grass and whatnot that can really mess up your traction when you go off track, so it's a little bit more forgiving to be able to come back onto that if things go a little awry on a slight turn.
Yeah, if you hit the grass around Brands Hatch, you just keep going.
Yep.
With a runoff, you still got the tarmac to have a bit of friction and get the braking done, and you can then sort of make your way back on the track. But yeah, with a gravel trap or grass, it really does impede you.
All right, well, looks like we are ready to get ourselves into the first qualification run now, so let's jump into it. As we can see, our drivers getting out onto the track for the first time, starting out, of course, with the driver that I think a lot of you at home are going to be very familiar with from the EMEA region, Dara McCormack, of course, there in the number 2, starting out his first run here as we get ourselves into the depths of Mizano to see who's going to top things out here in our qualifying run. We do have an interview as well. We got a chance to catch up with quite a few of our split winners over the course of the qualification run. So let's go ahead and catch up with one of them now and see how they were getting ready for this event today.
Hello, my name is Dara McCormack. I'm from Ireland and I race for Williams Esports on the Assetto Corsa Competizione and Forza Motorsport 7. My journey into sim racing started in Forza Motorsport 7. I competed in multiple endurance events, 24 hours, with various teams. I competed in Forza Racing Championship, and then I moved over to ACC in late 2020, early 2021. Competed in SRO, Sprint Series, SRO Endurance a little bit, and then this year in 2022 I really got into it. My experience qualifying for Logitech McLaren G Challenge this year was really good actually. I won the first 3 rounds, I believe, all 3 qualifiers, and then the qualifier for the regional finals I came 3rd. I just decided to take it easy behind Enzo Benito and Lucas Matea, and it went really well, and then I got into the finals and won that, of course. So now I'm going through to the grand final. The competition in my knockout grids was quite tough. You know, drivers like Enzo Benito, Kevin Siggy, Luke Whitehead, Chris Harteveld, some of the biggest names in sim racing, let alone ACC. So yeah, it was imperative that I stay ahead of them, because if I felt coming towards the regional finals, they would be the biggest threat. In that final race, yeah, there was there was a big highlight for me. It was actually at the very start. There was a random weather selection, so we had to pick either between wets or dries, and I decided to go wets, and it started raining on the outlap, so it worked out perfectly for me. That put my main rivals out of the competition, all 4 of them. So yeah, I was a little bit relieved, to say the least. In my regional grand finals, personally, I think I have the pace to win it. If I put everything together, if I get the setup right, if I have my day, I can definitely win it. It's going to be really tough, of course. I think EMEA is the toughest region, personally. So yeah, I'm a little bit worried, but yeah, if I put the time in, the effort, I can definitely win. So my advice for up-and-coming sim drivers would be to branch out. Don't stay in one car, don't stay on one track. Make sure you're always trying different things. Of course, ask people for advice with setups and how to find pace on certain tracks. So yeah, it's good to branch out always. Going from Forza to ACC in this world is tough, because you know, you go from controller on Forza to a full sim rig on ACC, so it's a completely different world. Of course, you learn characteristics of a car, how to control a slide, how to not look up the brakes, just simple things like that. But transferring was tough, but once you get used to it, you apply the knowledge that you've gained from Forza racing knowledge, like just cutting back somebody on a corner exit to make sure you get the position. So it works out really well when you play one game and go to another. So yeah, it worked perfectly for me. Some of the benefits between going from a controller to a full sim rig is that you get the feeling from the car, you get the force feedback. Most importantly, you have more control over the car, because you're not just using your hands, you're using your feet and your hands. I mean, it's a big jump for anybody, and especially when you're going from, you know, entry level gear to the top range. It's tough for anybody to get used to, but yeah, I think it's a big advantage once you get used to it. With my grand prize, I'll probably save a little, invest a little, and probably spend more on more games and more rigs. There's a lot of things that can be done with $10,000, which would be amazing. And of course the trip to Austin GP to meet Lando Norris and people like that. So yeah, that's gonna be awesome. I can't wait.
Ladies and gentlemen, and now we head into the qualifying round itself. Some great words from Dara McCormack. They're already about halfway through the qualifying run, representing Williams here today. And overall, I think Williams has brought quite a bit of a tour de force into this event, between not only Dara McCormack, but Dominic Blyer as well as Tinko Vandervelder, all representing that Williams flag here today on the track.
Yeah, McCormack and Tinko Vandervelder have been representing Williams for a while now, but Dominic Blyer has only just joined. And recently, on ACC specifically, has just hit new heights just before he signed for the team. So I'm expecting to see a three-way fight here for this championship between the Williams drivers, but you've got to, well, as you see, McCormack, pound for me, the best driver on this game. He's just done a 41.5. That is a huge margin difference between him and Marco Jonkers. Marco Jonkers has a very impressive time for him to be mixing it with the likes of Vandervelder, Blyer. Robbie Stapleford for G2, he's one of the very best on this sim as well. But then again, the Emea region always is the strongest, especially when it comes to sports car. We've seen that over the course of the last 6 years doing the G Challenge. Last year we had the stock car series where North America really came out to party, but when it comes to sports car, Emea is the strongest region.
Other drivers I'm looking to highlight here over the course of today, one that I'll be keeping my eyes on. Luke Whitehead currently sitting down at number 9 for qualification. We'll see how he's able to continue his run. Just managed to top off a run during the Apex Online Racing GT3 Series, where he actually won the whole thing, so congratulations to him for that. We're going to see if he's going to be able to continue his run here at the G Challenge as well, and see what type of competition he's able to go up against with some of those Williams drivers, as well as the rest of the field here as well. Yeah,
he solely dragged the GTWR Academy last year to a VCO Full Cup Masters Championship. Like he is an exceptional talent, is Luke Whitehead on this team. He's just recently joined Veloce, a new team similar to Blyer, maybe with a renewed bit of confidence. Sometimes, you know, it can take a bit of time to bed into a new team. Sometimes you can hit the ground running. And if you've got good teammates that are giving you information that can help you, ultimately it can put you into a really good spot. I'm a bit surprised to see Luke down in P9 right now. I expect him to go a bit faster, but to be fair, 0.4 of a second separating our top 9 drivers as it stands. There's not really a lot in it, and the names you see there, it's very, very difficult to overturn that deficit because they're all exceptional drivers in their own right. I will say one thing now, I think the GT4 is more of the wild card race out of all 3. I think we're going to see more of a status quo when it comes to the GT3 cars, because that's really really the most time that these drivers put into the GT3s. Most championships are run with those cars. So yeah, to see Dara McCormack at the front is pretty expected, but it wouldn't surprise me if someone, you know, just out of the blue post a quicker time, because they may have pinpointed the GT4 as a better chance of winning.
We're going to see that'll end up being true, of course. It'll be a clean race and obviously a pretty straightforward affair in terms of track conditions here as well. Not looking like we're going to end up with any weather events over the course of the run here so far. An optimum track as well, so it should leave plenty of racing conditions clean for all of our drivers here as they try to work the GT4. And as we mentioned as well, with Mizano being definitely the more open of the 3 tracks we're going to be going on, looking forward to a very intense race here as our drivers that may not necessarily be expecting to be always at the top look to gain as many points as possible here if they see this race now as their main opportunity to try and gain some extra points versus the other 2 coming up later on today.
Castorina's in a really good position here, because Yonkers is the second fastest, and it's by, you know, a tenth and a half, and actually Yonkers has now got out of the way. So Castorino may have just got the benefit of slipstream, but now has the clear track in the final sector where you really do need that clear track, because ultimately if you're right behind someone, it's great in a straight line, but when you go through corners, it is not as fun. So has Castorino got something magical here? Currently sat down in P13, needs a good time as Dominic Blyer then moves up to P5, goes up ahead of Robbie Stableford. We're heading towards that final corner now for Castorino, and we'll have 45 seconds left on the clock, so still we'll have one more lap time, or one more attempt at the very least. Across the line then we will go for Castorino, and it's only good enough for P12. Luke Whitehead up onto the front row though. So McCormack, Whitehead, oh, I'm looking forward to that battle.
Definitely going to be a nice one to get ourselves started with in just a few moments here. Yonkers continuing to maintain impressive pacing as well. Like you said, though, very, very close grid for our entire first top 10 here, so it's going to make it very difficult to try and gain anything beyond that. Castorino, like we said before, still looking to try and make those pushes forward, but coming up on the final lap, it's still only running with the 142, yet to breach into the 141s. Maybe a little bit difficult to try and push forward into the top 10 to get to the front of the grid now.
Yeah, I'm looking at the times here. There's 9/10 of a second separating our whole field. But factor in the fact that McCormack is 2/10 clear of P2, you know, sort of 7/10 separating second down to 16th. That is so close. I think it will get closer with the GT3s as well. I think this will be the furthest we'll see the field spread in all of this, as we are on board with Marco Yonkers trying to get back up onto that front row. Also, if you're watching at home right now, there are some watch parties you can get involved in. Jimmy Broadbent, Jardier, we've got Kireth, and we have indeed got UKOG. Is indeed George Boothby doing some watch parties, so go along and check them out. They'll be giving you some insight, more insight than I probably can, especially well, they're all exceptional sim racers. I'm not so much. I just sit here and talk.
Yeah. Will be the same for me, ladies and gentlemen, as we finish things off here now. You can see the last few of our racers starting to round the final few corners and get themselves back over across the finish line to see if they can bank in one final time here before we get ourselves started with the race in just about a moment or so. Looks like once more, though, Dara McCormack more than likely going to be locking in that pole start here with the fastest lap at a 141.575.
Yeah, you can see on the right-hand side of the timing tower there, Whitehead's in the pits, he's done. Seville in the pits, he is done. Lukaszek in the pits, done. Apostle now done. As we see Harteveld, Chris Harteveld, hello.
Nice.
Up into P2, and that is, I know he's a very quick driver, but that is a surprise there. That's a surprise I was looking for. I feel like the GT4 is going to throw those kind of surprises up. Yonkers now moves down to P4. Tinker Vandervelder only in P5. Dominic Blyer is now moved into P5. He's just overturned his teammate's deficit. Vandervelder now down to P6. But Dara McCormack, to be honest, when I saw the entry list, you know, to be fair, I did all of the highlights videos for Twitter and stuff. When I saw Dara McCormack's qualified instantly, you know, when was that, last September, maybe October? I was like, yeah, he's already favourite to win the championship, and it's, you know, already month 1 and race 1 qualified P1. It's exceptional from him. A very young driver, but pound for pound, not only on ACC, I'd say one of the very best sim racers in the world across multiple platforms.
Right from the start as well, immediately locking in that P1 as soon as he got his first lap time in and pretty much never letting it go. So that's consistency at its best right there. As we saw, quite a few challengers sneaking up as they got their 3rd or 4th laps in there during qualification. I think it's going to make for a very interesting starting grid now, as it's a lot of the big names we were looking to see ending up at the top of it. So time, I believe, now to head back to the track in just a moment and see who is going to end up winning that battle to start things out as we get ourselves ready for the first actual race of the day here in EMEA. Keep in mind, of course, we have our North American races coming up immediately after EMEA finishes as well. So definitely going to be wanting to stick around not only for the action here in EMEA, but later on today as well as we finish off our 4th and final region for the Logitech G Challenge.
Yeah, and we've got 3 different tracks, and we've got 3 different cars. So we start off with the GT4 McLaren here at Mizano. Then we head to Brands Hatch, and that is going to be in the 650S, the old GT3 car. And then we head into the 720S GT3 at the Hungaroring. And we've seen from the first 2 regions that there was a wet track, but it was dry conditions for, I think that was APAC. And then for LATAM, it was wetter than an otter's pocket. So maybe there's an opportunity for there to be some rain during today's broadcast. I would like that.
All right, well, here's the starting grid, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ourselves ready to leap into Mizano for the first race of the day. Dara McCormack starts us off in pole, moving over to Chris Harteveld in second. Luke Whitehead takes third start. Marco Jonkers will be in fourth. Dominic Blyer in fifth. Tinko Vandervelde in sixth. Robbie Stapleford in seventh. Leonardo Dialcamo going down to eighth. And Luke, why don't you take us through the rest of the back of the grid?
Yeah, Lucas Mateja takes us into ninth position. Marcin Swiderek in 10th. We've then got Armedio Castorino and David Pertolay as your top 12. Dario Iamulo and Jonathan Seville as your 13th and 14th drivers. And then at the back of the grid, Sebastian Apostel and Wojciech Lukacek. So there's your 16 drivers. And, you know, regardless of whether, you know, look at Wojciech Lukacek, he's P16, still an incredibly talented driver. Expect to see overtakes from start to finish in this one.
As we get ourselves ready to jump into Mizano, I'm going to ask you a question now. Where are the big action areas on this track that we're going to be looking to see players, or races rather, try to overtake things over the course of this race?
Yeah, it's interesting because normally you'd say turn 1 for most circuits, but here it's the turn 1's so quick, but you can use it to set up a move into 2 and 3. So yeah, corners 2 and 3, there's a couple of hairpins at the back end of the circuit as well that you would be looking at. Turn 10 specifically and turn 8, and I would say probably 14 as well, because you've got 12 and 13 that are really quick, and you can set yourself up for a potential move into 14.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we are getting ourselves ready now onto the grid. The starting line ready to move forward here, starting out with our formation lap, of course, but then afterwards, time to get things started, time to go racing and see who will pick up the lion's share of points from our first race of the day. Once again, if you are just joining us, Dara McCormack starting us out in front. Why wouldn't he be as well? One heck of a sim racer and looking to prove his reputation forward even more here, one more time at the 2022 Logitech McLaren G Challenge Finals.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are heading down towards turn number 1, and we are green light racing here. McCormack does take the lead in towards turn number 1. Harteveld has held on to P2 there, and I think Whitehead has indeed held on to P3. So they've got through nicely. It's Marco Jonkers under some pressure here from Dominic Blyer, and then Tinko Vandervelde a bit further back. It is too wide, battling for that 4th position. And as we head then down in towards turn number 4, and well, you see there, that's where the big choke point is. If you can set a move up ultimately up the inside, you get a really, really good run off onto the exit and set yourself up then for this long run down the back straight. But they all figure it out nicely. McCormack here looking in his rear view mirror thinking, oh, all my Christmases and birthdays rolled into one here, because P2 and P3, Whitehead looking for the move on Harteveld. I'll tell you what, by the time they get the exit here, it is going to be Whitehead just about ahead.
Very, very close to overtaking, however, losing unfortunately just a little bit too much ground as they work their way around. Moving forward, we'll see if they're going to be able to continue overtaking as Blyer as well sits just a few seconds behind. Going to try to cut inside for this next turn here. Won't be able to make any serious gains the next 2 ahead as Harteveld and Whitehead still duking it out. Whitehead is unfortunately not able to take control of that P2 position just yet. Finally, going to be able to claim it though. As he moves past the turn, Whitehead claims it and Harteveld falls back into 3rd.
Yeah, but Blyer's had an absolute flyer of a start here. Marco Jonkers dropping a position back, and then you've got Tinko Vandervelde, the 3rd Williams driver, down in 6th position. So Harteveld there is lost out to Luke Whitehead. Now needs to filter in behind. And Blyer for me, this is the wild card race for him in the regards of, I've seen him run in GT4 cars, especially in a Maserati in the championship I was commentating on last month, and he was exceptional in a car that wasn't the usual car you would use. GT3 is what the most championships have run on ACC, and Dominic Blyer just showed that extra level of pace when it came to qualifying in the race there against all of these drivers. Like, he was against the best drivers in the world. So if there's anyone who can, you know, spring a surprise or spring a performance out of the blue, it'll be Dominic Blyer. Already gained 1 position as it stands. Harteveld just falling a little bit further back from Whitehead. So Whitehead maybe a little bit disappointed with his qualifying, but in terms of race pace, he is now potentially going to close up to McCormack.
Yeah, absolutely soaring ahead so far here, looking to gain even more than that as we continue to get deeper into the race itself. But so far, it's clean racing all around as Racers are taking up positions in a pretty straight line at this point and starting to separate further past that point. So we'll have to see now if Whitehead's able to keep up pace and, like you said, close the gap between himself and Dara McCormack, who's looked single-handedly dominant so far, both between his qualification run and the way he got himself off to a start on the first few laps.
Yeah, Swiderick there trying to make a position up for P10. It's now been chopped around as Matasia. They're swapping positions like it's going out of fashion here. They've just swapped positions 3 times in the space of 2 corners. And this is the battle for the final points pen position. As Swiderick runs ever so slightly wide. That's going to be enough though. And I think you'll find that Matasia should be able to get across the bonnet then of Martin's car and hold on to this spot. And actually, as we come down the back straight here, there is a massive run. And yeah, it's going to be Matasia. Matasia does just about hold on. Are we going to see Swiderick maybe potentially dive up the inside? We absolutely are now on board with Vandervelder actually. So Vandervelder tried a battle here with Marco Jonkers, trying to get another Williams car up in towards that top 5. They absolutely have. Marco Jonkers has a bit of contact there, and look at Robbie Stapleford looking to pick up any potential pieces left as we come up towards that final corner. And the real move there is Vandervelder. So Vandervelder into a top 5, end of lap number 2. McCormack, Whitehead, Harteveld, Blyer, Vandervelder are your top 5. We've got Jonkers, Stapleford, Alcamo, Castorino, and indeed Matasia as your point scorers as it stands.
Jonkers, of course, still trying to score heavily against Vandervelder. Was able to pass him for about half of a lap just a few seconds prior, but as we went onto his POV a few moments ago, once again, you saw it first. Vandervelder able to retake yet again. Jonkers back behind him in 6th place, still fighting for that retake later on here. Top 3, though, still staying consistent alongside that as McCormack, as well as Whitehead and Harteveld continue to fight for their own top 3 positions. Back of the grid continues to evolve as well. Constantly seeing those positions around 10th and 14th shift around, although things have been relatively quiet for the past few moments now.
Got to be careful with this car. ACC is built for endurance, so the tyres are quite durable, but in the GT4 specifically, especially if you slide in the car around, the tyres will become a factor later on in this race. You need to make sure that you're not overheating them at the early stages of this race. We will see drivers drop back a little bit later on if they have pushed a little bit too hard. But start of race number 1, if you're Dominic Blyer, how much are you pushing here? How much are you looking to try and get into that top 3? I think you... Again, we're going to be proven wrong a little bit later on with this prediction here, but I think you need to start strong. I think you have to get a podium just to get your confidence levels up there and feel like you're part of the championship battle, you know, from race 1.
I definitely agree with that sentiment. We've continued to see Blyer echo that into these races as well with the kind of attitude he's been bringing to the table so far. He's going to continue to try and chase, getting very, very close to Harteveld here as we move around the corners as well. Able to get directly behind him, tries to make a move over to the outside of this next turn, but will not present an opportunity for itself just yet. Still going to have to continue chasing that, but that will yield moments of opportunity for Whitehead to gain some serious lead over his challenger directly behind him as Harteveld is too busy defending his current position. Yeah,
Whitehead not losing a lot of time to McCormack. McCormack is one of those drivers, when he gets out into the lead, tends to streak away, but Whitehead is keeping him very honest there, making sure that he doesn't have an easy ride out in the front. Blyer not able to get anywhere close enough to make a potential move on Harteveld. I think the one positive for Blyer right now is he's got a couple of attempts because there's no one really battling behind him or close behind him putting any pressure on. So he can afford to lose a little bit of time to make a move. Doesn't have to be absolutely perfect, so he can send it at some point. But P4, I'm not sure he'll be happy enough with that. So I'm sure we're going to see a battle at some point. See Vandervelder just dropped a bit further back. He will gather his momentum now. He's made that move on Jonkers. You can see the gap between P5 and P6 right now is about half a second, or just a little bit more than that actually now. Stapleford in P7, I'm expecting him to be making some absolute sense to try and get a little bit further up the order. But look at the gaps between everybody here, John. There's no one's completely fallen off the pace. No one's completely fallen off the train. It's another good, respectful start to our championship, very similarly to what we saw in the highlights for APAC, which is really, really good to see, but that's what we expect from the best drivers in the world.
Absolutely the case, and very much going to continue to be an even race, very much anyone's race at the moment, due to how tight the overall grid order is. We did see one pass towards the back of it, as we're going to see. Once again, Seville able to get himself over across. Lukaszek passes him, takes one more position forward. Need to do a bit more work than that, though, to get into the serious points gain. Go back over towards it as well. Dominic Blyer still now with the fastest lap, also able to take that away from himself as he continues to heavily chase down Harteveld. Has been that 0.3 seconds behind him for oh so long, but has just been unable to actually get that overtake as of yet. Good news is, though, still well ahead of Vandervelde, and Jonkers as well has actually fallen off of Vandervelde quite a bit after chasing him down earlier in the race.
Yeah, it seems like the front four have just got a little bit more pace than everybody at this stage. Dara McCormack is now starting to streak out that gap a little bit, a couple of tenths gained on that final, on the last lap we had to Whitehead. I don't think Whitehead's going to be too disappointed with a P2 in the GT4. He'll fancy his chances around Brands Hatch and indeed Hungaroring in the GT3 cars. I love the challenge. 3 different cars is something that I've been advocating for a while. I was hoping to do it last year as well, but it just didn't quite work out. But this is where we're going to see some different winners, I think. You know, in G Challenges past, I think, with using one particular car, it's kind of just, you know, one driver can just streak away and win the championship at a canter. And maybe we will have that happen today, but I just feel that it gives us more of a chance for an overall specialist on the sim to do pretty well.
You heard Dara McCormack talking a little bit about that as well over the course of his interview while we were doing qualification, about what makes a good driver, and you need to expand your horizons a little bit. Don't just stick to one track, don't just stick to one car, and this is going to show why here today, having to test the limits, of course, over the period of 3 different tracks, and not only that, but 3 different, very differently performing cars as well. So it's certainly going to test the limits of all our drivers that they have indeed just been honing in on the GT3s only.
You've got Matejka here, who's at the back of a 6-way battle, effectively. You've got Swiderek just in behind them. Then you've got Castorino just up ahead. Dalcomo is in 8th position, Stapleford. And then you've got Marco Jonkers at the head of this field. Tinker Vandervelder starting to close that gap to Blyer. Blyer being held up here now by being 4/10 behind Harteveld. Harteveld's been dropped a little bit, and McCormack has dropped Whitehead as well as we head round that final corner. We're nearly heading towards the halfway point of this race. You blink and you miss it. It's this 20-minute format. And Dominic Blyer still yet to be able to make a move here on Harteveld. Harteveld defending valiantly as it stands, but look who's now coming to get involved. Tinker Vandervelder. He's a bit of a slow burner type of driver. He is an exceptional front runner when he gets there, but he's one of those drivers that just tends to be around the top 5, and he just gets better and better and better. And I don't just mean in this race, I mean throughout the championship. Someone, if you give him a bit of confidence, Tinker Vandervelder is a very tough cookie to crack.
Bit distracted for our first few laps, as we talked about before, as he was battling Marco Jonkers for positioning here in 5th and 6th. Has been able to escape him quite a bit, though, as he's nearly 2 seconds ahead of him at this point. So with that considered, has much more focus on trying to get on top of Blair, which he's not going to be happy about, unfortunately, due to the fact that he's been chasing that fastest lap for some time and has been attempting to catch Harteveld. Now going to have to play a little bit more defense as we go back over here. It's a passing opportunity, but not going to end up transpiring. We still maintain positioning.
Yeah, we're on board with Dalcomo then. You've got Castorino just in behind, with Matejka closing up, Swiderek also closing up. But look at this, Stapleford versus Jonkers. Jonkers, who qualified exceptionally well. And again, a big surprise for me to see him that high up the field, now dropping back when it comes to the race pace. So Stapleford has completed that move up to a P6, 2.3, 2.4 seconds now behind Tinker Vandervelder. So top 5 not really in the offering for the G2 Esports driver. And a bit further back, you can see yeah, look at this. You've got Alcamo trying to get involved on Marco Jonkers. Jonkers needs to stop the rot here. He needs to stop the leakage of positions, because before he knows it, he could be outside of that top 10 and not scoring any points whatsoever after qualifying in the top 3.
Again, traffic in a big way here, but we'll have to see if he's going to be able to maintain that positioning. Pressure continues to broil out against him, and as we enter, indeed, the true second half of this race now, past the initial 10-minute mark, so going down to the final 10 now to see who's going to be able to top things out. As part of our grid, indeed, making some serious gains here. Stapleford attempting to catch up to Vanderveld and the rest of the front-running top 5 here now that he's been able to pass Marco Jonkers, who's defending kind of the guardian of the midfield at this point. Yeah,
100%. The front 5 have managed to get away, and is that a sign of things to come? Looking at the names up there, I would absolutely say so. I think Stapleford's will be someone that will be looking for a better qualifying and a better start to get himself involved in this battle. But qualifying is key. It's a 20-minute race. If you know, out of position in qualifying, it's almost impossible to regain those positions. 2.1 second is the advantage now between McCormack and Luke Whitehead. Actually, just momentarily going up to 2.3. Chris Harteveld has kind of got a little bit of respite. Blyer's only half a second now behind him, whereas he's been about 3/10 for the entirety of this race once he got up into P4. But Vandervelder is starting to reel them all in. So are we about to see Vandervelder produce a little bit of magic, sprinkle a little bit of magic onto this race? I think so. As Jonkers and Dalco, well, you can see that Alcamo is trying to get up ahead of Jonkers as well. They're a bit further back. That's now giving a bit of breathing room to Stapleford. But battles all over the place here, John. That's what we want to see from these drivers, you know, with it being a case of you don't just score points. In previous G challenges, everyone scores points. That's always how it's been, but now it's the top 10 as we see, a little bit of door banging there. Marco Jonkers sent out wide. I think he's going to lose out to Castorino as well. The pink car sweeps it around the outside, down towards that final corner, just about keeps it within track limits, I would imagine. Maybe going to get a warning for that, but ultimately Jonkers is now in such danger. He's now under pressure from Matejka as well. Matejka trying to find any ounce of room to manoeuvre down towards turn number 1. It's a quick corner, can't really make an overtake, but you can set yourself up for a potential lunge down in towards turn number 2. It's not going to happen. But yeah, it's gone from bad to worse for Marco Jonkers, unfortunately.
Just continues to devolve, unfortunately, for Jonkers. He's still at risk of losing even P10 as Emea continues to battle for positioning on him. We did see DL Combo get a slight pass against Castorino, so able to maintain P7 on top of him. There's a large gap, of course, between DL Combo and Stapleford, so it'll be a long while before he's able to get away, not only from Castorino, but as well being able to catch up to Stapleford and begin racing for higher positions here on the grid currently.
Yeah, and this is the race you have to take overtaking opportunities if they present themselves. Because at Brands Hatch, they're going to be an absolute minimum, and at the Hungaroring, more than likely going to be the same. It's so difficult to overtake at those circuits. So this is the one that if you've qualified out of position, you really have to pinpoint as an opportunity of making overtakes. As you see here, Pertile, we're on board with Pertile in P13. Looks like he's making a move there. We've got Ayamulo. Oh, well, there's contact. Off wide, we are going to go. And that is Pertile and Ayamulo. Ayamulo drops all the way down to the back end. We've got Apostle who gains a position up to P15. Pertile now is in P14 and not ideal. We are seeing battles at the back there, but that was not the battle we want to see. It's not how we want it to indeed play out.
Possibility Pertile will be able to try and move forward and take another position in a moment. We'll follow that up soon as once again we're back onto the midfield here as Emea still trying to get some serious gains over Marco Jonkers, who has been struggling so far over the course of this race. Great qualifying pace to get him up to near 5th starting position, but has dropped off a cliff since then. Now almost out of the points entirely, and we can see the intensity of that battle here as Emea is trying desperately to take over that P9 spot, get himself into better positioning, potentially even put Jonkers into a worse spot as we enter those final 5 minutes or so of race time now.
Yeah, and Jonkers hasn't really been able to put the car on the perfect racing line because he's been defending for the entirety of this race. That is probably an indication that the tyres are a little bit shot here. Tigger Vandervelder, this is what we're on board with now. P5 looking to move up into P4. Dominic Blyer with that fastest lap of the race. Is it going to be the fastest lap that we've had over the course of our championship so far? Of course, we've already had APAC and LATAM happen. Tigger Vandervelder tries to fake a move up the inside, forcing Blyer into a mistake, but Blyer is a wily old fox. He's not going to be too worried about someone in his mirrors. He won't be driving with his mirrors. Vandervelder, if he's going to make an overtake, he's going to have to be perfect to do it with Dominic Blyer. They're actually also now catching up to Harteveld. Luke Whitehead may be about to be under a little bit of pressure. Yeah, these four starting to cluster up a little bit. A couple of laps to go in this race. 4 minutes, or just over 5 minutes to go. Maybe we're about to see some fireworks.
Absolutely. Props to William McCormack once again, who's been able to maintain dominant pacing up in P1, is well ahead at this point of Luke Whitehead. But aside from that, positions 2 through 5, there is an active battle for most of them still at this point in the race. So we're going to see if they're able to continue to evolve on that. As now potentially being made there, but it's canceled at the last second. Just not enough closure for Dominic Blyer to be able to try and push forward against Harteveld, so he continues to hold back Vanderveld as well. Restrains himself as he waits for a better opportunity to try and get the pass against Blyer in the final laps of this race.
Yeah, 100%. He needs to get something done here. I don't think P5 to start off with, in this field especially, is going to be good enough. I think you need to be looking at a top 3 to really feel confident and also progress through to race number 2 and pile some pressure on. I don't want to, speak out too early on this championship, but I think it might creep into people's heads that they might be battling for $6,000 if Dara McCormack keeps racing like this. He is so far ahead right now. 2.3 seconds may not seem a lot, but in a GT4 car, it is a huge margin, and he looks like he's managing it really well. Whitehead hasn't necessarily been in the battle with the 3 cars behind him, just not being able to keep pace with Dara McCormack. McCormack is a special talent, and well, this is a special performance.
So they're continuing to excel. We'll see how the rest of the pack continues to try and take over positioning. Like you said, definitely want a podium finish if at all possible to try and keep your chances in good straights to be able to end up in the big money at the end of the day here once all the points are tallied up at the end of the Hungaroring race. Staying stable here. Not able to find that passing opportunity just yet. Positions 2 through 5 are the focus right now. You see as well still that battle between Marco Jonkers and Lucas Emea has continued to go on for quite some time, and they are still incredibly close to each other, so we'll have to follow that up as we get into that final lap and see if Emea is finally able to overcome Jonkers, who has finally found some footing, it seems, here, as we talk quite a bit about him too. It seems like he's been able to finally lock things in over at P9. Yeah,
trouble is he's got Matasia 4 tenths behind him, and Swiderek 4 tenths behind Matasia. So Jonkers right now just needs to stop the rot. Make sure you guarantee yourself at least 1 or 2 points moving forward, because if you don't score points from the qualifying you've just had, that is going to be demoralizing. And how fast and how sharp this championship is. We're in the next race within a few minutes. you know, we're in the third race, you know, within 30 minutes of that. You've got no time to rest on your laurels here, so a positive first race is absolutely vital. This looks like it could be the battle for the lead. It's not, because Dara McCormack is off into the distance. Tinker Vandervelder just made a little mistake, actually. Made a mistake through turn number 8, which lost them a bit of time as they went down in towards 9 and 10 on the previous lap, but has caught back up to this pack. I don't know, are we going to see any scent here? Are these drivers happy with being in that top 5 and look to make moves in the second race and the third race? I'm not sure you can really leave it onto that. So I'm assuming Dominic Blyer will want at least a podium, and at some point we'll have to take a chance. It's been pretty tame from these drivers. Again, the respect levels is exceptional, but I kind of want to start seeing some big scents.
I agree wholeheartedly. We have to see someone take a risk here. Try to go for the scent, see if you can push that position forward a little bit, especially for Lucas Mateo, who's been in that battle against Yonkers for quite some time now. But as you mentioned, a huge amount of respect being shown by all of the drivers on the grid right now. No one going to try and risk anything this late into the race. They don't want to give up their own personal positions either. So it's leading to a very respectful final few laps here. So we're now down to just about a minute and a half of time to go.
Yeah, just looking down the list here of G Challenge winners, as I mentioned earlier, we've got Kwiatniewski, Igor Fraga, Isaac Gillison, Christian Wiggins, it's the only 2-time G Challenge winner. Facundo Dudlek, we've got Mohammed Alif, Brandon Abraham, Christian Wiggins again, that was his second one in 2020, Seb Stefani, Malcolm Humphrey. Then last year we had 12 different winners because of how the championship was run. We have Filipa Bokida, Mikhail Stitsenko, Igor Rodriguez, Philip Simard. He is the only driver who has a chance to become a 2-time. He will be in the North America championship later on today. Matt Danson, Oisin Walsh, Octavio Rondoletto, Nick Ottinger, Mohamed Ibrahim, Martin van Lozenord, Gonzalo Pio Perez, which remember last year was very emotional with his win, and Brandon Hawkin. We will have a new name added to the list from the Emea region, and well, is it going to be Dara McCormack? On the evidence of this race, it looks very, very likely. Blyer, by the way, makes a little bit of a mistake there, presenting a slight opportunity to Tinko Vandervelder. And if I know Tinko Vandervelder, he gets a snifter of an opportunity. He is absolutely going for it.
See if Vandervelder's able to capitalize on it now. Coming up to pretty intense braking zone for all of our drivers in a moment, so we'll have to see if he's going to be able to take it. Indeed, Vandervelder coming back around, a bit of contact as well. Blyer tries to defend, but no, won't work out. Loses P4 to Vandervelder, and he'll push ahead now in one of the final laps of the race.
Yeah, naughty there for me. I think Vandervelder might be asked to give that position back there as he leaves the door open. I think he's just giving it to him. Was there a mistake? Has he given that back to Blyer? I think he's given that back to Blyer. Do you know what? I genuinely think that he's done that intentionally there, which sometimes you just got to tip your hat and go, do you know what, respect. Fair play. He was a little bit over the line on the overtake with Blyer. He's left the door wide open. He's tried to, not lose any time at all, really, and giving the position back. Ultimately, they did have a bit of contact. They're now out of touch with the drivers battling for second, being Luke Whitehead and Harteveld. But I think we've just seen our first bit of sportsmanship, and it brings a tear to my eye.
Nicely played once again by Vandervelder. It's a little bit too intensive an overtake there, so backs up, gives it back over to Blyer, and allows him to move back in. So as you said, though, does separate the field a little bit more, locks in our P2 through 3 positions. Dara McCormack just crossing over the finish line, by the way, the same for P2 and 3. Whitehead takes second, Hartevelde takes third, Blyer in fourth, Vandervelder in fifth, and the rest of the grid continues to finish things off as well.
Yeah, an exceptional performance there from McCormack. From start to finish, qualified well, and ultimately managed to get the result as well. Never really looked troubled, if I'm honest. This is the strongest field we will have all weekend long, and yeah, McCormack has made that look relatively easy. I'm sure he's sweating. I'm sure it wasn't that easy, right? But from our perspective, it looked pretty good. Whitehead was under pressure from start to finish as well, managed to get himself up into that second spot, and didn't really look back. Didn't really have to worry about Harteveld making a move in the end, because he positioned his car in a perfect position, which I think will help him moving forward in this championship, because if you've dealt with pressure once, you can deal with it again, and you can deal with it again. So maybe he's in the lead at some point and he can deal with someone battling for that lead position. But the front 5, they seem like the standouts. We had a little bit of sportsmanship at the end there with Blyer and Tinko Vandervelder. I assume it was sponsored, it was a little bit of sportsmanship. Maybe it was just a mistake from Vandervelder, but yeah, a good first race.
Yeah, absolutely. Very clean race between all of our drivers as well. Pretty consistent positionings over the course of it. No one really gaining or losing too much, save for what we saw out of Yonkers as well, with that great qualifying start, but just unable to follow it through inside of the race itself, where he finally was able to grab a little bit more consistency back down in P9 to still finish off in the points for this race. But once again, Dara McCormack ending up kind of dominating things here, both inside of qualification as well as the race itself. Leaves the question open, is that going to continue now as we move into the GT3 class, or do we see another racer potentially step up to the plate? All that more we're going to be finding out very soon, ladies and gentlemen. I believe we're going to be actually taking a look here at the standings for the race. Let's go ahead and see that one final time. Dara McCormack ends up with the full spread of 20 points out of this race. Luke Whitehead with 15. Chris Harteveld gets 11. Dominic Blyer in 9. And once again, points continue to roll down from there.
Yeah, Tinker Vandervelder picking up the 5th position, gets 7 points. Stableford 5, 4 for Dalacomo. We've then got Castorino with 3 points. Marco Yonkers does get points there, which he won't be too happy with, but ultimately he did stop the rock because he was just dropping further and further back. And then we've got Matasia, who takes out your top 10 and the last point. Fastest lap, Dominic Blyer, a 1:41.790. That is the fastest lap we have had all championship long. So that's APAC and LATAM we've already finished. And yeah, the Emea now hold the lap record.
Big props to Dominic Blyer for that, able to take indeed our fastest lap so far in the world, but we still have one more region to show, so stand by, of course, to see if any of the North American races are potentially going to be able to overtake that a little bit later on in the day. With that, though, we can now take a look here as well. We have a giveaway going on over the course of today. You can see we got to see one of these a little bit earlier over in the lobby. We have a very nice signed Lando Norris F1 replica. If you guys are interested in it, you can go ahead and put exclamation point McLaren in the chat, and you'll be entered to win one of those.
Yeah, that's a cool prize. I saw it in the lobby as well. I'm like, maybe I can put it on the flight home, but it's actually really big, so probably not.
Got to make sure you don't crush it as well, you know, got to be taking care of it and everything, so we'll have to see. But that shifts our focus as well over towards race number 2 as we get ready to move over towards Brands Hatch. As you mentioned, much more difficult track overall for our driver, just with regards to trying to overtake over the course of it, correct?
Yeah, and it's in one of the older McLarens, the GT3, that it's not really used now within the game because we have the 720S. That's used in real life, and it's also used now within any leagues or any championships. If you're choosing the McLaren, you're choosing the fastest one, right, which is the 720S. So again, it's a car that they might not have had as many reps in, which again could provide a bit of a surprise. You know, some of the drivers who are, let's say they feel like they're outside that top 10 might have pinpointed this car and gone, I'll put more practice into this one because there's a bigger chance of making up some positions. So yeah, we could see some surprises. Dara McCormack, though, does look pretty unbeatable, and let's see whether that form happens into race number 2.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, quick break, and then when we come back, it's time for Brands Hatch to see who ends up taking our second race of the day.
Legend behavior, legend behavior, locked in. Y'all know what time it is. Locked in. Play. I make the rules, rack up the jewels, make it look smooth. You know how I do. Running is king. To wish you could be. Better look up, cause that's where you see me. Give me the crown now. Cause I own the throne now. I hold the scroll now. I'm in control now. Ruling the game. I'm ruling the game.
What's that saying? If you have everything under control, you're just not going fast enough. Speed is a peculiar thing. The more you go looking for it, the more it starts to chase you. At least, that's how it always felt to me. I've raced on slopes, tuned motorcycles, flown drones, chased cars and dreams. We all want to be a champion. But at some point we discover that life is a race itself. Perfect starts, reaction times, pit stops, teamwork, overtaking and lap times. Our dreams still exist. You can be a champion. So when speed finally catches up to you, speed better be ready.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the Logitech McLaren G Challenge Finals for 2022. Just finished up our first race on Mizano and now getting ripped and ready for our second one here on Brands Hatch. I'm joined by Luke Crane, of course. Luke, how did we just see things devolve on Mizano, and what are going to be the keys to success now moving over to our second track on Brands Hatch?
I think it's going to be the same story throughout this championship. It'll be qualifying. Qualifying is absolutely key. ACC specifically is built for an endurance race, so sprint races, it's difficult to overtake. If you're going to make an overtake, you've got to be absolutely perfect. And we head to Brands Hatch now, where it's a lot more difficult than Mizano to make overtakes, but it's a car that's not really used as much as, let's say, the 720S, so that could be the opportunity for people to maybe catch other drivers napping who've not got the experience with the car.
We're going to have to wait and see if that'll end up being true. Obviously, we'll be working with the 654 this one, so we'll have to see if our drivers are primed for it as we get ready to jump into qualification in just a few moments. Still going to be interesting to see how they try to adjust the cars for those who obviously are kind of newer to sim racing or watching these tournaments specifically for ACC in general. You'll know that ACC allows you to customize the car pretty much down to the wire in very specific ways, things that affect even like the suspension, the aerodynamics, any specific tunes that you're going to be expecting racers to make going into this one to try and improve the performance on the 650? Or?
Well, I would expect Williams to be the strongest team. They've got three drivers. They would have all been working together, I would imagine, to a certain extent. Of course, it is an individual championship. You know, if it's between you or your teammate winning 10 grand, you want to win the 10 grand. It's pretty easy, unless they've all decided, you know what, we're going to split the money. Who knows? You know, there's so many different factors in that regard. But you would imagine they have the best setup for this situation. I know Dominic Blyer will be another driver with a pretty good setup, but there's quite a lot of setup companies out there now, so you can kind of get a decent baseline.
I want to say Blyer is like the head of one or something like that.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. They've all got the fingers in those kind of pies anyway.
All right. Well, once again, time to get ourselves into it, ladies and gentlemen. So let's head back down onto the track, because like we said before, moving ourselves into it. It's Brands Hatch for race number 2 here, and our drivers are moving out now, starting their initial run or two. As we said before, we have caught up with quite a few of the split winners during the course of qualification. We wanted to ask them how they were getting themselves prepared for today's events and how they were kind of expecting the competition to unfold. So let's go ahead and catch up with one of them as they get themselves started here for qualification.
Hello, I'm Tinko Vandervelder. I'm 19 years old and I compete under Williams Esports. So how did I get started in sim racing? I started in 2018 on the controller. I just bought F1 27 for like a couple of euros and I really enjoyed it, especially the competitive nature of it. So I just kept playing, started doing league races, trying to improve myself. And then in 2020 I started playing ACC, which I really fell in love with, you know. I love GT3 racing. So from that moment I started also doing league racing in the ACC. And I'm happy to be here in Logitech McLaren G Challenge. So how was my Logitech McLaren G Challenge qualifying experience? It was very good. I think I did split 2, 3 and the last chance split, so it was a little bit tough. I made some couple of errors in the previous splits, but luckily in the last split everything went smooth sailing for me, and happy to get into the finals. What was my competition like in the knockout grids? It was quite good. Of course the first few rounds were a bit easier, but then as people got knocked out it got harder. All the good people go through, so eventually you come into the last round, which is stacked with really amazing drivers. Any final race highlights? That's for me probably turn 1, lap 1. There was a small incident in front of me and I managed to go up into the inside of 2 people, so I was immediately into P3 after turn 1. So I knew that it was very good to be already in a qualifying spot, so I was very happy with that. What's my game plan for the regional finals? I think staying consistent will be key to be doing well, because there's 3 races, 3 different opportunities to get points. If I do well in every 3 races, get points, then should be looking good. Any advice for new sim drivers? I think mostly enjoy it. Not everyone is gonna be, you know, top esports, top level. If you enjoy it for a long enough time, keep driving, you will eventually improve by yourself. So yeah, just enjoy it. It's a lot of fun. So what was it like to move from a controller to a steering wheel? I think it was quite hard at the start. Suddenly having to learn to adapt to a steering wheel, to more like real driving, it's a bit weird, because with a steering wheel you have so much more range of input. If you can make the jump, I would suggest it. I really like the steering wheel. What is the benefit of a sim rig? Staying consistent. I think it's not necessarily improving in pace, but if you have to drive like for 60 minutes a whole stint, then it's gonna be tough on something like a controller or chair that moves around the whole time. It helps a lot over a full stint, I would say. What will it be like driving my teammate Dara McCormack in the finals? It's gonna be tough for sure. He's, in my opinion, one of the quickest in ACC. I hope I can get ahead of him, of course. I'm not gonna make it easy for him. But yeah, he will be very strong. We will both try as hard as we can.
Coming back onto the track now to see our first glimpse of the timings and who exactly has been able to top out the charts so far. Once again, Dara McCormack up on top inside of P1 for qualification with the fastest lap. We did see him actually lose that lead for a split second, if I remember seeing it correctly, to Chris Harteveld. However, McCormack retook that lead literally a moment or 2 later, as they both, I believe, finished off a lap around the same timing.
Yeah, Dominic Blyer also got up to pole position as well, and it was a very brief change. It was about 10 seconds, and we had 3 different pole sitters, and then McCormack went, no, I'll have that back, and as you can see, it's still at the top of the timesheet. It's not exactly sure what the time is. I'm sure we'll get that information up very shortly, but we are on board here with Tinko Vandervelder. So let's take you on that from this point here. You've got this double right-hander, no real overtaking opportunity through here. It's very difficult. You've just got to make sure that you indeed hold your line. Don't give anyone an opportunity to send one up the inside, because you both lose a hell of a lot of time up towards the highest point of the circuit. Now we're running towards that final couple of corners. If you mess up that right-hander, there is an opportunity for someone to send it through the inside of the second to last corner. We already saw a massive mistake being made from the APAC region on the exit of this final corner. You've got to maximize it. You've got to be as far left as possible on the exit. But if you hit that grass, you are in serious trouble. So here we go. A lap of Brands Hatch across the start-finish line then for Tinko. and this is an absolute flyer. This is the best place to set an overtaking opportunity up. You kind of want, oh, that's a mistake there from Tinko, that is not clean at all. But you want to try and force a car to be on the inside of turn number 1 so that they have a slow run up towards turn number 2, and then you can make the move in towards turn number 2. You can't overtake through 1, but you have to set it up. And very similarly here, down towards turn number 3, Graham Hill, you've got to try and set someone up to be defensive through there so that you get a nice run down towards turn number 4. And you can set a move up to potentially move up the inside. If you get any car alongside up the inside, it's such a long-winded corner that ultimately it becomes a bit of a freebie. Now we've got the long run down in towards turn number 5. We go downhill underneath the bridge here. There's an uphill braking zone, so you can kind of be a bit fruity with the braking. Brake a little bit later than, you know, than other cars around you, and you kind of get away with it because the camber corner will bail you out if you're a little bit late on the brakes. Then through that double right-hander once again, and we're into the final sector of this circuit, which again, you just got to hit perfectly yourself. Don't give anyone a snifter of an opportunity. Tinker will get a couple more opportunities here. I'm not sure that turn 1 really did him any favours.
Unfortunately, not the best start to the laps, and won't end up gaining any serious time or any serious position gain out of the course of this lap. We'll see on his second go-around if maybe things are going to end up being a little bit better. Still has about 2 minutes of qualifying to go, so he's able to probably sneak another lap, maybe a second one here as well. Works himself around towards it. Aside from that, though, getting a nice preview of what exactly to expect here on Brands Hatch. It's a very high-demand track, very kind of high-risk, high-reward track, too, especially with us having clear weather conditions today on the track, meaning that you have quite a few turns where you have those extensions. You can kind of take your tires off the track a little bit because it's not entirely grass. It's kind of like concrete sitting on the side there, so you're able to kind of risk it a bit, but obviously if you go too far, then you will very quickly lose that traction and any serious positions you would have had with it.
Yeah, there's the fastest lap, then, of our championship so far. Again, we've had Latin America and we've had the APAC region as well, but Dara McCormack has posted a 22.920, and just remember, this is not the fastest car from the McLaren range in the game. This is the old GT3 car, so you know, imagine what the times would have been in the 720S. So 22.920 is an incredible lap time. Harteveld is 0.02 of a second behind, absolutely nothing between the front two. Can Harteveld just get on the power a smidge earlier out of a corner and potentially go pole position? Dominic Blyer then is 0.5 tenth further back, and then we've got Vandervelder, who is only 2 tenths off in 4th position. It is very close here, John.
Very, very close indeed, but it's still that same top 5 that we were seeing contend back on our first track as well. That continues to be competitive here. Luke Whitehead obviously a little bit more difficulties getting his qualification run in this time, so he's dropped off a bit.
Oh, on the absolute limit there, nearly loses the car. Would have lost a bit of momentum as we come up towards that start, finish straight and across the line. It is a slight improvement still. So Vandervelder has found something here. He may have found, what, 0.5 tenth, just shy of 0.5 tenth. And well, with that mistake, is there more time to be found? I think there is. Tinker Vandervelder will know that, and he will be absolutely pushing here. As it stands, though, Dara McCormack still pole. Harteveld by 0.02 is second. Blyer is in 3rd position. Tinker Vandervelder is in 4th, but as you rightly pointed out there, John, the top 5 is the same top 5 from race number 1, so it doesn't matter what car. But as I say that, Dalcamo, of course, has now gone and put it up into that top 6. Did not have a great first race. We actually saw him off the track at one point, but in the second race is getting mixing it with the big dogs.
Nicely done from Dalcamo, was able to gain few positions towards the tail end of the first race, once again getting mixed up in the festivities involving Marco Yonkers to continue to lose positions. There was an opportunity that opened up for him and one other driver to gain a few. Ended up around 8th or 7th in our previous race here. Now going to see if he can make improvements on that, and if he ends up here with this top 5 or top 6 start, certainly going to look to be the case. Luke Whitehead, though, regains not only that P5 start, but jumps, whoa, that could have been bad, jumps all the way up to a P3 start now as well. See Dara McCormack here, avoiding disaster in the middle of the track.
Oh, he would have puckered up there for sure. That was not ideal in the slightest. Dominic Blyer were on the flyer here as well, down towards that final corner. McCormack will come up. Oh, well, that's a mistake. That's off we go. So Dominic Blyer is not going to improve. Did McCormack find anything extra? Doesn't look like he did. And Vandervelder did find more time. Even more time, but it's not enough. It's only going to be good enough for a top 5. But they are separated by absolutely nothing. Just over 1/10 of a second separating your top 5. Oh, we could be in for an absolute cracker of a race here.
Like we said, though, on Brands Hatch, the start is very much everything. Need to gain as much as possible right out of the gate, especially, again, with the car that we are using. The older GT3 from McLaren, it's going to be very, very difficult to mount up those overtakes. And we even had already seen that just in our previous race as well, so make sure you get yourself off to that booming start, as it's going to be very, very difficult to find it at a mid or late point in this race, I think.
Yeah, and overtakes cost you so much time around here. There's no such thing as a free overtake unless they're facing the wrong way in a wall. So if you're making a move, you've got to be very wary of how much time you lose. The perfect scenario for the drivers outside the top two is that the front two are just battling side by side throughout the race so that it keeps the pack nice and tight. But yeah, you make an overtake here, you're going to lose a substantial amount of time, and ultimately it could cost you a big performance in the end. So you've got to pick and choose your battles.
Curious to see with Luke Whitehead bumping himself all the way up to a top 3 start as well here, if he's going to be able to make a gun, potentially put some additional pressure onto McCormack as well, as we've seen him pretty much have the run of the track back on race number 1 here. Now I think he's going to have a little bit more competition right from the go of it. Maybe, just maybe, he'll lose a little bit more of that pacing and have to fight a bit more aggressively to maintain P1. We'll have to wait and see, though.
I know it sounds stupid, but obviously being in the lead of a race is the best position to be in.
Yeah.
But for the likes of, it doesn't matter whether it's McCormack, Vandervelder, Blyer, Whitehead, if they can get into the lead of this race, they are all exceptional front runners. And as you can see there with the points breakdown, the difference between first and second is the biggest difference in margin. So 5 points is the difference. You need to try and get them to the lead of the race.
Here's the starting order one more time for race number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Dara McCormack in pole position for the 2nd time today. Chris Harteveld in 2nd. Luke Whitehead in 3rd. Dominic Blyer in 4th. Tinko Vanderveld in our 5th starting position. Leonardo Di Alcamo in 6th. David Pertile in 7th. Jonathan Seville in 8th. And once again, Luke, run us through the back portion.
Yeah, 9th and 10th, we've got Sebastian Apostle and Robbie Stapleford. Marco Yonkers and Dario Iamulo are in 11th and 12th position. Iamulo actually a driver coming back from last year as well. Marcin Swiderek in 13th. We then got Lucas Matasia in 14th position. And then at the back is Castorino and Lukajek rounding out your 16 drivers.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, just a few more moments away. Any last moment things the folks at home should be paying attention to getting ready to jump into Brands Hatch here?
Not really. You haven't got time to really think about anything now. You've done your qualifying. It's all about making sure that you just keep yourself out of trouble. There is probably going to be, some argy-bargy between drivers here, and you just don't want to be involved in that because, again, you lose so much time in terms of just running side by side through one corner here. You're going to lose half a second, maybe even a second, and if you're trying to, move up towards the leader, it just kills your momentum. Look at Dara McCormack in race number 1. Didn't give anyone an opportunity, right? So if you are handing him time by, letting him just drive off and you battling with other people, then you're just giving him a free ride because he just doesn't make mistakes. He's like a robot.
So avoid the scuffles, keep your eyes on the prize, your eyes on the time as well, as that's what's going to determine who takes the front runner for it. Let's get ready to jump into it, as race number 2 is going live in just a moment. Once again, Dara McCormack, currently our series leader overall, is going to be starting out in pole. Luke, go ahead, take things away as we get started.
Yeah, we've got a short formation here. It's just a final corner for them to contend with, and they have to all sit at the same pace. They get a little box on their screen, and they can't go further ahead, and they can't stay too far behind, otherwise they will get themselves a drive-through penalty. So you need to make sure that you're within that box, and then once they cross the line, they all get to put the loud pedal down. Dara McCormack, then, winner from race number 1, starts on pole position. Harteveld is in 2nd. Luke Whitehead in 3rd. Blyer in 4th. If any one of those 3 drivers wants to win this championship, they have to stop McCormack winning this race number 2, in my opinion. Or they basically have to hope that he gets a DNF in race number 3. 20 minutes of racing action. It's race 2 of the Emea regional finals for the Logitech McLaren G Challenge 22. And we are green light racing once again. And McCormack gets there a very good start. And actually the front 4 all get a really nice start. Almost a bit of contact there actually between McCormack and Harteveld. As we look through Paddock Hill Bend, everybody gets through nicely. It's about 3 wide in the background. It looks like we may have a bit of argy-bargy as we come through turn number 2. But John, it's a very good start from our drivers. We come to expect it from now on, but that was beautiful.
Absolutely the case. Dominic Blyer certainly trying to go for some shenanigans around Druids for turn number 2, but is unable to reckon towards anything, so loses just a slight bit of time in the process of going towards it. Away from that, though, midfield is very competitive right now, as drivers are trying to fight for pacing all over the place. No one able to successfully gain anything just yet, but it's going to remain close for this next lap or so. drivers look to maintain their initial positions.
Oh, Marco Yonkers down in P16. He had a chance of getting a big result in race 1 and ultimately just didn't work out. Now he's right at the back. I think he's made 1 position up there as there is some side-by-side action heading then down towards 6 and 7. And Yonkers now actually retakes P16. So Lukajek giving as good as he does indeed get. Tinker Vandervelder trying to get back up into that top 5 because Diacomo is holding on to that top 5. The gap now starting to form. There is a genuine top 4 at this point. I think there's a genuine top 5 as well. I think if Tinko can get some free air, he would catch up to the front 4. But yeah, there's an obvious usual suspect starting to form at the front.
See if Diacomo can make some serious gains. Like we said before, he had started things out towards the lower portion of the 10s back in race number 1, but had been able to make some gains over drivers like Yonkers towards the midfield there and ended up in a lower top 10 position. And Yonkers is going to be able to get himself back into 15th, by the way, over at the back of the grid. But the story right now is if Diacomo can continue to gain his own pacing and start to contest among that top 4 placing as well, with Dominic Blair currently sitting in front of him. Tico Vanderveld, though, is right on his tail, still only 0.3 seconds behind, is going to be looking to take that P5 positioning back.
Yeah, and again, this is a great news for Blair, Whitehead, Harteveld and McCormack, because if Tinker Vanderveld has to make an overtake, it's going to cost him a huge amount of time and ultimately might render him useless in terms of the battle of the top 4. So I think we're very quickly looking at just the 4 drivers at the front end that potentially could win this. Harteveld, Whitehead, Blair, they've got to be clever here, because if they start battling with each other too early, they could almost hand McCormack this championship in race number 2. Like, as crazy as that may sound, they almost need to work together. There's not really an opportunity to bump draft around this circuit either. So yeah, McCormack just looks unbeatable today.
Continuing to excel and already a decent pacing ahead of Chris Harteveld, a full second ahead of him, still in the midst of only our 2nd lap now, so we're going to have to see if it's going to continue to be the pacing or once more if Chris Harteveld, Whitehead or anyone else will be able to find opportunities to move forward here and gain a bit more over Dara McCormack, who has just been so dominant over the course of our first 2 races.
Yeah, he has, and it was pretty expected. He's got the fastest lap of the race as well. Harteveld may have caught up a little bit actually. Yeah, not having the worst race by any means, being in P2, but he's got the pressure of Luke Whitehead in behind. Does Whitehead look to make a move early on in this race? Does he try and get it done and then maybe go and catch up to McCormack, or does he hope that Harteveld is going to catch up himself and drag him along? I think he's got 2 laps to make a decision here. Whitehead will be like, right, what's going on? Is Harteveld doing the job for me here? Can we both go and attack McCormack? If that gap comes out to the front driver, I think you're seeing Whitehead send it sooner rather than later.
Dominic Blair as well starting to lose a slight amount of time against Luke Whitehead, but still, as you can see, an open field in front of him, able to regain that without too much of an issue of pacing, is able to find its consistent footing here. But other than that, the grid sorting itself out, and Whitehead running far off the track. It's going to cost him a little bit here. Open up a window now for Blair to maybe run back in against him a bit. Blair's well running off a bit, but still under his control. He tries to close that timing against the racer in front of him.
He just can't afford to do that. These drivers are too good to be giving them free time by running off the circuit. It looks like Whitehead recovered nicely, actually. Still only 3/10 behind Harteveld. That could have been a race ender. Could have easily run off into the barrier there, and that was game over. But recovered it really well. Again, it looks cool, but it's not quick, I'm afraid, running off into the grass like that. McCormack still leads, 1.6 seconds now the advantage. So Harteveld must have made a mistake as well, as Whitehead went wide. It's almost like you get a bit of breathing room, and you start to relax, and that's where mistakes can creep in. So I think Harteveld has dropped back a little bit, half a second gain there from McCormack, considering that the difference in qualifying time was 0.02 of a second. That's definitely a mistake there.
By the way, Dara McCormack continues to excel from his position way up in P1, has gained even more time since the last time we checked in on it. Now 1.6 ahead of Chris Harteveld here. He's continuing to add more and more time to that, just like we saw back on Mizano for our first race of the day. It's been this tail of the tape so far, and it's going to continue to be the tail unless someone else can match that pacing, which has just seemed an unfindable task for any of the other drivers on the grid here so far.
Yeah, Robbie Stapleford down at P16, again, not having much luck. Unfortunately, I was a part of a broadcast of the ESLR1 last week, and in the quarterfinals he had a jump start. It was a 15-minute race, so this championship was over at the first, well, before he even crossed the start-finish line, and unfortunately it looks like his potential of winning this championship is over here as well. Robbie Stapleford, one of the young guns coming through the ranks at the moment, has an exceptional bright future ahead of him. But yeah, if he didn't have bad luck, he'd have no luck at all. We're on board then with Luke Whitehead, who's trying to make a potential move on Harteveld. Harteveld, though, keeping firm. This is the best overtaking opportunity now as we come up towards turn 1 and turn number 2, specifically turn 2. What you've got to do is try and be as close as you possibly can to that car in front. force them to take a more defensive line through turn number 1, and then ultimately sweep underneath them up towards turn number 2. Not quite close enough, but he tried to make something work there. As you see, Dara McCormack just hitting every apex perfectly. Just doesn't look phased whatsoever, and you know, just continuing his incredible run of the last 18 months.
Whitehead there losing about a 10th as he tries to go off once again. Unfortunately will fall behind in his pursuit of Chris Hartzeveld. Continues to maintain that P2. Once again, going to go in short here. Just not finding a proper opportunity to do it. Once again, just has to kind of hold back, continue to race on his line, on his own pacing to set himself up for the next go-around once we hit lap number 5 in a few moments.
Yeah, it's so difficult to make an overtake here. You really are relying on the driver in front to make a mistake, so you almost just need to be as close as you possibly can behind them to try and force them into a mistake, but ultimately then you lose lap time as well by not hitting your braking points perfectly because you just can't see it. So it's a real difficult situation to be in, knowing that if you do have, there's a slide there as well from Whitehead. You can see he's pushing, he's absolutely giving it everything, which is what we want to see. But you know that as soon as you even try and get involved with Hartzeveld, you're going to just give time away to Dara McCormack. And we've seen, what, 5 laps now? Is it 5? Well, it will be 4 laps by the time we come up to the end of this. It'll be 5 laps, sorry, by the time we come to the end of this. If you've not been able to make a move on Hartzeveld, if you finally do get that job done, you've then got to catch up a big chunk of time to Dara McCormack. It's going to be even harder to make the overtake on McCormack. So you're just fighting a losing battle right now. It's fascinating to see, but how consistent these drivers are. It's just, sometimes you've got to tip your hat. This is exceptional from them. And McCormack's still streaking away.
Hartzeveld still putting up a good defense as well against Luke Whitehead, who has been pursuing a pass against him for quite some time. This is including Luke Whitehead now claiming the fastest lap time as well, so definitely making gains, but as we've seen, he's unfortunately getting the better of him, sent away as he's had a few slides here and there, which has cost him those pivotal few tenths of a second, which could have potentially allowed for a pass to occur against Chris Hartzeveld, but he just has not been able to capture that opportunity just as of yet. Rest of the grid staying pretty consistent, although we are seeing Seville catch up to Vandervelder as well, only 0.3 seconds behind him as Vandervelder also still pursuing a pass against DL Calmo, who took P5 from him towards the beginning of the race and has maintained it since then. However, unfortunately, since he's been too focused on his defense, he has not been able to make any serious gains on catching up to Dominic Blyer. No,
he definitely has not been able to do so. These three, very similar to what we saw from the APAC and indeed LATAM region, the mid-pack battles are always hotly contested. I will say one thing, there was definitely a slide from Luke Whitehead, and yet he still managed to get himself the fastest lap of the race, as Vandervelder is going to set up a potential move around the outside of Dalacamo. It's not quite going to work out, and I am fully aware that I have said Dalacamo is named about 8 different ways at this point, so yeah, it is what it is. We'll move with it. So this is the perfect situation here, forcing the driver in front to be defensive through Paddock Hill Bend, and there's a mistake, and they're going to have contact with each other. And I tell you what, the big winner on that is Seville, isn't it? Seville is going to grab 2 positions, and unfortunately Tinker was just a little bit too close there. He did nothing wrong, he was as close as he possibly dared to be, but if a car makes a mistake and you're pretty much touching him, you're in that mistake too.
Seville avoids the contact, avoids the scuffle going on between the next 2 drivers, and able to seal away those 2 positions, moving from 8th all the way up to 5th as a result of that one. DL Calmo losing a little bit more time as well, so Jonathan Seville seems like he might be getting away scot-free with this one, as the next 2 drivers still head-to-head trying to fight for their own pacing here. A beautiful gain, and certainly going to be worth some serious points if he's able to maintain it.
Yeah, and positions are huge, because the top 4 in this championship are earning different amounts of money. You've got yourself, 10 down to 6, down to 3, down to 1. So even if you're not going to win this championship, you need to try and get yourself at least in that top 4 to get some real big cash prizes, buy yourself a load of beers later on, have a good time. So yeah, that's just a big gift for Seville. Absolute gift there. 2 drivers make a mistake through turn number 1, and he's like, yeah, cool, I'll take that, no dramas, off I go. Didn't even have to move over to the right, they both went into the gravel. He's like, yeah, cheers.
Just keeps his line, he's like, all right, thanks fellas, see you later. So we'll take that one, we'll continue to excel ahead. In terms of trying to move beyond that, like we said before, not really much of a chance. He's still 4 seconds behind the next placement up. Dominic Blyer is going to be that driver in P4 as well, still chasing down Luke Whitehead. Although we do see Vandervelder finally regain the position over DL Calmo as we come back around one final time here. He'll take back P6 and can focus a bit more on now attempting to steal the position from Jonathan Seville away as well.
Yeah, it's kind of in the same position as he was, just behind a different driver now, right?
Yeah,
like much. He gave up the freebie, by getting involved with Dalacamo, and ultimately now he's in behind Seville, so Seville will be under pressure. There's only 9 minutes 30, so still half this race to go. Tinker Vandervelder will want to at least be in that top 5, but look at this, Dara McCormack
just cruising.
What can he not do? This driver, he is on ACC, probably the very best at the moment in the world. But it's just not this sim as well. It's every sim out there he puts his, his craft to. He is so fast. He's young. Oh, I'll tell you what though, you don't want to be doing that too often. That was very close to him ending up off the track and giving a freebie to Harteveld and Whitehead at a minimum. So that will have puckered him up for sure. That would now have given him enough of a scare to go, do you know what? It doesn't matter if I finish 0.2 of a second ahead. I just need to finish ahead. But that was genuinely close to him ruining his race there.
He's able to keep pretty consistent pacing, all things considered, though, with that little slide going off, not losing a whole lot of time in terms of his positioning over Chris Harteveld back in second. Keep in mind, Harteveld as well, still a little bit focused on fending off Whitehead, but Whitehead as well nearly a full second behind it. Is going to have a little bit more free room to roam because of that one. The grid overall for our top four kind of starting to separate a bit as we move into the final half of the race now with 8.5 minutes to go on our timer.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's now it's go time. If you are not Dara McCormack, it is go time, because give him 2 race victories, it becomes almost impossible for anybody to indeed overturn that deficit, because we've not had the same driver finish in second position twice as it stands. So yeah, it is now or never. Tinker Vandervelder trying to set Seville up as we head along that back straight down the hill, uphill braking zone. Is there an opportunity? Not quite close enough, I wouldn't imagine. You've got to now utilise the middle sector and the final sector to try and close up as they go across that start-finish line. As you can see, the gap visibly is coming down through the second of the right-handers. That's a mistake there from Seville. The gap comes down once again. No real opportunity to make an overtake unless you really do send it over the top of the hill. Not quite going to work out again. You notice there, unlike McCormack, they're getting nowhere near the grass. So that was a genuine mistake from Dara up the front there. And I think he'll be very, very happy to be able to tell the tale from it. Around the final corner, you've got to try and set this up now. Try and get as close as you possibly can down towards Paddock Hill Bend. We're in the cockpit camera here as we see Vandervelder in that slipstream, not quite close enough to force Seville to go defensive. And Seville actually opens up the final corner nicely there, and he did not take the bait. So that's what he's trying to do there. Tinker Vandervelder's trying to force, Seville to be, oh, that's a mistake there. He might have just given it to him. Might be an absolute freebie. We'll have the inside line down towards turn number 3, and actually gets away with it. But look who's in behind now. We've got Alcamo's coming back in, and we've got Pertile. So David Pertile also looking to potentially get involved. But yeah, what Tinker Vandervelder's trying to do there is trying to force Seville to be defensive through turn number 1, thus making him slower on the exit, and then the run up the hill towards turn number 2, Druids, as you mentioned earlier on, then send it up the inside. He nearly had that opportunity, all because of just a small mistake from Seville, but he's got to try and be a little bit closer next time round.
Not going to end up occurring though. Seville continues to maintain and more importantly continues to defend that P5 positioning. It is going to cost Vandervelder any opportunity to potentially catch up to the remaining top 4 here now, just because of how heavily these two have been battling it out. But Vandervelder still keeping the pressure on to Seville here as he looks to very, very desperately steal away that P5 positioning here and may very well be able to make a run for it as we come back around the track one final time over towards our initial turns.
Yeah, Tinker there trying to be a little bit too greedy, I think, and Seville's now being given a bit of breathing room, and now we've got Dal Camo who's probably going to get himself an opportunity, but also David Pertile has closed up here, so Tinker Vandervelder in his haste has lost a bit of time, and well, actually he might get out of jail free card here, because David Pertile is all over the back there of Dal Camo. As we come through turn number 1, he's absolutely going to set this up perfectly. We might see the perfectly executed move up towards turn number 2. There we go. Moves over, and I tell you what, good defensive move. It's a late move there from Dal Camo, but ultimately just about holds onto the position. And well, if you thought Pertile getting involved was going to be fun, we've got Apostle now. Sebastian Apostle also closing up, and that is what I was mentioning earlier on. You get involved in a battle with someone, you're running side by side, you lose so much time that you give cars behind you a free opportunity to go and get involved. Luke Whitehead looking to try and move up into second spot again. No real overtaking opportunity until they get down towards 1 and 2.
Just about maintaining that consistency until we round back around the track toward Paddock Hill Bend. There is going to be a better opportunity for Whitehead to make a move on Harteveld. Coming up soon, though, as they round back over here, getting close towards the tail end of the track. We'll have to wait and see as they're on the big straight right now. That run towards Sheen Curve in just a moment. Again, there is some time to be gained here, but not enough as Harteveld goes slightly off, and Whitehead as well just remains his composure, does back up a bit, doesn't want to end up backing into him after all. So loses a little bit of that distance, but is able to immediately gain it back due to the cleaner line he had through the turns.
This is great from Whitehead. He is forcing mistakes there from Harteveld. They have to have given up with 4 minutes left of winning this race, so Whitehead has to look to try and get that second position, but it was perfect from him, just forcing Harteveld to be on the limit of the car. And here we go, so Whitehead looks for a move up the inside of turn number 1. This is now going to make Harterveld slower on the exit, but will Whitehead be able to make a move up towards turn 2? He will not. Harterveld has hung on there. That's exceptional there from Harterveld to be able to hold on to that P2. Whitehead looked favourite for me, forced him offline through 1, but ultimately up towards turn number 2, Harterveld doing a brilliant job. And now Blyer has been given the opportunity to catch up. Again, you run side by side for even a little bit, you hemorrhage time, and it gives drivers behind the opportunity to catch up. Podium fight is on.
Dominic Blyer sees the festivities from behind and now is caught up to it, looking to get involved himself here, putting the pressure onto Whitehead, and we can see him losing that little bit of extra time against Chris Harterveld, dropping down by nearly a second behind him here, focused more on the defense and fending off Blyer, maintaining his P3. He's gone off a little bit, but again, looks like he's able to maintain it, but once more it's going to cost him heavily on the timing side of things, so we'll allow for that gap, which had just been opened up to reclose one final time. Positions 2 through 4, not certain as of yet, it seems.
Yeah, Harterveld will have dirty tyres now as well, so the next few braking zones really going to hurt him, and thus you can see he's being caught up here. So Whitehead maybe with another opportunity at this cherry, maybe another opportunity at this P2. Blyer's dropped a bit further back as well, so Whitehead can afford to absolutely send it here. Around that final corner they come. I think he's in a perfect spot right now. He's not too close. He doesn't have to send it up the inside. I think he made a mistake by trying to make the move through 1 last time round. He's got to force Harterveld to be defensive and then reap the rewards on the exit. He's got the momentum here. He's absolutely got the momentum here, but Harterveld moves over, blocks that move before it can materialize, and now the door's left open for Blyer. Whitehead closes it as quickly as it opens. Down towards Graham Hill they come, and they are still in formation. Harterveld second, Whitehead third, and Blyer is in 4th position. As Vandervelder and Seville, they're having a bit more of a ding-dong here as well. I think Seville is back up ahead, so Vandervelder not able to find that space. Wow, as much as we've not seen a crazy amount of overtakes, it's like a game of chess here. This has been really good.
Great defense being shown by quite a few of our drivers as well, most notably Jonathan Seville continuing to fend off the nearly constant pressure that's been alive from Tinko Vandervelder. Nicely done as he still stays in P5 here, coming down to the final 2 to 3 laps of contention here on the track.
Yeah, it is coming down to that final couple of minutes here. Blyer needs to get ahead of Whitehead. Whitehead's dropped further back then from Harterveld. Harterveld, that is some drive to keep Whitehead behind in P2 as it stands, and now gapping and making a little bit of a buffer for himself on the final couple of laps. We'll have 2 as they next cross the line left to go in this race. Tinko Vandervelder very close to Jonathan Seville for that top 5, 2/10 of a second between them, but Dara McCormack is out on his own. He's got the fastest lap once again. He is going to win this race, and he's pretty much got one hand on the Logitech McLaren G Challenge trophy for the Emea region, but it's only one hand, maybe just a couple of fingers actually. You will want both of those hands on after race number 3 as Vandervelder then tries to force a defensive move from Seville up ahead. Seville, I thought he might be a bit slow on the exit. It's actually Vandervelder that makes a mistake. He's now under pressure from Dal Camo as well as we head up towards turn 2. Vandervelder not able to find that gap, but because they've been battling so crazily, this is now a 5, potentially 6 car battle.
Held up traffic quite a bit here. Once again, it's separated mid from our front runners. Once more, Jonathan Seville's continued to defend his position, looking to contain this P5 start, and more importantly, not wanting to give Tinko Vandervelder an opportunity to retake it from it, and all the points that would come with it here. Causing quite a bit of a pile-up as well. It's created quite the intense battle between these 2 drivers. They constantly are trying to fight for that positioning, and we're constantly exchanging it, at least as of a lap or 2 ago. Had that little bit of a scuffle between them, but unable to actually change up the positioning. And it's been the same for our 2nd through 4th positions as well. Chris Harterveld, Luke Whitehead, and Dominic Blyer still maintaining those consistent runs. Dominic having the best opportunity for a pass coming up here, but at the same time, it's a little bit more work to be done to really come into contention against Luke Whitehead in P3.
Yeah, Whitehead has become the prey. Once the predator on Harterveld has now become the prey for Blyer. Can Blyer potentially make a move here? We're on board with Leonardo Dal Camo in the middle of your shot there, currently in P7. He's got Vandervelder just up ahead, and then we've got Pertolate just in behind. Here we go. The momentum lost there around that final corner, and I'll be about to see a potential move through turn number 1. The defensive move is in, and there we go. This is where you're going to see the car in front, the orange or the papaya and blue McLaren, a little bit slow on the exit. They all check up. And yeah, job still not done. It's so difficult to make overtakes around this circuit, John. It is almost impossible. We're seeing people set it up, but ultimately the defense on show today has been exceptional. Swiderek, Swiderek's dropped all the way down. Matasia dropping down. Swiderek's all the way at the back now, so there must have been contact there. Oh, here we are. Yep, there's 2 cars facing the wrong way, and we are trying to figure out, well, there we go, a bit of synchronized reversing. So that's not ideal there. So that's Swiderek and I think, I don't know, it's Lukajek and Natasia. I think Swiderek might have retired to the pits.
That's going to be Marco Yonkers, Robbie Stapleford, and Castorino probably gaining a few positions off that. But still outside of the top 10, so no serious points to be picked up from that gain. Just obviously going to be a nice little personal reward for themselves as we continue to run back over. It's Dara McCormack once again still dominatingly in charge as he rounds through the final few turns here to roll in past the finish line.
Dara McCormack has looked untouchable today. 2 pole positions and now 2 race wins. One hand is on that trophy. We've only got 1 race to go. I'm not sure. It might be mathematically impossible for him to be caught up here. We'll have to go look at the points after race number 2. But Dara McCormack has looked absolutely exceptional. Hartevelt with some defence in this race does finish in 2nd spot. We've then got Blyer in 3rd, Whitehead 4th, Seville 5th. Vandervelder does come across the line in 6th position, and then we've got Alacamo in 7th, Pertile, Apostle and Ayamulo as your top 10. Dara McCormack, oh man, he looks so good. He was my favourite coming in. I think he's everybody's favourite, but he's backing it up once again. He is such a young man in the space of sim racing. He has been around for a while now, but in terms of age, he's only 18 years old. Like, the sky's the limit for this young driver. His consistency is his biggest trait now. Just ridiculously relentless.
A bright future, to be sure, not even just in sim racing, but we'll have to see beyond that as well as he continues to really dominate the turf, not only in the qualification, but inside of the placings as well when it comes down to it. Has taken those 2 pole finishes both times now, and like you said, may very well have already nearly claimed the trophy. We'll have to get a bit of a scope on the points to see where exactly that is sitting, and if anyone is going to be able to potentially encapsulate him. Still could have disaster struck on race number 3 too, so we have to be careful of that, but he is looking very, very consistent right now, and a mistake to send him off the track, I'd say, would be a fall from grace with the way he's been able to race over these first 2.
Yeah, 100%. Well, we will look at the official results here, and well, Dara McCormack does pick up another 20. Hartevelt picks up 15 points for 2nd. Whitehead in 3rd with 11. Dominic Blyer is in 4th position with 9. Seville in 5th with 7. 5 points for Tinker Vandervelder. We've then got Dal Camo with 4 points in 7th. Pertile with 3. Apostle with 2. And then rounding out your points finish is Ayamulo with 1 point.
Dara McCormack as well there with the fastest lap at a 1:23, and why wouldn't he have that when you consider the fact that he was pretty much on his lonesome throughout the entirety of that race. There we go, 40 points currently on the board for Dara McCormack. Luke Whitehead currently sits in 2nd at 26. It's going to take a complete fall off from Dara McCormack for either Luke Whitehead or Chris Haltevetter, actually tied in 2nd place right now, to be able to overtake him and claim the 1st place finish from our series today.
And we've seen it happen in the G Challenge. We have absolutely seen that happen. So yeah, don't go anywhere. It is going to be very, very exciting. But Dara McCormack, like I said, does have 1 hand on the trophy. But is there a potential surprise up our sleeves? It's the most used car next as well, so I would say there's less of an opportunity of a surprise. But one mistake, we saw Dara make a mistake in that previous race, and he got away with it. He ran onto the grass into the final sector, and normally, if it's me, that's my race done, right? I'm probably not going to be able to sim race for a week after that. But he managed to save it. Has that kind of put him in a position where he's like, I need to just dial it back a touch? If you do start dialing it back a touch, if you're not on the limit, that's where mistakes can creep in. So yeah, there is a possibility of it all coming undone, but yeah, he's looked pretty bloody good, hasn't he? Looked really good.
All right, well, we've got 1 final race to go, ladies and gentlemen, here for Emea. So stick with us. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, it's time to move over to the Hungaroring to finish off our series here today.
Legend behavior, legend behavior, locked in. Y'all know what time it is. Locked in. Play. I make the rules, rack up the jewels, make it look smooth. You know how I do. Running this kingdom, wish you could be. Better look up, cause that's where you see it. Give me the crown now, cause I own the throne now. I hold the scroll now. I'm in control now. Ruling the game. I'm ruling the game.
What's that saying? If you have everything under control, you're just not going fast enough. Speed is a peculiar thing. The more you go looking for it, the more it starts to chase you. At least, that's how it always felt to me. I've raced on slopes, tuned motorcycles, flown drones, chased cars and dreams. We all want to be a champion. But at some point we discover that life is a race itself. Perfect starts, reaction times, pit stops, teamwork, overtaking and lap times. Our dreams still exist. You can be a champion. So when speed finally catches up to you, speed better be ready.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the Logitech McLaren G Challenge 2022 Grand Finals. We're here representing the Emea Grand Finals right now. Getting ready to jump into the third and final race, where we have Dara McCormack nearly having himself teed up for that victory already, leading the charge and leading the pack by about 15 points over the current, actually tied second place contenders down in second and third, meaning that once again it's going to be reliant somewhat on him making a mistake going into this final race to see if there's a chance for him to drop out of that top finish, which he's currently looking for.
Yeah, and we haven't actually had a driver win all three races in their championship with LATAM and APAC so far. Again, giving a few spoilers away for the LATAM results, I guess. We'll get a little. We'll have a little bit of a highlights package there for the North America broadcast with the LATAM. But yeah, could we potentially see the first driver to win all three races? This has been a dominant display so far. We're about to see the points as it stands.
One final time here, you can see it, ladies and gentlemen. Dara McCormack sitting safely in first place here with a first place finish in both our first and second races, so 40 overall for him. Chris Hartveld actually in second with 11 and 15 points from race 1 and 2 respectively for 26 overall. Luke Whitehead just 2 points behind him in third for 15, and then unfortunately dropping off a little bit for race number 2, ends up with only 9 coming out of that one. Dominic Blyer as well, close to contention with 20 points behind that, so we'll see if he can make any gains over this one, if he's able to ascend a little bit from his placement on the previous race.
Yeah, basically what this means is Hartveld has to win the next race and McCormack has to finish below, I think, 5th. So you have to be 6th or worse off. Whitehead, if he wins, then McCormack needs to be below 8th, I think. He has to finish 8th or below. So yeah, it's a tough ask, but it is absolutely possible.
And a lot of it, I think, once again, is going to be reliant somewhat on the qualification run, which it'll be difficult to beat him there because, once again, he's been on top of his stuff on both races for that one as well. Moving over to the Hungaroring right now, I think the Hungaroring has a lot of similarities to Brands Hatch, which will leave it very, very difficult to find those overtake opportunities.
Yeah, it's kind of a mix of both tracks, really. It's tough, it's tight, it's twisty, but there is a bit of runoff to work with, especially the final sector. There's plenty of overtaking opportunities in the final sector, and also down towards turn number 1, turn 2 as well. So to be fair, yeah, this might be the most spiciest race we've had. I hope so, anyway.
All right, well, we're going to get ourselves into qualification runs now as we get our drivers out onto the track. Not looking like, as we did have a chance for them today, ladies and gentlemen, as you saw in one of our other regions as well. We did have a chance for weather conditions to come back up, but it's not looking like it's going to end up coming out in this race. Just clouds showing right now, though, so no wet tracks to be thrown out to add some extra difficulties to any of our drivers.
Well, no, it's very difficult because it has the track's just dried by the settings at the top
yeah,
of the right.
true.
So you
Yeah,
see,
yeah, yeah.
track
I
is
missed
green, which means it's the least grippy in dry conditions. So this is going to be a hell of a test for these drivers. It might change through this 10 minutes. I doubt it will, but it could potentially change in 10 minutes if they rubber the track in, as more drivers go around the track. Rubbering in, for people who've just tuned in and don't know what that means, it means that quite literally the drivers driving around a circuit add more rubber off of their tyres, in the braking zones and on the exits of corners. So yeah, the track right now is in the worst state you could possibly have it in dry conditions. There's cloud cover there. Is there the potential for a bit of wetting for the final race? I would like to see it, if I'm honest. I would love to see it.
Like I said, we already had it happen in one of our previous regions as well. It obviously led to quite a bit of a mess, especially at the start of the race for the Hungaroring. Quite a few players or races rather getting jumbled up over on that turn 1 start. So we'll have to see if something like that ends up happening here. If the weather takes a turn for the worse, and if we end up, like you said, with a little bit of a wet track to start things out. First times they're coming in with really nothing to scoff at just as of yet. It's this next run here that we really want to be paying attention and seeing what type of times these races are going to be putting on the board.
Yeah, track temperature is very low. It's kind of what you want the track to be exceptionally fast right now in terms of the settings, where it's not being rained on, and you want these track conditions in terms of temperature as well, because that just would give you a lightningly fast lap time. But ultimately, with it being a green track, it's not quite going to come into fruition there. And what does a green track mean, again, to anyone who's out there who's tuning in for the first time? A green track is basically where there's been rain and it's just rubbed all of the rubber off. Like the rain has got rid of all of the rubber on the surface, which indeed helps you be able to brake a little bit later, helps you get the traction down on the exits of corners by putting the power down a little bit earlier. So with none of that rubber on the circuit, it means you've got to brake a touch earlier, and you've got to be a little bit more careful on the throttle on the exits, thus having some slower lap times.
Curious to see if this is going to lead to any different results in qualifying as well. Start things out, it looks like Dominic Blyer ends up with the first real big time on the board here at a 1:43, so we should expect the others to begin rolling in over the course of the next few seconds as well. That's the big challenge right now, to see if anyone is going to be able to get the advantage over Dara McCormack, who has not only had the pole start for both previous races, but is able to hold on to it for the entirety of those races as well. He ends up with a 1:43.010. We'll see now if anyone else can contend against that over the next 6 minutes.
Yeah, I fully expect these times to keep tumbling down. The track conditions are going to get better, and it might be a case of whoever crosses the line last will have the quickest lap time. But as it stands, Dara McCormack, not only is he pole position, it's half a second. That is some margin, considering it was 0.02 of a second in our previous race at Brands Hatch, although there's still plenty of time for this session to indeed improve. So yeah, right now Dara McCormack P1, teammate Vandervelder P2, Pertile is in P3, Whitehead in 4th position, Blyer is in 5th spot as it stands, and we need to, for Harteveld and for Whitehead, they have to qualify pole here, I think. They have to at least put the pressure on by starting ahead of McCormack. If McCormack starts ahead of both of them, it becomes very difficult for them to make any moves here or to potentially win this.
Drivers that we're definitely going to be wanting to pay attention to over the course of this qualification run. Had some decent results back on at least our first race, of course. Marco Yonkers was able to get away, I believe, with a 5th place start back in race number 1, but had some difficulty maintaining it. And unfortunately really fell off the map when it came back over towards race number 2. So he's kind of out of the running for championship. We'll still see if he's able to make any better gains and, more importantly, improvements on his performance in race number 1. Coming back around towards the starting line, though, so they wanted to take us through this track here on the Hungaroring.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go up towards the final corner then. This corner just keeps going and going and going. And, well, we're not going to see this lap because Dara McCormack just chucks it into the pits. I will say one thing, there's plenty of watch parties out there for you to get some real insight from some proper sim racing legends. Sajadier being one of them. We've got George Boothby as well. Kirath is doing it. And if you want to know about the mint colour liveries, the best ones in the grid, definitely go and check out Jimmy Broadbent as well. They will all give you the insight as to what the nuances are of the game, especially in terms of the track conditions that you can see on your screen. They'll give much more in-depth analysis than I can.
It's going to be Dominic Blyer once again making another run for himself, as we actually have quite a few drivers heading back into the pits, maybe some slight adjustments to their setups as we talked about before. You have full access to pretty much every little precise detail of your car inside of the menu once you go into the pits, so it is going to give our drivers quite a bit of opportunity to tune things as needed, and very much might need to tune things to a pretty drastic degree here, especially if we end up with a wet track to start things off here. Definitely going to want to make sure that your setup is optimized for that, as it's very different driving conditions to a clear, sunny day.
It's a really good point, because they will get 3 minutes to figure that out. once we get into the race session. They'll know what the conditions are at the start of the race, but they will also get a little snapshot into what will be happening during the race. So if it's a case of it's a wet track, do they decide to go onto dry tyres or start with dry tyres, be slow at the start and then potentially quick at the end? Dara McCormack did mention in his interview earlier on that that was really what got him through in the first split back in, again, November, where he decided to go onto wet tyres, the rest of the field didn't, and it worked out in his favour. So that could be a decision being made here. Again, with the track conditions saying it has rained prior to this session, I think there is a genuine opportunity or possibility for there to be rain in the race. So are we going to see something spice us up? But Dara McCormack right now is taking absolutely no chances. 4 tenths and change quicker than everybody right now. It's David Pertolay in second. He sneaked up there, isn't he? Pertolay second, Stapleford is in third. This is bad news again for Harteveld and Whitehead.
Castorino in fourth even.
Yeah, Castorino up there as well. Like some big surprises. I thought this would be the most straightforward one, but no. The big surprises are coming from this car.
So big potential to actually change up the overall finishing positions as well if we're able to see some of these drivers maintain those positions. A nice run there from Dominic Blyer, though, as he's able to maintain a second start now by getting that 1:43.3. So a little bit closer to Dara McCormack's time, but still nearly 3/10 of a second just over that, in fact, ahead of the nearest challenger. So no one contending against him as of yet, even in not the most optimal track conditions here. Dara McCormack be racing on.
No, they are improving, though, so the track will get faster and faster and faster. But you know, once we get towards the end of this session, it's only a 10-minute session, so it's pretty minimal as we head then up towards that final corner. You can see he's taking a wide entry there. That's to try and gain as much speed and momentum across the start-finish straight, so going as quickly as possible over the start-finish line. So there's a lap then of the Hungaroring. Dara McCormack taking us down in towards turn number 1, probably the best overtaking opportunity on the whole circuit. But you've got to make sure that if you do make an overtake, you get your car as far left as possible heading down towards turn number 2, because you will be having to defend from a re-overtake potential from the car behind you. In towards turn number 2 is going to be a double apex here. Goes in nice and deep, runs out wide. It's like a diamond apex as we now run up towards turn number 3. This is flat out if you go far enough left on entry. And now we have got what we like to call the Alonso straight, because he loves defending along here up towards turn number 4. We've seen a fair few overtakes in the qualifying process to get to this stage through that corner, but ultimately you need to be absolutely perfect because it is a blind entry and exit. Through turn number 5 now, come up towards the chicane, which is 6 and 7. Again, as far over to the left as you possibly can. You can so easily invalidate a lap by running over the curb too much. That was on the absolute limit up towards turn number 7. You need to have the car as far left as possible to open up turn number 8. This corner just keeps going and going and going. The exit creeps up on you. Now through towards 9. Again, a very similar set of corners as the previous 2. Through 10, opening it up once again into the most technical part of the circuit. Down towards turn 11 we will go, and it's just a little bit more than 90 degrees. So it goes back on itself a touch here. So the exit will creep up down in towards 12. Into the penultimate corner. This again will be a diamond apex running a little bit wide through the middle and then on the power as early as possible. And now this corner here is so tough. It's about 270 degrees. You can see opening up the final corner as best you possibly can. I don't think Dara McCormack's going to have another lap time here. We might just about get one as we go across the line. Does he improve on his time? It looked tidy. It's not going to be an improvement then, so a 43.010, but he's managed to just about get across the line with enough time to put in another lap.
Continue to see positions 2 through even 6 continue to evolve over the course of this qualification. Now it's Tinko Vandervelder actually with a P2 start. This will be great for him to make up for some of the points lost back in race number 2 and end up in a better position overall at the end of the day. It's going to be Marcin Swiderick actually in P3, surging forward from his previous performances. If he's able to maintain that start and looking certainly like that will be the case. Dominic Blyer in 4th, Chris Harteveld currently in 5th, and David Pertile also maintaining a very respectable 6th.
Yeah, it's really changed up the grid here. Vandervelder will be ruining the missed opportunities in race 1 and 2. He's qualified really well. He'll want to try and get ahead of McCormack as quickly as he possibly can, if that's even possible. We've not seen any evidence of that being an opportunity for anybody today, if we're completely honest. McCormack's done, Vandervelder's done. We're on board with Marcin Swiderick. He's got an opportunity to maybe move up the order, currently just shy of 0.3 of a second off of the pace. As actually, David Pertile has just gone up into 3rd himself. So Pertile up into 3rd position. He's now in the pits. So Swiderick, Blyer's still out there, Stapleford's still out there. Any movers there? Dal Como has just moved up a position. Or has he dropped down? Well, Stapleford moves up to P2. That's the Robbie Stapleford we know. huge pace from him. He does take that front row. Will Swiderek provide us with another twist in the tail? Only 2 drivers out there. Ayamulo also out on circuit. Across the line then for Swiderek. It is not going to be an improvement. What about Ayamulo? Is he still out there? He's about to come across the line. It's not going to be improved. It's P12. But the big story here is Stableford is up onto the front row. But it's the usual suspect, isn't it? It's Dara McCormack. He's been the best driver so far all day long, and it's another pole position.
Bit of an uncommon struggle there for Luke Whitehead as well, dropping all the way down to P11 to start this one off. Certainly going to be costing him some points overall as he tries to obviously make up for that over the course of this race, but just not ready, it seems like, for the unoptimal conditions to go onto this qualification run.
He's not been rubbish. Like this is how good the field is. You make one small error and you drop 10 positions. It's like that's how close these drivers are. So yeah, you know, you just miss your mark by. I think ACC maybe is one of the most competitive sim racing games out there, and Emea specifically. So yeah, you miss your mark by just the smallest margin, you're in trouble.
Once again, though, the story is still the same. Dara McCormack continuing to dominate, ending up with a pole start, it would appear, in all 3 of the races for today. So a dominant run just on that in and of itself. Will he be able to complete the set and end up with 3 pole finishes as well? That's what we have to wait and see. As once again, here's our final point breakdown heading into the Hungaroring.
Yeah, so first place is 20 points. If Dara McCormack can go 3 for 3, he would have 60 points. For him to not win this championship, he needs to finish outside the top 5, and it needs to be Harteveld that goes out there and wins the race. For Whitehead to win a championship, he needs to win the race, and Dara McCormack needs to finish 8th or below. So yeah, if McCormack can stay in the top 3 position, he's golden. But here's your grid.
Let's get Dara McCormack and Robbie Stableford in 1st and 2nd place, respectively. Tico Vandervelder takes 3rd. David Pertile with a very nice 4th place start to this one. Martin Sidorek as well in 5th. Dominic Blyer in 6th. Chris Harteveld in 7th. Amadeo Castorino in 8th. Leonardo Dialcamo in 9th. Sebastian Apostol in 10th. Luke Whitehead all the way down to 11th to start this race off. Dario Iumello in 12th. Marco Yonkers in 13th. Lucas Matea in 14th. And finally rounding everything out, Jonathan Seville and Wojciech Lukaszek in 16th place. Ladies and gentlemen, there is your starting grid. Now it is time for the starting line in just a few moments here. One final race separates these racers from glory, so it is time to get ourselves prepped for it once again. Does our Irish racer continue to dominate things and go for the full 3 pole finishes, or do we have a new challenger potentially competing against him, maybe bumping him out of the running and opening up another opportunity for one of the other front runners to take charge here at the tail end of the race?
All we know is we're going to definitely have a new name as a champion in the Logitech McLaren G Challenge in 2023, but it's the 22 championship, season, right? Yeah. So we're going to have a new name added to that long list of talented drivers. Dara McCormack, whatever he touches, seems to turn to gold over the last sort of 18 months. I think we're about to see it happen once again, but is there a little twist in the tail? We're at the Hungaroring, where we've seen a couple of incidents from the highlights earlier on into turn number 1 specifically, so maybe there is one more twist in the tail for us today.
Not like we're going to end up with any rain at the end of the day here, but we still end up with that green track condition, so still not necessarily optimal for all of our drivers. Have to be a little bit careful on the turns, especially starting things out here. But let's get ourselves into it. One final run, and we'll get our start started with the final race of the day here for EMEA.
Yeah, this is going to be a very tough first braking zone for everybody concerned, because you've got to brake a little bit earlier because of the green track conditions. But on the flip side, you've got to be wary of people behind you. So there are going to be drivers that are pushing the limits here, and there's definitely a window of opportunity of mistakes. We're about to go across the line to start our final race. It is McCormack on pole on the left-hand side, Stableford on the right-hand side, and we are green light racing down towards turn number 1. And will we see any potential contact down here, any potential overtakes as well? They're snaking left and right a little bit further back. It's 3, 4 wide, and while there is a big cluster in the background there, it looks like everybody else in the front 10 at the very least have got through nicely, but look how close they are. It's a potential move then for Robbie Stableford, not quite close enough to Dara McCormack. McCormack, who's looked untouchable all day long, does indeed take the lead through turn number 2 down towards 3.
Stableford certainly at least making an attempt on turn number 1 to get some gains over Dara McCormack. McCormack taking absolutely none of that, backs him off entirely, and has since respected the position since then. Stableford still maintaining that 2nd place. No one else inside of our top 5 or so able to make any serious gains on the first few turns here. It's a very respectful start for all of our drivers. That's just getting used to the track conditions here, seeing what everything is going to look like before anyone makes any crazy moves in the following laps a little bit later on in the race.
Yeah, it's pretty respectful from the front 10 as Vandervelder runs a little bit wide there. Pertile thinking there might be a little opportunity there. Doesn't quite work out, but outside the top 10 it was an absolute cluster. They were all sort of door banging with each other. We saw a couple of sends down towards turn number 1, but ultimately everybody's facing the right way. They're in a big train of cars. No one's lost out too crazily. So yeah, I would say it's been a pretty respectful championship run from all drivers concerned. At the front though, Dara McCormack, 2 wins from 2 so far, 3 pole positions from 3, looking to do the clean sweep as well, because he's got a triple crown twice actually, isn't he? Fastest lap, pole position and the race win. Can he go and do it here? So it'll be the triple crown, 3 times. The triple crowns. Yeah, we just made something new up, so that's great.
The triple crown for Dara McCormack. Let's see if we can get it, as Marco Yonkers, it is just not his day, unfortunately, as he has bounced off the track and sends himself into the pits. Well, that pretty much means that his race is done for the day, unfortunately. Valiant attempt, of course, especially on race number 1 with that 5th place start. Just not able to encapsulate it, so it's going to be a bit of a rough day for him.
Yeah, Dominic Blyer in behind David Pertollet, battling for that top 4 position. We've then got Dalcamo, who's just made a move on Luke Whitehead. Luke Whitehead down in 11th, so yeah, just going from a little bit bad to worse here, but you know, with Whitehead, he's going to put on a show here. He will not be winning this championship as it stands, but he will be fighting to go through this pack, so I'm looking forward to seeing how that plays out. As it stands, Blyer maybe dropping a little bit off Pertollet in terms of pace ever so slightly, but the front sort of 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 are really closely contained here, although McCormack's now got a 1 second advantage over Stapleford. Dara McCormack, I've got no more superlatives to say, outstanding.
Again, simply flawless racing for the most part so far here today as our drivers go around the chicane, getting themselves towards the back end of the track. Another driver here looking to try and make some serious gains from their starting position, Chris Harteveld, as he's one of our top 3 currently for overall point earners, starting all the way down towards 8th position, looking to make some serious gains on that and bring him back into a much more respectable end to this race here, hopefully still keeping him in the top 3, the podium finish for the overall series when everything is said and done.
Yeah, McCormack right now could DNF, and he would still win the championship, because his 2 closest rivals are so far down the order. Like, he's been consistent in his qualifying, obviously qualifying P1 3 times in a row. That is the epitome of being consistent. But the other drivers have been sharing out. They've not been, there's not been any consistent P2s or P3s. They've been sharing out the positions, thus making it a little bit easier for McCormack to go and win it. It's been an incredible performance. We're on board with Marcin Swiderek, trying to close up to the back of Dominic Blyer, but actually under more pressure from a car behind. Castorino looking to potentially get involved. Blyer there faking a potential opportunity on Pertollet. Pertollet's not going to fall for that though, he's miles behind him. But yeah, P1, McCormack, Stapleford now 1.5 seconds behind, looked to fight at the start, but unfortunately just doesn't seem to have the pace to hang with McCormack, as goes for everybody else in this grid.
Continuing to see a very respectful grid held across the board, everyone within 1 second or less of each other for the most part here. No one able to really push the limits on a passing opportunity just as of yet, though. They're still forming themselves up, and nearly a quarter of the race gone already. We have to start to wonder, when are those opportunities going to show up for the drivers here to try and gain some serious placement points?
Yeah, someone's got to take a chance, right? But ultimately, if you do take a chance, it doesn't work out, you lose more positions from behind. But as I always say, you do not want to get to Monday morning and go, I left something out there, I could have done this, I could have done something more. Sometimes it's worth taking a penalty because you've taken that chance. Racing drivers are always looking for that edge. You've got to try and push sometimes. It is what it is. But yeah, the last thing you want is to get to Monday morning and you go, oh, just didn't give enough. I could have done so much more, especially if you were one of the first qualifiers. 5 months ago, you've been waiting 5 months for this, and then you get to this stage and you're like, oh, I just didn't push hard enough. So I'm expecting to see some moves and shakes being made over the next 15 minutes. Hopefully it starts sooner rather than later.
We'll continue to see straightforward lap continue to evolve here once more. No one within reach of their potential opponent channel, though we see a little bit of a scuffle going on back there towards the tail end of our current picture. Luke Whitehead once more still trying to make some gains as he still sits in his starting position of 11th. We already mentioned this quite a bit, but once more currently sits in a top 3 position overall for points. Really struggled on this qualification run, as did his other driving compatriot here, and Chris Harteveld also inside of the top 3 right now as he starts in P8. Both of them looking to make serious gains to get back inside of the top 5 to make sure they still end up with a podium finish overall for this series. The best player in that position to potentially ascend into either a tier 2 or position 2 or position 3 finish overall is probably going to be Tico Vandervelder, who has had a pretty solid qualification run, has been able to actually encapsulate the fastest lap so far, and is holding a very respectable P3 right on the tail of Stapleford as well.
I'll tell you what, with Harteveld and Whitehead being so far out of position here, Tico Vandervelder, if he can make an overtake, I mean he has to make an overtake here, there is a world where Dara McCormack goes, do you know what? I can get you second in this championship by letting you win this race. Teammates, they are teammates. Of course, it is an individual championship, but if you've got mates in this race and you can make a bit more cash, you know, it's going to be a lot happier Discord call afterwards, right?
Absolutely the case. We talked about it at the beginning of today. Williams bringing a full spread of very capable drivers here today, including Dominic Blyer as well, who just joined up with the Williams roster about 2 to 3 weeks prior to this event. So congratulations to him for that signing, first of all. Trying to echo those results through here today with his 2 teammates, so far doing a pretty good job of that as well.
Yeah, he was in a team called Triton Racing, which are a big outfit themselves. You know, but to go to a team like Williams, who've got such history not only in esports but in the real world of motorsport, specifically Formula 1 and British Touring Car Championship back in the Super Touring days. Yeah, it's a bit of a step up for Dominic Blyer. Dominic Blyer, though, has been one of the big dogs in sim racing for the last sort of 5 years. Whenever you see a competition, you always sort of see his name up there. Not gone up there and won anything major as of yet, but he's one of those drivers just another driver like him is Isaac Price, who's not in this championship, but if there's a championship, he always seems to deliver a good performance every time. Dominic Blyer is exactly that. Maybe Williams Esports is now that step up for him where he can move forward in his career, as we see a potential move being made there. Well, Whitehead sent it up the inside there of Dal Camo, who's going to lose more positions here. There's some argy-bargy heading down towards turn number 2. That was a little bit on the limit, let's say there. I'm not sure whether we're going to be able to see that replay here. It's 3 wide, a bit further back now. Matasia getting involved, and it's a domino effect. One person makes a move, opens up an opportunity for everybody as there's contact then, and I think you'll find that Matasia's just been sent round the wrong way. Ayamulo's going to grab some freebies. Seville also going to grab a couple of spots there. That was not ideal, and that just got more aggressive every corner we went through.
We talked about how our drivers needed to step up at some point here, and finally we do see it. Unfortunately for Matea, stepping up just a little bit too much, testing him a bit too far, loses that traction, slides off the track, and all of his placement along with it as he goes way to the back of the pack here now, and we'll have to try and look to make up for that. Still 5 seconds behind as a result of that slippage, though, so we'll be some time before we see him back in the race.
Yeah, and Whitehead there, yeah, it was a little bit over the limit, but what was I saying 2 laps ago? If you get to tomorrow morning and you've not given absolutely everything to try and make a move in a 20-minute race, then is there any point of you being here in the final? He went for it. Whether the stewards look into it and there's a penalty, I don't know. But he went for it, he's made the move, he's now moved up a position. So now we can look to move up a bit further. As we see here, Dominic Blyer under some severe pressure. He's got Swiderek, we've got Pertile as well. He's trying to make a move on Pertile and try and move himself up towards the top 3 battle. But yeah, this is great stuff from everybody in this championship. And I will say one thing, I think the level of respect from these drivers has been really good. Like, I've seen some really big clusters of messes on every sim, but the fact that there's money on the line normally instigates there to be some more aggression. You see another move being made in the background, Castorino making the move on Marcin Swiderek. You see people take more chances when money's involved, but I think that the level of respect here has been exceptional.
Absolutely the case. Just drivers now trying to make the best that they can of this final 10 or 11 minutes. A little bit more contact potentially coming around the turn there as well. Catch up once again with Marcin Swiderek, who had just lost that position to Castorino a few moments prior, and now has Chris Harteveld as well. I saw it just a moment before, flashed the blinkers as he wants to go for the pass, but needs to encapsulate the gap just a little bit more to be able to capture it. I know Swiderek is going to have that pressure being shown against him here. In fact, he's got Chris Harteveld behind him, who's already been a top contender inside of this series. Has to keep his wits about him here and focus on the defense. He knows that is one heck of a driver sitting right behind him.
Yeah, Harteveld right now is only scoring 3 points, whereas Vandervelder, who's now ahead of Stapleford, that's a big story here, because McCormack could legitimately just go, I'm going to let you go by here, Tinko. I'm going to let you win a bit more prize money, because Tinko would, I think, go to second in this championship. I genuinely think that's the case. Again, never trust the commentator's maths, especially when it's live.
Yeah.
But I believe if McCormack was to let Vandervelder go and win this race, he would come second and win 6 grand, 3 grand difference in prize money. Is the manager going, look, we would like the money here, like you know, a multi 2-1, Seb, please, you know, reminiscent back of the.
Just gotta wait for the executive call.
Yeah, exactly that. Reminiscent of the Red Bull days with Mark Webber and indeed Sebastian Vettel, and Vettel was having none of it. He went and made that overtake. So Vandervelder, 3.3 seconds behind. They got a 1.5 second buffer from 3rd position. I think there's a potential for that position to be swapped over.
Once again, coming back around for another lap into turn 1 for all of our drivers. No one finding any sort of passing opportunity just yet. As you had mentioned, incredibly respectful driving going on, not just here on the Hungaroring, but over the course of our previous 2 races as well. Only really making those pass opportunities when it seems absolutely safe to do so. We've had a couple scuffles here on the Hungaroring, to be fair. We has already knocked out 2 different drivers, but keeping everybody inside the heat of the competition here to try to fight for any remaining points on this final race.
Gap between the front two's come down by 4/10 of a second. No one's been catching Dara McCormack by 4/10 of a second. Are we starting to see maybe some team hoarders come into play here again? Just trying to make as much money as possible. You can't blame them. That's the name of the game as there's a contact here. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. That is not ideal in the slightest. Pertile has been spun around there by Dominic Bly. This is actually a perfect opportunity now for Chris Harteveld. So Harteveld has moved up onto, I think, 7 points with that. No, 5. So 5 points. I think it would still work out if Tinko won this race that he would win the championship, as Harteveld actually is in all sorts of trouble here in terms of battling. And Swiderek has just pulled the car over. So he's pulled the car over. I'm wondering if he's been told you've got to give up the position you gained there. Was it him that had the contact? I thought it was Dominic Blyer that was the one that, the aggressor in that situation. But no, Swiderek has dropped all the way down. He's now down in P15. So this is helping out Whitehead. Harteveld has gained some freebies. We're on board now with Whitehead, trying to make a move around the outside of Apostle. You've got Alcamo still trying to get involved here. So right now, Whitehead needing to make some advancements. Blyer under a bit of pressure from Harteveld. So as it stands, I still think if Vandervelder wins this race, he would come second. I think Harteveld needs to grab one more spot, and then it wouldn't be a case. Oh, Whitehead up the inside, lovely.
Nicely done from Whitehead here. He's going to be able to find a position off of that one, bumping Apostle off along the way here as well. Dialcamo also potentially going to look to make some gains on that one, but we'll follow it up soon and see if he's able to ascend for it. Looks like Apostle will get a successful defense off of his position as we move around the bend into turn number 2. Coming out from that into a third one as well.
This is where it gets like a little bit exciting because I'm trying to do maths at the same time. I'm trying to put the puzzle pieces together of the race. I'm trying to figure out who's going to win what. I think it's pretty simple. It's Dara McCormack who's going to take this championship, that's for sure, with 7 minutes to go, unless something... I think even if he DNFs, he's still good. Vandervelder in P2 with the fastest lap of the race as well. So Vandervelder trying to also stop McCormack from having that triple crown, I think we've called it now. Stapleford in P3, Castorino P4. We're on board then with Luke Whitehead, who's now up into P7, right behind Harteveld, and he'll be looking for those 3 cars in front of him to start battling so he can then close up. Again, for Whitehead and for Harteveld, it's the battle for P2 in this championship. Vandervelder with a good opportunity to steal that away from them, and the difference between P2 and P3 is $3,000. It's $6,000 if you finish second, it's $3,000 if you finish third, and if you finish in 4th position, it's $1,000. So yeah, there are big stakes.
Dominic Blyer still in contention for a top 5 finish as well, as he's been staying consistent all throughout the previous 2 races. The problem is for this 3rd race here, he's added 2 additional contenders sitting in front of him here. Stapleford and Castorino, 2 drivers he has not really had to contend much against so far over the course of the previous 2 races. And on top of that now, because of the ascents of both Harteveld and Whitehead from their initial starting positions, he's also having to play defense against them too. So a lot of pressure also going on to Dominic Blyer as he also tries to gain as many points as possible from this one to maintain a very respectable finish.
Yeah, 100% Blyer, I think, needs a couple of spots here, and he could potentially push for that 2nd position as well, trying to win that $6,000, although he makes a mistake there. Door left wide open for Luke Whitehead, as Harteveld... Well, hold on, how's Whitehead right behind Dominic Blyer there? Oh no, Whitehead's a bit further back. They've got similar looking cars, Harteveld and Whitehead. I got confused then for a minute. No, it is Harteveld just in behind, and you've got Whitehead who just wants these drivers to start battling, because 5 minutes left on the clock. As quick as Whitehead is, catching up 2.1 seconds on this group is going to be nigh impossible unless they start having a fight.
We'll see that transpire just as of yet here. Once again, very respectable driving going on all across the track here as everyone is trying to batten down the hatches for the positions they currently maintain and just keep it locked in that position for the remaining 5 minutes of drive time we still have on the clock there for the top left of the UI. Once again, though, Dara McCormack still safely in 1st place. Tinko Vandervelder has been making some very small gains on him, but it's also important to note Dara McCormack did retake the fastest lap from Tinko Vandervelder, who had been holding it for a large majority of the kind of midfield laps we've been racing out here.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting as to what happens around the final few corners. As Apostle is well, no, that's a position that's being lost here, isn't it? It is. So what's happened to Apostle? Has he had some sort of contact somewhere? Or has he been told to give up some positions? So the car looks like it's back up to speed now. Whitehead moves into P8. Well, no, I think they've had contact here, haven't they? Yeah, Whitehead was in P8 anyway. So Apostle and him have had it coming together. I'm pretty sure of it, and he's kind of let them go back through. We're on board with Seville, is a little bit further back. But yeah, I think that there's been a little bit of contact there somewhere along the lines. It's, again, a show of sportsmanship, which is what we want to see.
The Alcano ends up being the winner out of that situation, though, as he was at a P7, now getting in between Harteveld as well as Whitehead here. So Harteveld has that free field in front of him to focus up on overtaking Dominic Blyer, as we spoke about before, is another contender here inside of our podium finishes.
Yeah, we see a little bit further back here. Look at this. This is Pertolay making a move on Seville. Seville has that inside line in towards turn number 3. A bit of argy-bargy, a little bit of contact between the two of them. And, well, you can see that Pertolay is trying to force Seville onto that apex, trying to make him so slow through there. How they got through there side by side. Any inch of that curb used on the left-hand side normally sends your car over into the side of another car if you're side by side. But as we still see them banging doors, Seville does just about hold on, and you can see that Pertolay's trying to get an overlap through the chicane. He makes the mistake then, and it's actually going to be Ayamulo who's going to come through. Pertolay, did I say that? Pertolay has not let it go at all. I think Pertolay still trying to hold on to the position, slow on the exit, but ultimately holds on to the spot. Brilliant stuff from these drivers. That, you know, battling outside the top 10. I think it's now a case of let's have a bit of fun.
Absolutely. Pertolay out for blood, it seems, against Jonathan Seville to try and take him down, but just unable to capture that opportunity before they hit the chicane. Had to give up that speed. Opportunity is backed up now, opening up the gap a little bit more, kind of resetting things until the next go around on the next lap here. Pertolay, though, still very, very close behind. So he looks to once again find an opportunity to overtake Jonathan Seville at some point in the next lap or two here, with just 2.5 minutes to go now on the race clock.
Look at the gap at the front. It's coming down. It's 2.4 seconds. I think it might be happening. I think McCormack might be unselfishly letting Vandervelder catch up and take P1 so that he can win a bit more money, and that's good for a team dynamic because these two race in endurance races together in the same team. So this is quite a unique dynamic that they're actually battling against each other on track. Because again, most competitions within ACC is more of an endurance field. Pertolay is still side by side with Ayamulo as we head down the hill into the braking zone for turn at number 2. Just about gets the position done and indeed dusted. But yeah, it's a very interesting dynamic when you're racing with a driver in the same car effectively together in a championship. If you've had a prior championship where your mates helped you out and gained you a couple of grand, the dynamics in that team are going to be very positive moving forward, right?
Absolutely the case. And again, with the massive lead that not only Dara McCormack has, but also Tico Vanderveld at this point too has, why not exercise once again among their teammates, as you consider even Tico Vanderveld nearly 4 seconds ahead of the third place driver currently in Robbie Stapleford, so they have all the room in the world to pull off this team maneuver here, potentially allow for Tico Vanderveld to actually take the win itself here, to put him in a better overall placement for the finals here, the EMEA scoring.
That's how well Dara McCormack's done. He is in a position that he could help his team. He's not even having to worry about himself.
Let him drive by.
He's in a position where he can help his teammate win more money because he'd done all the hard work himself already. Like, that is how incredible of a performance this has been from Dara McCormack. And do you know what? I've casted, I think, every single broadcasted race we've had for the G Challenge over the last 6 years. I think this is the most dominant display we've ever had.
Absolutely the case. Dara McCormack, no one even coming close to challenging his position, whether it was regards to a qualification or just over the scope of the race as well, always leading by, I think at worst it was like 2 seconds ahead or something like that on race number 2. That was by far the worst showing we had out of him in terms of leading over his P2 challenger there. Dara McCormack has seemingly come out ahead of quite literally everyone in this competition and cannot be stopped. And as a result of that, has locked in near victory already. Yeah,
we're on the final lap of this race, so either Dara's letting Tinko catch up, or it's a case of he's taking so much lap time off, he just wants to make sure that he gets in and has the triple crown. Again, something that I've made up. Maybe it is a thing. Maybe we should make it a thing, Logitech. Let's make it a thing, a triple crown. I don't think it's ever happened before. As we head up towards the final chicane, it's the champion-elect. It's Dara McCormack as he makes a mistake. He's not going to be worried about it. Is it a quote-unquote mistake? I don't know, but Dara McCormack has got not only his championship in his own hands, he has Tinko Vandervelde as well. They've got a 3.4 second advantage over third position. So does it happen? Is Dara McCormack looking for the triple crown, or is he going to let Vandervelder come through? And I believe mathematically he would then take second in this championship, thus grabbing a boatload more cash than he previously was going to get. Up towards the final corner then, Dara McCormack does take the final corner here, does take a tight line through it. He's been absolutely incredible from start to finish, and as we come up towards the start finish line, he is not going to give that position up. It is going to be 3 fastest laps, 3 pole positions, and 3 race wins for the Williams Esports driver. Dara McCormack is your Emea Logitech McLaren G Challenge Champion 2022. What a performance, the most dominant display we have ever seen in this competition.
Taking it by absolutely no challenger whatsoever. Dara McCormack shutting things down here in the EMEA Regional Finals with his teammate driving in just a second or two behind him as well. Got to be a good feeling for the two of them. Vandervelder going to be getting some serious points out of that one with the P2 finish that he gets, and may very well be pushing himself into that either P2 or P3 overall finish for the 3-race series we've had today.
Yeah, maybe that's enough. Maybe they've done the mathematics and gone, do you know what, you don't need to give that spot up. And Vandervelder's done it. My brain isn't big enough to be doing that's kind of math. He was like P4 coming into this, so it will all be figured out outside of our hands, that's for sure. So it will be correct. But Dara McCormack, let's talk about him. You know, what other superlatives can we throw at this young man? He, over the last 18 months, has just become a consistent machine at getting results. Before that, he showed pace, but his consistency was never there. Now it's just relentless. Just gets, doesn't turn up to any race not thinking he can't win it. It's madness. Like, he's ridiculously talented, and I think this might be one of his best performances yet.
We've seen some consistency from some of the racers inside of P2 through 5, such as Luke Whitehead, of course, Dominic Blyer, another one that was always contending up on top of that alongside others like Vandervelder, but the consistency, unfortunately, on a race-to-race basis wasn't there. Notably, drivers like Luke Whitehead really falling off in the qualification for race number 3, costing them big in the point spread, is going to leave their position somewhat vulnerable. We checked in on it, of course, in between races 2 and 3, and they were in those 2nd and 3rd positions, but it may no longer be the case as they end up finishing around 6th through 8th when everything is said and done there, even with, again, having to gain a few positions from their starting around 11th and 8th for themselves. So we'll have to see if that was enough points to be able to maintain those P2 and P3 finishes and all the cash that's going to come along with that.
Yeah, 100%, and 10 grand for the winner. Then the gap to P1 to P2 is $4,000. So still $6,000 you get for P2. So the difference between P3 and P2 is $3,000 because it's $3,000 you win for P3, and then it drops down to $1,000 for P4. So there's significant drops there. So every point matters.
We should mention, of course, folks, that we are starting to wind things down a little bit now here for EMEA. Our broadcast is far from over. It's only halfway done. In fact, we have a whole another series of 3 additional races that's going to be coming up pretty much immediately after we take care of business here for EMEA. And it's going to be the North American drivers stepping up to the plate for the same 3 tracks as well. Here is the final race results coming in, ladies and gentlemen, specifically for the Hungaroring. Dara McCormack ends up with our fastest lap at a 1:43, and of course gets another 20 points for the perfect 60-point set out of these 3 races.
Yeah, he's done it. He's got the fastest lap 3 times, pole position 3 times, and 3 race wins. Again, I don't think that's ever happened in the G Challenge, and the format's pretty much been 3 races per event for the most part of our championships. Vandervelder in 2nd. Is that enough for him to get 2nd overall? Well, we're about to find out. Robbie Stapleford, P3, qualified exceptionally well. He a little too late. The first 2 races didn't go well for him. Again, another young superstar in the making, and actually that's the trend from the front 3. Castorino in P4. Harteveld was in a key position to get P2 in his championship, but has that result hurt him in terms of getting it? We've then got Dalacomo, who finishes in P6, Dominic Blyer in 7th, Whitehead, who fought valiantly. Like, we haven't seen many overtakes today, made 3 of them in that race. Again, some of them maybe a touch over the limit, but if you're not taking chances in a 20-minute race, then just don't bother turning up, in my opinion. He gave us a bit of a show there, which was really nice to see. Jonathan Seville then in 9th with 2 points, and then we've got Pertile rounding out your points finishers. But the day does belong to Dara McCormack.
Absolutely the case. Dara McCormack continues to excel here, as we have been seeing, of course, over the course of the qualification runs too, managing to take good pace there and good finishes as well, and he continued that into this Grand Finals with the perfect run here at the EMEA Grand Finals. No one could contend against him, his teammates even trying their best to shape up as Vandervelder rolled up alongside of him here at the end of the Hungaroring, but just not enough ultimately to contend against that P1 finish that he was able to find every single race here. So the day is certainly his, as you mentioned there prior, and now we just need to figure out who managed to top out that 2nd and 3rd place for the rest of our podium, as we were very, very close to the points between quite a few drivers. I was not entirely certain as to who managed to snag it just yet.
No, absolutely not. A big finish for Tinker there in that final race. I think might have just changed the whole landscape of the finishes. And while we're just waiting for those points to come in, let's have a little discussion about North America. That's coming up very shortly. There is an opportunity for someone to become a 2-time G Challenge champion. Philip Simard has that opportunity. Won last year in the in the sports car challenge on ACC. He has that chance today. I will say one thing though, from the APAC region, Philippa Bokida was dominant last year. 2 drivers came back and actually beat her this year. Philip Simard hasn't been the quickest in terms of the qualifying pace. Ryan Yee is the driver to watch out for, of course, raced last time out. But a chance to become to win one championship at this level is exceptional. To have a chance to be a 2-time, oh, I'm excited to see that.
Quite a few other contenders to look forward in that race as well. Michael Kay is another outstander for me that we're definitely going to be wanting to pay attention to. He was the runner-up in 2021 as well, so certainly going to be keeping our eyes on him to see what kind of pace he can bring to the track. Final results are ready, though, ladies and gentlemen, so let's go ahead and see who ended up rounding out the rest of the podium here for EMEA. Obviously, Dara McCormack tops things out with 60 points overall, but it's Chris Harteveld that preserves his second place finish here with 33. Luke Whitehead as well is able to just barely maintain his third place finish there with a direct tie in points against Tinko Vandervelder. Through tiebreakers, though, looks like Tinko ends up getting bumped down through fourth. So close for Tinko, but unfortunately so far on that final race.
Yeah, but look how important it was for Whitehead to make 3 overtakes in that final race. Again, I've got to put over the performance there from Whitehead. He didn't qualify well, and that's a mistake on his part. But we haven't seen many overtakes. The tracks that we're at don't really lend itself kindly to overtaking. But he made 3, and he ended up then tying for indeed P3. But because of his better performances he's had so far, that means he does indeed grab himself that P3, and the difference is $2,000. So yeah, 3 overtakes, which were really cool to watch, is the difference between $1,000 and $3K. So well done to him.
It on from Luke Whitehead to, like we said, just barely maintain that podium finish for himself. Blyer as well, they're getting bumped out into position 5 to end things there. And that's going to do it, ladies and gentlemen, for EMEA. But as we said, we still have our North American circuit coming up in just a few minutes. Stay tuned, as during the break we have the debut of a brand new video featuring not only Shroud, but Lando Norris as well. So let's go ahead to break, and over the course of it, you're going to be checking out that very cool new video.
These ones are not. They sound way better. The diesel turbo and hybrid stuff.
Have you got to drive the new one?
No. We drive first time Bahrain 2 weeks.
So you don't get a lot of time to like...
No, none. Just because...
I guess it's part of the sport, right? The best drivers are the people who can do it.
Jump in and...
Yeah, just
exactly.
go.
So now I got like the gears on the back of the wheel. Whereas this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like a manual.
Yeah, and you like that more?
It's a lot harder.
Okay. Do you wish the sport was harder?
No.
No.
It's just a different. It's just different. Like I love what we have now. It's difficult enough, but I'm just going up and down like this. You imagine the guys from 30 years ago, one-handed in the streets of Monaco over the bumps and like changing the gears.
With the rough weather conditions and everything.
That's like, I don't know. It's a different level, different era of it all.
Oh wait, do you guys have a fancy sim?
We have one, like a much bigger one than what you would be on, and then they just built a whole new one, which is just in this like bit downstairs that you can't see.
Of course you can't. Of course you can't see it. Is it there to replicate the car, like you're driving it, or is it just kind of...
Like now on the simulator, the only way of feeling it is either visually seeing it.
Yeah. Or maybe the wheel.
Or it's like feeling the wheel, you know, when you start to slide.
Yeah.
But this tries to give you the motion of like a G-force in a way.
Right. Well, when you're going that fast, I imagine when you're slipping, you literally
feel the whole...
You probably feel it in your chest.
Yeah, exactly. But it's so hard to replicate on a simulator unless you have a space like that big.
I want to see that. That's cool.
Even I've not seen this one.
Oh, it's you.
If you see it, then you've seen it at the same time as me.
They were saying that this building was used in a lot of Star Wars.
Star Wars.
Fast
and Furious.
Yeah.
You never realize, but then when you actually see a freeze frame of it,
you're like, wait.
Like, because they were CGI'd and whatever. Pretty sick. Tarkov place.
Yeah,
let's get Tarkov. Come on, Joe.
Your chariot. Mike, in the same sims you're in earlier.
Oh god, I'm in this one again?
Yeah.
This one is tense.
Oh, why did you get the
Yeah, that's right. Shoes are nice.
These?
Yeah. Look good. Yeah, completely different.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, it's one shot qualifying. So you have one lap.
Yeah, I'm screwed.
You know where to go. What track did you do earlier?
I was doing this one.
Oh, you really?
I did this one earlier.
Are you about to go? Bro, I was watching you. Messed up. Oh, I got a warning already. I think you're better on this one than you are on the other one.
Okay, stop talking to me. I'm going off the track, man. Please. Yeah, you're catching up slowly.
I have to turn like 180 degrees.
I'm tired. I got a harder setup. And I'm still winning.
Briefly.
You let me win. Thank you.
No, I didn't.
Thank you.
I didn't.
Oh my god, that was so hard. Dude, this setup, this wheel, it's so intense. Jesus.
Alrighty, so we come together finally for your win. Because Shroud definitely just beat me fair and square.
Fair and square.
I got a few gifts for him, a little hat, and McLaren Sports Team hoodie. But this is obviously all thanks to Logitech G.
Well, I also have a few gifts for you.
Thank you.
You know what this is?
Does it help me
play better?
Play much better.
Oh, this for sure. Here you go.
Thank you very much. Pleasure doing business.
Yeah, easy. I gotta sign that stuff. If you want it. You want my signature?
If it goes up in price, I'll have it.
It might go down in price.
Legend behavior, legend behavior, locked in. Y'all know what time it is. Locked in. Play. I make the rules, rack up the jewels, make it look smooth. You know how I do. Running this kingdom. Wish you could be. Better look up, cause that's where you see it. Give me the crown now. Cause I own the throne now. I hold the scroll now. I'm in control now. Ruling the game. I'm ruling the game. Always like that. Ruling the game.
What's that saying? if you have everything under control, you're just not going fast enough. Speed is a peculiar thing. The more you go looking for it, the more it starts to chase you. At least, that's how it always felt to me. I've raced on slopes, tuned motorcycles, flown drones, chased cars and dreams. We all want to be a champion. But at some point we discover that life is a race itself. Perfect starts, reaction times, pit stops, teamwork, overtaking and lap times. Our dreams still exist. You can be a champion. So when speed finally catches up to you, speed better be ready.
Let's get into it. Look at them almost touching, bumper to bumper. Is there a moment of magic here? We have some synchronized drifting. It certainly looks cool, but unfortunately it is not far. They're all very, very close. Some contact there between cars. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the final race. Stefano, the young pretender, tried an audacious lunge through the inside of turn one.
A new challenger this time, though, is Lando Norris. Is a bit more work
enough to just hold on to a top five. Wow, breathtaking stuff. I'm expecting to see fireworks here.
And welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the Logitech McLaren G Challenge 2022 Grand Finals. 3 regions have already claimed their victor, and now 1 region remains. It's time to go to North America to see who is going to top things out there and claim their own personal victory for the region. My name is John Mullen. Joining me here on the broadcast once again is going to be someone who the sim racing community is going to be very familiar with. Luke, how are you doing today?
Doing wonderfully well, mate. I was there when North America started in 2019. It was the last region we added to the Logitech McLaren G Challenge, and it's probably, in terms of talent, the one that's grown the most. Emea has always been the strongest in terms of pace, and we know that there's like 4 million drivers in Emea, but North America has just grown so massively and so rapidly over the last few years. This is going to be really exciting.
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at our format one final time and see what exactly the stakes are and what exactly the rules are for today's races. 3 races, as usual, here for the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. It's going to be played in ACC, of course. We'll have 10 minutes to qualify, 20 minutes inside of the race itself. We'll be starting out on Mizano, moving over to Brands Hatch for race number 2, and then finally end things on the Hungaroring. But you may be noting there as well, underneath the race text as well, we're going to be changing up cars in between each race. Starting out with the GT4, the 570S for race number 1, then moving into the GT3s, the older 650S for race number 2, and then finally ending it all with the 720S on the Hungaroring. Plenty of prize to be gained also.
Oh, absolutely. $10,000 if you pick up first place here. Second place is $6,000. Then third will get $3 grand. Fourth place $1,000, and then the fifth through to 8th all get $750. And then 9th through to 16th get $250. So just making it to this point, you are going to cash out, but you need that P1. 10 grand. Ooh.
absolutely the case. And just a few days back, we already dished out one of those $10,000 prizes to a very lucky winner over in Latin America, as we had quite a bit of a festive affair going down over there as they raced the same 3 tracks in the same exact format. We've got some highlights to break things down. So Luke, why don't you take us through the festivities from a few days back?
Yeah, we might get a little bit of a clue as to how things are going to go down in the North America region. Well, we could tell from the start that this championship was going to be hotly contested, as it was already 3 wide in turn 3, lap 1. Last year's champion Igor Rodriguez, Renato Dornales and Fidel Moreira, with Moreira coming out on top, and then was given a free chance to run away as Rodriguez and Dornales went side by side for about 4 minutes. It was just ridiculous. They got themselves a nice gap to work with for P2 and P3, but they ultimately let Moreira drive off into the distance. You can see this very respectful racing, a little bit of door banging between the two of them, but you just couldn't separate them. It was exceptional from start to finish. They ultimately did let the 4th car drive, almost catch up there, but it was just never going to be enough. But it was just battles all over the shop. This was for P12, and it was just so hotly contested throughout the whole competition, especially at the start at Mizano. So yeah, for P12, no points on the offering, they were still going at it. But it was indeed Moreira that picked up the first race victory, which was a little bit of a surprise. Wasn't one of the favourites coming into the championship, but it doesn't matter what's written on paper, does it, before a championship's done? It's all about getting that result in the race. Here is the close-up then of Moreira. So he takes race 1. Once the 2 drivers behind did indeed figure themselves out, they did catch up. But now we go to Brands Hatch, and this is where the Inostroza show indeed began. He was pole and leads into lap number 1, turn at number 1. We then see Vinny Oliveira in 9th. He got caught by Renato Dornales. Vinny makes a little bit of an error here through Graham Hill, and that was enough. There didn't need to be 2 invitations to the party here for Dornales. He did indeed make the overtake, gains a spot in turn 4, and it was beautiful. Now we head for the battle for 5th position. Alvarado, he had a real pucker-up moment here as he just managed to get on the brakes with a little bit of grass there. There we go, there's a slide to the rear left, and then just tries to defend it a little bit too late there. Ultimately, a little bit of contact between the 2 cars, and then lost out 3 positions in the blink of an eye. But as we head up towards the end of the race, it was Inostroza that took his first race victory of the day in race number 2, and setting himself up for the final race. It was at the Hungaroring, and oh, it was wetter than an otter's pocket, ladies and gentlemen. And well, as we headed down in towards turn number 1, it was Moreira and it was Inostroza heading down to duke it out, 2 race winners, but nope, it wasn't going to work out as Felipe gives Moreira an assist, sends him off the track, then a cluster happens in behind, and Inostroza was basically given a free pass here. It was be consistent, get yourself sorted, you're going to become a Logitech McLaren G Challenge champion. What was happening behind him? Well, it was like the end scene of Endgame, the Marvel film. It was just mistakes aplenty, people running wide, contact with each other. It was just treacherous conditions. It definitely caught a lot of drivers out. A few drivers would have picked a very safe setup, maybe preempting this to happen. Other drivers have gone aggressive, hoping it was going to be dry. One driver that just didn't worry at all. There's a back marker in front of him. Inostroza picked up his 2nd victory out of the 3 races. He does become the first ever Chilean Logitech McLaren G Challenge champion. Picks up 10 grand in the process.
Alongside that, of course, you can see the rest of our podium. Fidel Moreira taking home $6,000 for his effort, and Rodriguez as well, $3,000. Sylvia also taking home the $1,000 from fourth place as we move outside of the podium, and Dornales with $750 for 5th place. Aside from that, though, folks, it is time now to focus things up for North America, as we have, like we said before, just this one final region to finish up, and that will do it for the 2022 season of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. North America, as you said, is a region that's been growing quite a bit, and that means we have quite a few contenders on the field here today, isn't that right?
Yeah, we certainly do. Again, it's a chance for someone to become a 2-time champion. We've seen it before with Christian Wiggins from the North America region. This is when we were back on Project Cars 2 for a couple of seasons in a row. But we have Philippe Simard, who won the Sports Car Challenge on ACC last time out and has an opportunity to do so. But there is Ryan Yee, who has been the standout driver throughout the qualifying process. I'm excited to see this battle go down.
All right, well, here is going to be our first track they'll be heading on to. Of course, Mizano once again, and the point breakdown along with it.
Yeah, absolutely. P1 gets 20 points. If you win all 3 races like Dara McCormack, you get 60. It's and you win. It's pretty simple. Win all the races, win the championship. Second place gets 15 points. The difference in 5 points there. I'm just doing basic maths at this point for everybody at home. You won't get that during the race. Don't worry about that. Third place gets 11 points. We've got 4th place 9. 5th place gets 7, and it's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Down to 10th position. So 16 drivers, only top 10 score points.
Aside from that, of course, we'll be going on to Mizano itself. Talking a little bit more about Mizano, you mentioned this before. This is where our drivers, and especially when we consider the fact that we're going to be on the GT4 car for this one, we're going to have the most opportunities to have overtakes, correct?
Yeah, 100%. They're like little sheds on wheels compared to GT3 cars. they make a big old hole in the air. They don't have a lot of error as well, so the grip is minimal through the corner. So if you can send one up the inside of somebody and force them into a mistake, you're more than likely going to make that position stick. But the track is wide. You can make mistakes and get away with it, so people will be taking more chances. The cars are the defining factor here. GT4 cars, it should be great fun.
We're going to be getting ourselves into qualification in just a second or two, folks. Time to see who exactly tops out that qualification run as we're into it now. And you can see our North American drivers getting their first run around Mizano as they get things started here for qualification. Just like over in Emea, we had a chance to catch up with some of our split winners during the course of qualification. So I believe we're going to be catching up with one of them right now and seeing how they were getting ready for today's festivities.
Hi, my name is Michael Kondaxioglu. I'm from Toronto, Canada, and I race for FFS Racing and Burst Esport on Assetto Corsa Competizione. I've been into racing games for, as long as I can remember, but my first competitive online racing experience would have been in the original Assetto Corsa game back in 2019, where I raced in the Assetto Corsa Racing League alongside some other competitors who are also currently in the G Challenge Championship. The Logitech G Challenge qualifying experience was super fun with varying formats, vehicles, tracks, and of course the varying weather. There were a lot of variables which made for some very interesting races. The competition started out not too difficult at the beginning, but of course it grew exponentially for every round of the event, which is exactly what you would expect for this kind of knockout style series. The skill level definitely peaked in the last race, which was very tough, with some great drivers and some fellow SRO competitors. Luckily enough for me, the final race didn't involve any major highlights, but yeah, I was able to lead the race from the green flag to the checker. But during that entire time, the battle for 2nd through 4th right behind me was fierce for the entire race. So I was able to get out front at the beginning of the race and put in as many consistent laps as I could, and that was enough to secure the win. For the regional grand finals, I think my game plan is just going to be, being as consistent as I possibly can, and just give it my all. It's going to take some really clean, fast driving, and everything I can to win those finals. But I'm gunning for that top spot, and I'm going to do everything I can to get there. I think the best piece of advice that I can give to people who are starting out in sim racing is to just focus on staying, as clean as possible. The pace will always come with practice. Everyone can drive fast with enough time invested, but not everyone can be smart and avoid trouble all the time. So that's the best thing you can focus on early in your career. Sim rigs add a lot of immersion to the racing experience, and that's important for improving your consistency specifically. And while it's not impossible to be fast on poor equipment, it makes it a lot easier to have the good equipment to put in those fast laps consistently and be clean. So that's kind of the major benefit of having a sim rig. If I win the grand prize, I'm very excited to try the new direct drive technology from Logitech, and with the money, I think that would probably go towards upgrading my PC.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so there you hear it from the man himself, Michael K, currently in 3rd place for qualification here, about halfway through it as well. Definitely going to be one of the players we'll be highlighting quite a bit here today. He's been amongst a lot of the other drivers. He was named as one of the most competitive alongside some of our other competitors, like once again Ryan Yee, another one that we'd seen named up quite a bit when we asked all of our drivers here today who they were kind of most worried about going up against in a head-to-head race.
Yeah, Kondaxioglu came 2nd last year, so definitely someone to be looking out for. I've got some nice stats here. So Mohammed Alif is actually an APAC previous champion. So he could be the first person to ever win 2 different regions, which is pretty hard to do, right? You've got to move to a different continent to do that. So that's an impressive stat there. Yeah, he managed to win the APAC championship in 2019, headed to Vegas for the global finals as well. He took all his family as well. Really, really nice chap, actually. And we've also got Brandon Hawkin, who won the open wheel North America G Challenge last year. So he's got a chance of winning across 2 different disciplines, which is mind-blowing. Philippe Simard, he won the sports car, the ACC Challenge last time out as well. And then you've got to factor in that Ryan Yee has probably been the standout driver. But all of a sudden, do you know what? I would not have put Mohammed Alif as a favourite on ACC with the level of talent here, but that lap time is exceptional. A 42.092, that is a very good lap time, and I'm not sure that gets beaten.
We'll have to wait and see, of course. We still have about 3 to 4 laps worth of time left for our drivers to try and work a better time in there to see if they can bump him out of pole position, but he may be setting the standards right from the beginning of this one, besting out even, once again, our runner-up and champion ultimately from last year. Some other drivers to highlight here over the course of the qualification. Ryan Woodrow is one that I'm going to be paying attention to, as he has a lot of experience driving specifically in these sort of single car events where they're all driving an equal car. Essentially, you have like Lamborghini's The Real Race, things like that as well. So he has had 5 separate events that he's participated in those style, where he's managed to place top 6 or better. So quite a bit of pedigree there, and we'll have to see if he's going to be able to echo that through. The fact that we are changing cars, though, in between each track may present a little bit more of a challenge for him today. So I'm kind of curious to see how he adapts to that newer environment.
Yeah, and I think that suits people like Brandon Hawkin, of course, who won, like I said, open wheel last time. Now he's in a tin top car. Like, he's good across multiple disciplines to qualify for this, and also won a championship within the G Challenge. Let's mention there's so many drivers that are back for another season here. So obviously Mohammed Alif, we know he's won a G Challenge. He's been here from 2019. He always has made a streamed final in the G Challenge in the APAC region. As the champion from last season now arrives, Philippe Simard has just put in a 42.077. He's a returner. He's obviously the defending champion. Kundakcioglu, second last season. He's back for another year. Merrick Levesque, he's back for another year. Josh McKean, back for another year. Brandon Hawkin, back for another year. New name to the list, though. We've got Lim Snuken. I've never seen that name in this championship. Moaning, also a new driver. Ryan Yee's back. Peter O'Brien back. Ryan Walker back. Quinn Smith, not seen Quinn Smith. Alu Gobi, she is back for another season. And Timothy Flamager is a new driver. Ryan Woodrow, as you just mentioned, has gone up into P4. Merrick Levesque into P5. But it is Philippe, the Canadian, Philippe Simard, who is the driver to beat.
Overall, it's just a lot of Canadians overall kind of dominating the playing field here for North America. Plenty of U.S. representation as well. Definitely quite a bit of Canadian pride showing today among the overall field that we have from our 16 drivers. Coming down to the final few minutes of qualification, we'll see once again if Alif was able to increase his already very impressive time of that 1:42, but just barely being passed by about 0.02 of a second over Philippe Simard here. Still some opportunities to get past that, but Michael Kay also going to be hungry to try and see if he can potentially breach into those top 2 starting positions.
Yeah, this is some battle here. I didn't think that Alif's time could be beaten, and it's been beaten barely, but it has been beaten all the same. And what a storyline this is. A potential 2-time champion in the same discipline, or a potential 2-time champion for different regions. Like, that is a storyline I like. This is champion versus champion. Who's the best champion? Ryan Woodrow, looks like he's just yellow flagged. That means he's gone off circuit somewhere. Currently in P4. Kundakcioglu is, not far away at all right now. Is he half a tenth behind? So if you can find a little bit of improvement. Actually, you know what? I thought that the Emea region was going to be close and fun. It's
looking like NA.
This has got the potential, and they've stolen the show a couple of times. That last year specifically was stock car because, well, America, yeehaw. They love a stock car challenge, right? They love NASCAR. Are we going to see this in the sports car? They have improved vastly as a region. Again, I don't want to do them a disservice. I'm not trying to say they're rubbish or anything like that. But they have been the most improved region over the last few years. Are we about to see North America still the show? I hope so.
Speaking of NASCAR, we actually had a Lugo. We just to talk a little bit more about our drivers while we're still in qualification. She was actually at the Pennzoil 400 here in Las Vegas just a few weeks ago, racing in a female series as well. I don't think she was able to have too high of a placement finish there, but she did manage to qualify for that, so big congratulations to her. Just highlighting the achievements we've seen some of our drivers reach towards recently. And once again, Ryan Yee as well, who was also named as one of the highest competitors inside of this lobby, currently only qualifying at 10th at the moment here and in the pits as well, so not going to be making another run from the looks of things. We'll have to see how he's going to be trying to improve that now when we get into the actual race.
Oh, Kundakcioglu. It's going to be the battle between Simard and Kundakcioglu for a second season in a row, I think. But still, just shy of 200ths of a second separating our top three. Absolutely nothing. Woodrow still in fourth. Ryan Yee and Levesque, those two were the stands out in terms of qualifying each and every time. Simard is done. He's in the pits. He will not be able to improve on his time. Is it good enough for a pole position? Woodrow's done. McKean's done. O'Brien now done. We've got Lim Snookan done. Moaning, Yee, Flamager, all done. They're in the pits. And we've got Alu Gobi in the pits as well. Only 15 drivers. So we're missing one driver here. We have to think. That's Danny Engels, isn't it? Danny Engels.
Yeah, it is.
So he's been involved in sim racing before we even had electricity. He's that old, but he's yeah, not in the championship. So, well, shout out to you, Danny. It was good to see you qualify for this. I was looking forward to seeing you race, but that's not ideal.
We'll have to see what ended up occurring with that one. But either way, last few times starting to work in as we see Levesque getting his, see if he can improve on that P5 start that he's currently looking towards. But as he comes across the line, it is looking like not unfortunately going to be able to improve on
1/10 though.
Yeah.
It's exactly 1/10 separating our top five. This has all the potential. This has all the hallmarks of an absolute smoke show of a race. I think Kundakcioglu is still out there on circuit. So is Mohammed Alif. They did cross the line before the zero hit. There we go. Well, we're on board now with Walker. Ryan Walker down in P13. Needs to find some improvement here for sure. But again, it's less than, well, it's about 0.8 of a second separating the whole grid, which is a lot shorter than it was when it was the Emea region. So this is going to be special. I can see it right now. Kundakcioglu, well, he goes and takes pole right at the death, and I'm not sure anybody can respond. He can't. It's pole position then for Kundakcioglu. The runner-up last season. He's runner-up to Simard. They've had battles over the years, and it was a really nice interview sequence between the both of them. And normally it's Kundakcioglu who's came out on top, so Simard finally beat him. Kundakcioglu's out for blood. He is out for. He's here. He's ready. Pole position. Oh, here we go.
Looking for revenge very quickly. Of course, Philippe Simard going to be trying to overtake that very, very fast. As he'll be directly behind him inside of P2. We've got the GT4s. We've got the better track here as well to race on for Mizano. So expect a whole explosive affair to occur.
You just hurt the feelings of Brands Hatch, by the way, and Hungaroring. You've got the better track. Oh,
for overtaking.
Those poor tracks.
Yeah. But we'll have to see how that all evolves once we get ourselves into the race, which should be happening in just a few moments, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get our starting grid so you guys can once again see exactly what the lineup will look like. But aside from that, it is nearly race time.
It certainly is, and it is two champions, one from a different region, one with the Sports Car Challenge, and they are second and third, and there's a potential new champion set up absolutely perfectly.
Not to mention, again, all the contenders we have in the midfield as well. There's still certainly some capabilities for a lot of those names to make a reach and potentially end up pushing their way forward as well, and continuing to do so as we move into tracks number 2 and 3, and the conditions will continue to change up as well, which is going to bring out hopefully a little bit more strength from some of our drivers that just maybe are not going to be able to find it here on this first race, but we'll have to wait and see. We have the breakdowns one final time. Here's going to be the points one more time. Luke, why don't you go ahead and break it down for us?
Yeah, so 20 points for P1. You gain 5 more points than second place, who gets 15. 11 points for third, 9 for fourth. Fifth position, it is 7, and it's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 from 6th down to 10th place. Out of the 15 drivers, we will have only 10 people score points. John, take us through the grid.
All right, so your starting grid, ladies and gentlemen, in pole position is Michael Kundakcioglu. Philippe Simard takes position 2. Our Mohammed Alif will be in our 3rd place start. Ryan Woodrow moves up in 4th. Merrick Levesque takes 5th. Josh McKean in 6th. Peter O'Brien in 7th. Brandon Hawken in 8th. For 9th and 10th, we have Tyler Limsnukin as well as Michael Moaning. Ryan Yee in 11th. Timothy Flamager in 12th. 13th and 14th will be held by Ryan Walker and Quinn Smith, respectively. And then finally, for our back 2 positions, it is going to be Alu Gobi and Danny Engels. So, ladies and gentlemen, with the starting grid out of the way, it's now a question of what exactly are we going to see in this race? Will it be outright chaos with the qualification being so close, even within our top 10 or so? Or will we see, once again, just like we had back in EMEA, outright dominance from the front runners? That's a big question as we get ready to head into race number 1.
We've had 9 races so far in our Logitech McLaren G Challenge. Finals are 22. I know we're in 23, but it's 22. And we've seen one race where it started out as a bit of a mess. That was a LATAM final race, but that was very wet. So I'm expecting this to be nice and clean, but who knows? Here we go. It is time for race 1 of the North America leg of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge Finals. We've got Kundakcioglu P2 last season in the North America Championship. Philippe Simard, the winner, the reigning champion, trying to defend his crown. And Mohamed Alif P3, winner from 2019 in the APAC region, a chance to become the first person to ever win across 2 different regions. We are Green Light Racing, 20 minutes to go in this race, and it's a wonderful start then from Kundakcioglu. Simard trying to go around the outside by breaking a bit late. He's run wide though, and maybe an opportunity for Mohamed Alif. I'm not sure that's going to work out, but the lead car is Kundakcioglu. It's a great start, and well, if you want to atone for coming second last time round, this is the best way of doing it.
Oh! The push coming back off. Levesque is going to become the victim of that as he gets swiped to the side, but able to maintain slight positioning, still stays in the race. However, going to get bumped back there behind Alif as he continues to try and maintain.
Oh, Levesque there nearly sends everybody round, and ultimately he was the one that lost the most time. So Karma producing itself there perfectly well, and Levesque really has got to thank his lucky stars that he's still in this race. Levesque though under some pressure from O'Brien. I think O'Brien looking to get into a top 5. Ryan Woodrow, by the way, has made a move on Mohamed Alif, so now up to a top 3 for Woodrow, and that's given the opportunity then for the front 2 to get away. And Kundakcioglu has got a 1.3 second advantage here, starting very strongly indeed.
Ryan Woodrow continuing to show his pedigree inside of single car events and has been able to echo that through, like we said before, has had some great results in the past at events much like the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. His Lamborghini's the real race in the Ferrari Vela series as well, where he's been able to make some decent results inside of the top 6 there in the past. He's going to be looking for another decent finish here today in the 2022 season of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge as he continues to maintain that P3, but Alif right on his tail looking to steal it back from him if he's given an opportunity.
Yeah, Woodrow's one of those drivers that's just kind of just below the elite level, I would say. Not quite yet made that step up. Like the likes of Kundakcioglu, Simard have come over to the European racing leagues or in the SRO series, and they've really performed to that elite level. And Woodrow is one result away from really reaching that level. And you know, he's done a great job so far to be mixing it with the likes of Mohamed Alif, the likes of Simard and Kundakcioglu. This is a massive feather in his cap, and a lot stronger performance than last year as well. So this is really good to see. Big mistake there actually as well as McKean looking to try and get involved with Hawkins. Hawkins just ran completely off there. He's not really used to cars without a lot of grip. He's a bit of an open wheel specialist. In the IR01 last season we were using for the open wheel championship. That's got a lot of horsepower, a lot of downforce. This car has got neither of those.
It's going to present some issues for him as he gets used to that over these first few laps, but Woodrow once again trying to fend off Alif as he goes towards the inside to overtake him. It's going to be neck and neck as they come out from it. Woodrow still with the better exit, retakes his frontward position and maintains P3, but oh no, Alif coming back in, brakes late, a little bit of contact there as Woodrow hits off on the back end of Alif coming out of the turn. Who will end up holding on to it? Is Woodrow going to lose this position finally, or does Alif once again fall behind? No, Woodrow still takes it, just barely though, as they're side by side coming down the straight.
Yeah, Mohamed Alif there, that was a little bit overzealous for me, and Ryan Woodrow, rightly so, has regained that position, and actually they've both put themselves under pressure here from Merrick Levesque. Levesque's going to come through, and we're still not done here, so Mohamed Alif still trying to hold on, but as they head down towards the hairpin, in towards the final complex of corners, I think Levesque's going to have this done. He gets across to try and stop any advancements from Alif, and he does, so there we go. It goes from one potential move being made on Woodrow to then Mohamed Alif dropping a couple of spots there. Woodrow will have every reason to be pretty angry with that happening. Now, he's kept hold of third place, but he's lost a fair chunk of time to P2.
To focus up on that now as Merrick Levesque is also going to be trying to enclose on Ryan Woodrow himself. So Woodrow not even out of the hot seat necessarily just yet. And we even have O'Brien putting additional pressure on Alif, so Alif's job also not done. Neck and neck all across the board in nearby positions here as everyone is fighting for every single inch on the track right now.
Yeah, 100%. This is very close, isn't it? The battle between third all the way down to, how far are we going here? Down to 14th really. It's only Ryan Yee, unfortunately, I think might be out of this race here, the way the timing's sorted out. I think he's in the pits. So Ryan Yee, unfortunately, not going to be doing any more laps in this race, but it is very hotly contested. Kundakcioglu is kind of driven away. Simard's got a bit of breathing room to work with as well. It's very similar to what happened last season. Alu Gobi was battling for the championship last season as well, so Alu Gobi may be struggling a little bit today, but I'm sure we're going to see some performances from her moving forward. But yeah, the day really belonging to Kundakcioglu right now, who at the end of the qualifying session put a sensational lap time in when no one could respond, took pole position, and has not looked back since.
Gobi not necessarily too bad of a run so far, considering if I remember correctly, she started all the way down in 15th starting place. So she's already been able to move up by 4 positions. Keep an eye on that and see if she's able to gain anything more, get into the points, as it were, inside of the top 10 as we get towards the later portions of the race. Only 1/4 of the way into it as well, so plenty of time for all of our drivers to make up positions and gain them later on here. Levesque and overall the mid-pack continuing to fight things out between third as well as going all the way down to 11th positions. They are very close, neck and neck range within each other.
Yeah, look how close they are. This is ridiculous, isn't it? Look at this. You've got Woodrow just ahead of Levesque. These two have been battling out during the qualifying phases quite a lot. Philip Simard, by the way, just put the fastest lap of the race in. You can see that by the purple stopwatch to the left-hand side of their name if you're tuning in for the first time. Mohammed Alif will be looking for Levesque and potentially Woodrow to start having a bit of a battle here so he can make some overtakes himself. He's got a bit of a gap then to O'Brien just in behind. Brandon Hawkin in a top 7 as it stands. McKean is in 8th spot. See Levesque there under some severe pressure. Moaning, and then we've got Lim Snooken as your top 10. That's where the points are. Anyone outside of those top 10 will not score points. Do you know what? I think Ryan Yee is in this race, you know, because his time has come down from 28.4 to 27.2. So, yeah, Ryan Yee is still in this. He's just a fair chunk of change backwards.
Be seeing any huge gains made by him, more than likely just going to have to contend with what he's been dealt with. But as for the mid-pack and even part of the backpack as well, things are very much alive and well with how close the distance is between nearly every single driver on the track. Ryan Woodrow, some serious makeup work to do between him and Philippe Simard, as there is a big gap between our 2nd and 3rd place racers at this point. But aside from that, everything else is staying very close to the chest as you look down the rest of that timing tower there. The rest of our racers, though, no one trying to make any moves at this phase of the race. Distance is still a little bit too far for that one. As we come around, however, we start to change up as we move into the more complex portions on the back end of the track.
Philip Simard starting to... Oh, Lim Snooken. Just letting Moaning know, yeah, I'm here. I could have given him a wave or a flash of the lights, but no. Decided to tap him from the rear. And yeah, I think Moaning knows you're there. It's all good. It's fine. I guess there's no love lost in war. They've lost a little bit of time, but nothing more than that. I think, to be fair, Lim Snooker did just get on the brakes and go, look, you can have this position. It was almost Alu Gobi's demise there. Nearly went in through the back of all of them. But as it stands, it's all still pretty good. Simard, though, flying. Simard has now closed that gap down from 1.8 to 1.3, although it is indeed sort of moving up and down. I'm not sure. It looked visually a lot smaller, and it's, again, 1.3 right now. A Leaf looking to make Levesque run into a mistake. Woodrow's kind of got a little bit of breathing room, not a lot. He'll be wanting to try and move towards Simard, but Simard looks like he's the driver that's absolutely flying right now. But as it stands, we're heading up towards the halfway point in this race. It's settled into a nice little rhythm, but we are seeing people take a few chances.
Absolutely. We just saw Josh McKean overtake Brandon Hawken for P7 as he claims that away from him, but otherwise no one able to capitalize on any overtake opportunities just as of yet here. It's been very quiet along the track, and once again, just like our EMEA races, very respectful so far. No one trying to cut any other drivers off too much ever since that first lap or two had transpired.
It's even like Lim Snooken is just it's like, almost like giving the coach little tap. Like, go out there and do your best.
Go get him, go get him.
Yeah, go get him. Little tap there to Moaning. I go, yeah, you can do it. So that's really the only bit of argy-bargy we've seen, and it was dealt with very, very nicely indeed. We are now on board with Simard again, closing in. The closer he gets to Kondakcioglu, he'll start getting to the slipstream help as well, which will obviously make the job a little bit easier to catch up. But Kondakcioglu just keeping Simard at an arm's length right now, saying, you know what, if you want to win 2 championships, you've got to come out and beat me. You've got to come out and actually make that overtake, and I'm not sure it's going to be possible here. Kondakcioglu looking really good. We'll go a bit further back then. There's Moaning, sliding around that final corner, still managing to keep enough momentum to keep Brandon Hawkin honest. Brandon Hawkin may be one of the nicest people in the world. Celebrated last year by making sure his gran knew all about the championship. Spends a lot of time with his gran. She's his biggest fan after winning the Open Wheel G Challenge. So yeah, good to see Brandon Hawkin taking part in this. Again, it's not his strength, this sim, at all, but to still be able to compete at this level across multiple sims, multiple disciplines, just being here, that is exceptional.
Maintaining that decent midfield positioning as he also fends off the pressure from Moaning here. Has been certainly looking for an opportunity to get a pass if it's going to present itself, but this has not been able to grab it as of yet here. Once again, still staying clean on the track here. So all of our drivers wait for the opportunity coming up around the corners here. We may find it over the next few turns as we approach, once again, that chicane. Maybe an opportunity here for our drivers to potentially make a forward impact.
Yeah, it seems like it's a real struggle to get your car alongside and make an overtake. If you're taking a tight line, it's with no downforce in this car, it's so difficult to get power through the car and not light up those rear wheels. So yeah, it's difficult stations indeed. Qualifying being absolutely key. We saw that with every region so far. And the cleanliness of the races means that people aren't making up positions from people making mistakes. It's just been that good. Levesque now in behind Woodrow. This is now a battle for that podium. Woodrow, who did have a bit of breathing room to work with, no longer has that. And then you've got just in behind Mohamed Alif. He'll be waiting to pick up any potential pieces that these two leave. This could get very spicy.
But continuing to keep the pressure onto Woodrow as well. Woodrow having a sub-optimal exit for one of the turns, just a few back, leaves that potential gap open for Levesque now, and he's going to try and close it if the opportunity presents itself. Coming back around once again, going to be entering into Parko and seeing if he can have that overtake opportunity present itself. Unfortunately, just too varied here to get them around that curvature. Not going to find the opportunity just yet as the race again stays stagnant right now. No one finding any sort of real opportunities, but the pressure is certainly still on. One slip up from Levesque here could mean he will lose that P4 he's been holding on to for quite a while now.
Yeah, P1, P2, this level's too strong for anyone outside of those top two positions to be expecting them to catch them. Like, they're going to make a mistake to get P1 or P2 right now. So Woodrow, Levesque, Alif, they've got to just sort of almost throw it away and go, do you know what? Unless they make a huge error at the front or they start battling for position, which I'm not sure is likely to happen, although the way Simart's catching up, maybe it is a possibility. It's more worried about, let's make sure we get P3. So Woodrow's in that key position. He's starting, you can tell that he's getting nervous because the gap has increasingly come down. No, decrease for sure. So Levesque then looking to try and pile enough pressure onto Woodrow. And Mohamed Alif will look to be, we've already seen him be aggressive with a bit of contact earlier on. He will look to pick up those pieces. As it stands, Simard, I think he's about to do the next fastest lap of the race because he is flying. It was 1 second, which is the shortest gap we have seen. These three are separated by absolutely nothing. It's all about whether Woodrow can keep his cool.
Time is shrinking as well between Simard and Kundaksioglu, down to only about a second advantage now for Michael Kay as he continues to maintain pole, but it's a far cry from what was about a 2 to 3 second lead a few laps prior, so Philip Simard certainly keeping up pacing and going to try and challenge now as Alif once more still right on the tail of Levesque, looking for that opportunity to pass, but as you can see, just about 1 car length away, has not been able to find it. Levesque similarly also still chasing down Woodrow. We've got some action going on in the midfield. Brandon Hawken getting the pass off against Michael Moning, still very close though, as Moning's going to go for a retake around the bend, is able to get it, but is it just for a split second or does he maintain? It looks like indeed he'll lock in that positioning as they file in line once more.
Yeah, Lim Snooker trying to get involved here as well, up the inside of Brandon Hawken. Hawken going to use every ounce of his experience to hold on to that spot. Just about does so by the looks of things there. And now, all of a sudden, Alu Gobi, who has a rich history in this competition, starting to get a little bit fruity here, looking to try and get into that top 10 and score some points.
Very close to it. Just one more pass against Lim Snookin. Will be able to overtake for it. Oh, very close here around the bend as once again Woodrow gets the pass forward against Levesque. Finally some action occurring between P3 and P4. Once more, Woodrow still able to maintain his top 3 finish here as he fends off another advancement from Levesque.
And we've got O'Brien and McKean looking to get involved, making a 5-way battle for that podium position. Woodrow just about holding firm. We're heading towards the final quarter of this race. Can Woodrow keep them at bay? I'm not sure he can. I think Levesque might have the pace here, and if he does get ahead, might be able to, with a bit of clear track, run away. Simard now under a second behind Kundakcioglu. Are we going to see a nice battle between those two? Will O'Brien and McKean catch up? I think if these three go side by side one more time, there's every opportunity for that to happen. It's a really good exit here from Levesque, but Woodrow is still going to hold firm. The start-finish rate just isn't long enough. Turn 1 is a little bit too quick to really make any moves. You can set it up for turn 2 and potentially turn number 3, but really it's all about the middle and the final sector if you want to make an overtake. Woodrow still holding firm.
Continuing to maintain that P3 spot that he's held on to and maintain the defense against Levesque for quite a bit of this race now. So he's going to be able to hold it one final time. Levesque choosing not to try and advance forward as they move into Rio and around the bend further up onto one of the more longer straights of this track.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, Levesque not quite getting the good exit he wants. This is a really good overtaking opportunity down here. It's the longest straight. This is where you indeed have the highest speed. As we head down in towards the braking zone, it's a little mistake there again from Levesque. He closes up under braking but runs a little bit wide, so the gap then increases once again. The concertina effect taking place. McKean just in behind O'Brien. McKean, you've got to be patient here. You cannot try and force a move. You've got to try and work with O'Brien and then look to take him on with the last couple of laps. Try and get into that battle ahead. One position, maybe, that would be great, but there's a potential here for a podium. 3, 4, 5 positions in the offering, so just be patient. The three in front of you are going to battle, that is for sure. Simard has hit a bit of a brick wall here. It's almost like he's got as close as he possibly can, and he's not able to get any closer. Kondakcioglu still leads Simard about a second behind.
Stuck inside of that 1 second lead, unfortunately. No advancement being made by Philippe Simard, quickly running out of time to find the pacing in order to close that gap between himself and Michael Kay as well. Meanwhile, positions 9 and 10 have been exchanged quite a few times here. Limstock, unfortunately, becoming the victim of that as he is pushed back to the very depths of point gains on this race. Brandon Hawken takes P9 away from him, and as we can see, has gained quite a bit since then. Alu Gobi now going to begin to pressure Limstock himself. There's a good possibility that Alu able to get herself into the points and knock Tyler out of them entirely with one more overtake here.
You have to. You have to take an opportunity here. If you score any 0 points in any race, you aren't winning this championship. I'm telling you that now. So you have to at least try and get yourself a score on the board. So I'm expecting Alu Gobi to make a move here very quickly indeed. Simard has started to close back up then, so 0.8 of a second now, the gap between the two of them in that slipstream, so that should come down a little bit more. Kondakcioglu and Simard have been in this position with each other many a time before. Don't expect there to be a mistake from Kondakcioglu. As I say that, he does run wide. Simard will be sensing there is a potential opportunity. When you've been there and done it, when you've got that championship under your belt, the second one becomes very easy to do. Compared to the first time. Kondakcioglu hasn't managed to get a G Challenge trophy or a P1 at least, so that's what Simard's got to lean on here, John. He's got to go, do you know what? I'm going to make you work for this. If you really want to win this, you've got to be on your absolute A game. I know I'm capable of winning it. Are you sure you can win this?
That's the question being asked of him right now as we enter the final few laps of contention here. 3 minutes to go for all of our drivers, even beyond the top two as well. Woodrow, Levesque, as well as Alif, still neck and neck behind each other. Only about 0.4 of a second separating each and every one of them. No one has been able to successfully steal positioning over the course of this race, but they have maintained pacing all throughout the previous 9 laps and are more likely to continue to do so over the next 3 minutes here. Does Woodrow finally yield room to Levesque? That's the big question now as we come back around over towards turn 1 yet again.
This is a really good performance from Woodrow. 4th on the grid, gained that 1 position into a podium spot and hasn't really looked back since. As we see in the background, McKean and O'Brien, these two have been battling it out, and it's at this point now where McKean's got to make a decision, right? Because the group in front are starting to get away. He wants some clear track, and as we head then through the first sector, it's just about done as we see Leaf then maybe looking to make a move as well. O'Brien's just about going to hold firm. There's moves being made aplenty absolutely everywhere. There's Levesque closing up to the back of Woodrow. Nothing doing there. O'Brien and McKean have swapped position. I'll tell you what, I think it's going to happen once again. I think McKean's going to go back through. There we go. So look at this. It's a real bad exit from O'Brien. McKean then sends one up the inside. We'll have to brake late, and the camber in this corner should suit the car on the inside really. And by the time they get on the power on the exit, it's just about McKean ahead. The next corner though is indeed a right-hander. O'Brien's going to try and get through. It's a triple right-hander, and this is just sensational stuff from both of them. Almost a bit of nudging, but by the time they head onto the final couple of corners of the lap, it's a delightful bit of driving there from O'Brien, and he does indeed hold on to P6.
So O'Brien will maintain that. Once again, checking back in once more with positions 3 through 5. That battle continues to evolve. No updates as of yet, but once more, the same status quo that we have been talking about before. On board with Josh McKean, once again, still trying to get that pass back against O'Brien to get revenge. What we had seen just a few moments prior. Can't get the better of him, though, as it seems like O'Brien truly has taken the edge away from him and is maintaining that P6.
Well, look at this battle for the race lead. 1 more lap remains. Got to stay on board with this for sure. Simard is trying to put the pressure on Kondakcioglu again. Just to remind you, Simard is our champion from last year. Kondakcioglu finished in 2nd position. In the interview, Simard said it's rare for him to get the one up on Kondakcioglu. It's normally him that wins out. And while Simard's looking to become a two-time, only Christian Wiggins has managed to do that. He managed to win 2 championships on Project Cars 2 in a row. So 2019 and indeed 2020. So can Philippe Simard become the second driver to do so? Right now, he is not close enough to make a move on Kundakcioglu. Kundakcioglu just keeping him at an arm's length, not really giving him a snifter of an opportunity.
Good consistency once again has been showing up really from all the drivers inside of the top 5 or 6 or so. No one yielding anything despite impressive pace being made by the drivers in the back as well. Just not enough, unfortunately, to find an overtaking opportunity as Michael Kay continues to excel forward, regaining a lot of the time that was lost in the mid-race here against Philippe Simard.
You can see the group in behind. They really are battling frantically here. What Ryan Woodrow trying to do the same job as Kundakcioglu. As it stands, McKean and O'Brien once again having a ding-dong there. Looks like O'Brien might have just let McKean go through. Maybe there's a bit of contact between the two drivers. I'm not sure. But yeah, I think we're going to see these two paint swapping for the whole entirety of this championship. All 3 races, they seem very closely matched in terms of pace. Kundakcioglu, well, he is being caught here. Simard is right behind him. Is there one last twist in the tail for race number 1? Round the final corner we will go. Kundakcioglu just needs to keep it nice and tight, and he is golden. There it is. It's the first win in the North America G Challenge 22. It goes to Kundakcioglu. We got Simard in second position. Ryan Woodrow did hold firm. That is some defensive performance. He had Levesque and DeLeaf behind him through the entirety of the race. And then we've got McKean and O'Brien, who are probably still fighting now. The race is finished. They're probably just going to do another couple of laps side by side, just for good measure. Monin, Hawkin, and Lim Snooken are your top 10.
They've had that eternal battle going on there for P6 and P7, but ultimately it is settled at the end of the day, and most drivers after the first lap or 2 are able to maintain their positioning overall. We do see some shifting going on in the midfield as well as the backpack as well, but for the most part the top 5 or 6 maintain pretty consistent placements over that final 15 minutes or so of racing, especially our front runners. Once again, big congratulations to Kundakcioglu as he's able to take a confident victory here on race number 1.
Yeah, it was very, very good. Again, qualifying lap right at the death. No one could respond to it. That's a perfect time to put in the quickest lap of the day, and then just dealt with it in the race. I think that Simard was a little bit involved in a battle for P2 at the start for a couple of laps, and that was enough for Kundakcioglu to drive away. Simard came back at him though, so you know it's not done and dusted, that's for sure. Simard will be trying to keep hold of this crown, that is for sure.
It shows you certainly that the pace is there for Simard as we move on to the deeper tracks as well, and as we move into more familiar territories when it comes to the cars as well, especially for our 3rd and final race. If he's able to continue and maintain that pacing and he doesn't get involved in as much of a scuffle at the beginning of the 2nd or 3rd race, good possibility he may have that additional time to close the gap if Michael Kay continues to qualify in first place.
Yeah, well, there's not a lot between them. Ultimately, there's not a lot between them. It will be about race starts or just getting that, 1/100th of a second in qualifying being the defining factor of the race. That's how close those two are. It could have gone either way last year as well. So it's not a case of Simard has gone out there and dominated. Like, these two are very closely matched, and I wouldn't be surprised if we potentially see another driver maybe get involved and really spice things up.
All right, well, here's the results from the race, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, Michael Kundakcioglu tops things out with 20 points overall from the race. Philippe Simard takes 2nd with 15. Ryan Woodrow takes 11, of course, in 3rd place, and America Levesque 9 for our 4th place finish, moving down the list from there.
Yeah, we've got a Leaf there with 7 points in P5. Josh McKean and Peter O'Brien, some say they're still battling to this minute right now. 5 points and 4 points respectively. We've got Michael Moning with 3 points in 8th, and our final 2 drivers. We've got Lim Snooken with 2 points and Alu Gobi with the final point on offer.
Stuff there. Obviously, again, a big fall from grace specifically for Ryan Yee, who we'd expected to, or at least for me personally, expected to get a little bit more performance of that. I'm curious to see if he's more of a contender moving on to tracks number 2 and 3. He's definitely expecting to see some great stuff out of him. We'll have to see if, unfortunately, the results from race number 1, though, have kind of kicked him out of things entirely, and if that's going to echo through on the 2nd and 3rd race. Either way, though, we have that 2nd race nearly ready for you folks at home, so stick with us here. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, it's Brands Hatch to duke it out for our 2nd race here in North America.
Legend behavior, legend behavior, locked in. Y'all know what time it is. Locked in. Play. I make the rules, rack up the jewels, make it look smooth. You know how I do. Running this kingdom. Wish you could be. Better look up, cause that's where you see it. Give me the crown now. Cause I own the throne now. I hold the scroll now. I'm in control now. Ruling the game. I'm ruling the game.
What's that saying? If you have everything under control, and you're just not going fast enough. Speed is a peculiar thing. The more you go looking for it, the more it starts to chase you. At least, that's how it always felt to me. I've raced on slopes, tuned motorcycles, flown drones, chased cars and dreams. We all want to be a champion. But at some point we discover that life is a race itself. Perfect starts, reaction times, pit stops, teamwork, overtaking and lap times. Our dreams still exist. You can be a champion. So when speed finally catches up to you, speed better be ready.
And welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. The 2022 season starting to come to a close. It's been an exciting one to be sure, but you're here now in the midst of our North American final. Already one race deep as well. Michael Kundaksiaglu able to take control of that first one, but Philippe Simard right on his tail pretty much the entire race, which is going to make things interesting now as we move into our second track here on Brands Hatch. Anything we expect to see different moving into this one, Luke?
I think qualifying, this is the most key race for qualifying. If you qualify at the front, you're good to go, right? It's so difficult to make an overtake. Yeah, if you're Simard, I think you pretty much have to win this one. You came second to Kundaksiaglu. Kundaksiaglu looks very similar to what we saw with Dara earlier on with the Emea region. Very difficult to beat. So yeah, I think Simard has to get the job done in qualifying.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, well, we do have a giveaway we want to promote for you guys as well. It's a signed F1 replica to scale, of course. It's not the full-size thing or anything. That'd be crazy if we were given that. I'd want that too, but it is signed by Lando Norris, and it's his car, of course. So go ahead and type !McLaren in the chat, and you'll go ahead and be entered to win that very cool little replica. We got to see one over in the other room earlier today. It is very sweet, so definitely go ahead and enter for that.
Yeah, which chat do I need to go to? I'm going to enter it now. Yeah, that's a cool prize. That is a really cool prize.
So with us moving over to Brands Hatch, as we discussed, of course, before race number 1, we're also going to be changing the cars up as well, moving over to the older McLaren GT3 for this one. So much more kind of the faster style that a lot of our drivers are used to competing in regularly, but not necessarily the car if they race normally inside of McLaren. So we're going to see what type of challenges that presents, and of course, they'll be able to adjust their setups as necessary too. Qualification, I believe, is ready, so we can get ourselves into the track now and see what exactly things are going to look like. If Michael K is able to preserve his pace and still maintain a second pole start now, or Philippe Simard, or maybe another driver will be able to potentially steal that away from him.
Oh, let's get a bit of cockpit cam action, shall we? Let's have a little look-see at a lap here. It's the first flying laps that these drivers will indeed do through turn number 1, then Paddock Hill Bend. You've got to overextend on the exit up towards Druids turn number 2 on the brakes just as the bridge appears above your car. And now you've got to get a nice exit. It's all downhill, down towards Graham Hill. Open up this left-hander as best you possibly can. There's a little bit of runoff you can work with here. You can see all 4 wheels across that white line. Lovely to see. Now we're into turn number 4. This corner is a really strange one because the camber works against you. It just forces you out wide, and then before you know it, you're off into that gravel. That's a little bit less of my sim racing story. Now the longest run in terms of the loud pedal along the whole lap down the back straight. Uphill braking zone towards this double right-hander, the first one being turn number 5. You can overextend slightly here. You go too far though. There's a wall, simple as that. Up towards 6, you can cut on the entry there and run out nice and wide on the exit. There's a nice bit of mesh there to work with. Now up towards 7, and this braking zone here is not really a marker to work with, so you've got to kind of use your muscle memory. Now down up towards turn number 8 into 9 as well. And now this is the most important corner on the circuit because it's so easy to run wide. Hitting the apex there nicely, as we can see. Run it out as wide as you possibly dare. If you run it onto the grass though, you will spin the car because you're on the limit of the weight transfer. Across the line we will go for Philippe Simard. It is the fastest time, but I think it might also be the first time that we have seen. It's a 23.450, and I'm pretty sure we had a 22.9 in the Emea region earlier on. I'm pretty sure we've got a graphic to say who's got the fastest lap time to chuck up there anyway, so we'll see, be able to tell exactly who is the quickest across the whole day. But that's a pretty good banker time. I'm expecting to see more pace though as we go throughout the session.
Only the first real lap, as you had mentioned there, so definitely still plenty of opportunity for our drivers to get that time down a little bit. And as you said before, pretty sure we did have that 122 or something in the range of that a little bit earlier on in EMEA. So Philippe Simard is able to best that for a global time overall. Everyone else as well able to improve on things. Kundaksiaglu now up in P2 as well, and it's actually at 123 as well, but a little bit fast this one, about a half second ahead of Philippe Simard right now.
Yeah, not quite at 122 though, but it's, yeah, about 4/10, just a little bit over 4/10 faster. So yeah, I'm expecting Simard to improve a little bit for sure. Kundaksiaglu currently in second. We know that he will wait right. Oh, he's taking the McCormack line there, that's for sure. I wouldn't want to be out there too far. That's a very short race if you're out there too often. But yeah, definitely pushing the limits is Philippe Simard, looking to try and put a lap time out there that just isn't beatable. Kundaksiaglu took it with seconds to go in the session for race number 1, albeit pole position. As we go across the line, well, there's a 23.2 now. So Simard does improve, not quite as quick as McCormack, but that is a very nice time indeed.
Continue to see those times roll in here as well. Simard having another one to be banked in just a second. He looks to lock in his pole start to this one. And like you mentioned, this is very much a must-win race for him if he wants to still be in contention for the top 1 finish when everything is said and done, the Hungaroring. Alif as well sneaks into the top 3 now with his most recent lap at a 1:23. And oh, never mind, he's been bested as well by Marek Levek, who rolls in with a 1:23.2 to best Alif's 1:23.6.
0.003 of a second. You always tend to find times are very close at circuits like Brands Hatch, because this is in pretty much every racing game ever made. So every sim race has had so many reps around this circuit. What we saw with Mizano is not in very many sims at all, so the times will be a little bit more separated. And similarly to Hungaroring, although Hungaroring's in quite a lot of racing games, but Brands Hatch is they must be just like, you put it in the game, you can have it for free, it's fine. So yeah, Brands Hatch is massively always competitive because of that. I was struggling to say words here. Kudakcioglu looking to try and get up into at least the front row. I think if he doesn't get in the front row and Simard is in pole position, that puts Simard in such a good spot to go out there and win this championship.
We'll see as Kudakcioglu coming around the back end of the track now. Should be banking his time in just a second. We'll see if it's going to be any major improvement or not, or if once again he's still going to be struggling to try and make up the pretty serious distance between himself. But there we go, overtakes now and pushes himself into a 1:23.2 to take over pole position. That and actually bumps Simard all the way down into 3rd at this point. He'll just roll right off and head into the pits. Pretty happy with that time for now.
Yeah, short lap, so he will absolutely bring the car back out. And tell you what, Mohammed Alif now up into P2 himself. An improvement there from him. Incredible stuff. So Mohammed Alif, who qualified well last time and actually went a little bit backwards in the race, will want to definitely improve on his fortunes this time around for race number 2. Simard now in P3, a bit of pressure on the Canadian. Last season's champion, the defending champion, wants to keep hold of that title for another year. And right now, struggling to keep pace with 2 drivers just a little bit ahead. It's not a lot of pace to find though. Half a tenth, and you're going to put yourself up 1 position, and again on the limit of the car. You can see how close it is to snapping once you get that left rear onto the grass. 1 more corner to contend with. And can Philippe Simard? Oh no, that's it, he's done. Lap done. Again, it's a short lap, so we'll have time to come into the pits. Fresh set of rubber onto the car, back out lap, and then we'll have probably time for 2 fast laps. Levek up to P4. Big surprise here. Moaning up to P5. That's a really good performance.
Ryan Yee, a new contender as far as this specific track is concerned as well. Had a bit of a rough go of it back on our first race over on Mizano. Definitely a race that I was expecting to see quite a bit of here today. And while obviously he's a little bit out of the running for a top finish overall for the series due to the way he finished things off back on race number 1, still could be a contender overall just to get some personal experience for himself. And I think that's what we may be seeing here on tracks number 2 and 3, as right now he is currently P6 for qualification. We'll have to see in the next 2 minutes if he can maintain that. Ryan Woodrow right behind him in P7 by about 0.2 of a second.
Yeah, Ryan Levek will see a mistake there in turn 5, the first of the 2 right-handers at the top into the forest section here at Brands Hatch. I'm not sure this will be an improvement on his time. If it is, it'll be a very special recovery in the final sector. But look how close the times are between the front 4. It is around about 0.5 of a second. It really is close between these drivers around the final corner. Again, I don't think this is going to be a faster lap time. So there we go, across the line, final attempt, or maybe 1 more actually. Again, 1 minute 45 seconds on the clock. As long as you cross the line before it hits 0, you will get to finish that lap time. So I think Levek may get another opportunity as we're on board with Kudakcioglu, still the pole sitter. Is there any magic out there for someone to overturn that deficit?
Philippe Simard as well, definitely going to be worrying a little bit when he considers that he's still 0.04 of a second behind Alif's time, and how pivotal it is for him to not only maintain, of course, P2 so that he can go head-to-head against Kudakcioglu inside of the race itself, but potentially overtake him outright for the pole start, as he very much needs those additional points here to stay in contention for the outright victory when we're finally finished with our 3rd track a little bit later on today.
Yeah, 100%. Simard, Alif, they both have to effectively win this race to give himself the best opportunity. Again, stating obvious facts. Levek P4, it's a really good performance so far. Moaning P5 is my performance, I would say, of the day. Actually, that's a really good lap time from Moaning. Ryan Yee in 6th position. Ryan Woodrow in 7th. Battle of the Ryans. We then got Lim Snooken in 8th. Hawkin is in 9th, and then McKean is in 10th. Where is O'Brien? McKean and O'Brien not next to each other on track? That's almost impossible. Surely they should be battling somewhere.
Fortunately, O'Brien his slowest time at the moment. It had to actually register a real lap, though, looking at his
5 minutes
time.
18. I think he's stopped off for a McDonald's somewhere.
yeah, he's made a pit stop somewhere. So we'll have to see when he gets the first actual lap in for himself here, because we have to show it, and we've only got 15 seconds left. So if he's going to be starting one, we need to see him go over the line relatively soon here. Let's hope it's this current lap.
Yeah, this is it. This is the last chance now for everybody on a lap time. We're about to head over to 0 seconds on the clock. So if you hadn't crossed the line now, you are done skied. So as you can see, the timer at the top end of your screen. So they get 2 minutes 30 seconds to put their lap times in. If they take all of that time, it's going to be a slow lap. So it's going to be a lot faster than that. That is for certain. The Simard is done. So Philippe Simard, P2. In the previous race, also our current defending champion, only going to start on the second row of the grid. Got a car just absolutely getting out of the way there. I'm not too sure exactly. I think it might be O'Brien. O'Brien not having a good day of it at all. So Brian pulls over. Kundakcioglu. Is this going to be an improvement of a time? We'll move over to the left-hand side of your screen. Shortest possible route towards the line. Across the line it will go. Is it an improvement? It is not an improvement. What about Alif? Is there the potential for Alif to go pole position at the death here? No, there is not. So Alif is going to be P2. Levesque and Moaning are still out on circuit. They're currently 4th and 5th. Is there a potential for them to improve? 3,000ths of a second for Levesque, and he will put himself up into 3rd position. We're on board then with Ryan Woodrow. No movement then. So that is Moaning and Levesque both in the pits. Ryan Woodrow, one of the last drivers to cross the line. Is there any improvement here for him? There is an improvement. It's not enough to move up a position. A 10th found, still only starting in 7th spot.
It's a little bit more work to do for Woodrow here, as he's going to have to pass against new contender Ryan Yee, who, like we said, had a bit of a rough go of it back on track number 1 for Mizano, but it seems like he's in the pacing now for our second track. We'll have to pace against him and a few others if he wants to challenge once again for similar positioning to where he ended up at the end of race number 1. But once again, Michael Kay able to dominate once more here as he takes pole position for the second race in a row, looking to once again contend against our EMEA challenger as well, who had the perfect run in the tournament earlier today. We'll see if he can repeat that same fate now for North America.
Yeah, we've never seen it before. We've never seen someone go out there and win all 3 races, and well, here we go. We're about to, well, we've seen people win all 3 races. We haven't seen people like fastest lap qualifying. Like, it's ridiculous. Dara McCormack was just dominant. That's the word, right? And right now, Kundakcioglu, who didn't look like it in qualifying he was going to be up at the front end, but again, he produces a lap time near the end of the session and just shows everyone he is the driver to beat.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, here is the starting grid as we have it confirmed now. Michael Kundakcioglu once again in pole position. Muhammad Alif in 2nd. Philippe Simard looking to gain some points from 3rd. Marek Levesque in 4th. Michael Moaning in 5th. Ryan Yee in 6th. Ryan Woodrow in 7th. That's about all Ryans will be occurring there. Tyler Lemsnaken in 8th. Josh McKean in 9th. Brandon Hawken in 10th. 11th and 12th will be manned by Ryan Walker as well as Timothy Flamger. Then we'll have Alu Gobi, Quinn Smith in positions 13 and 14, and finally Peter O'Brien and Danny Engels in the back.
We should have like a battle of the Ryans at the end of this. 3 of them. I just realised it's 3, right? Should just have like a one-off race at the end, just the 3
Who's
Ryans.
The true Ryan?
Who's the true? Yeah, there's only enough room for one Ryan.
All right, well, there we have the starting order once again, ladies and gentlemen. That means once more we are just a few more moments away from race time. You guys know the story behind this one. Michael Kay very much leading the charge in quite a few areas right now, with Philippe Simard not even qualifying in 2nd but 3rd. It's going to create a very difficult obstacle for him to try and get the gains he needs to stay in the competition, to potentially best not only Michael Kay but the rest of these competitors as well, to stay on top of the podium here.
Yeah, it's the pressure really is on Philippe Simard. He's qualified outside the top 2, so even if Kundakcioglu was to lose this race, come 2nd, and Alif was to win, well, he would still be leading the championship going into that final race because of the consistency of a P1 and a P2. So yeah, it's all about just keeping your cool at this stage. You know, you've done the hard work in race number 1, back it up with a really good result here, and then you can look to try and grab that trophy in race number 3.
That's on Brand's hatch here as well. So as you had talked about quite a bit, there's going to be lots of difficulties to find those overtake opportunities. It is pivotal. You have that perfect racing line all throughout the full 20 minutes here, so you can maximize your time, maximize your gaining potential on your opponents, so you can finally get, even though it may be a far cry, maybe get one of those overtake opportunities if you are able to find it.
Yeah, 100%. For me, it's all on Muhammad Alif. He has to win this race if he wants to put himself in that title hunt and get himself involved with Simard and indeed Kundakcioglu. So second race here, John. Oh, this should be really good.
Let's get ourselves into it once again on Brands Hatch. Looks like the weather is holding up as well, so no weather conditions going to be thrown on our players for the second one. Track conditions also optimal, so expect very straightforward racing conditions in that respect as we come around the final corner and get ready to start things out for our second race of the day.
Yeah, one corner formation here at Brands Hatch. It is Kundakcioglu, who was the runner-up last time round, the vice champion last time out for the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. This time with a chance to consolidate his lead in this championship after a race win in race number 1. Simard only in 3rd position, so a big chance to really extend his championship lead. We're coming up towards the line. It is Kundakcioglu on pole position, Alif in 2nd, Simard and Levesque round out your top 4. We're about to go green light racing. Across the line we go, and we are green light racing. Off we go down towards turn number 1. I'll tell you what, Alif has got a very good start here indeed. He's going to have to sweep it around the outside, and unfortunately runs out of traction as there's cones flying absolutely everywhere. Up towards turn number 2. And while Kundakcioglu has held on to that position, but what about Simard? I think Simard's under some pressure. Down towards Graham Hill, runs out of traction on the exit of turn number 2, but just about keeps it in check. Levesque's going to run wide. It's side by side between Moaning and Ryan Yee as well. Woodrow's trying to get involved, I think. So Woodrow is trying to get around the outside of Ryan Yee, but as it stands, Kundakcioglu has done the job. He is in the lead of this race around a circuit that's very difficult to indeed make an overtake. And well, now it's up to Alif and Simard to try and make some inroads.
Tail the tape for Mizano was excellent. Defense is being maintained by almost all drivers across the grid. So difficult to gain positioning, and that's going to continue to be a problem here now as we move over towards Brands Hatch. Coming very, very close to a couple of overtake opportunities. Simard, once again, running over as his limits are being tested multiple times already just inside of the very first lap here. So you can tell just how close the action is getting between these drivers here, that once more, a champion already like Philippe Simard is being tested to this degree.
Yeah, to be fair, that's kind of the normal line for these drivers, but the front two are so conservative through there, kind of threw me off a touch. I'm like, and then you realise, actually, no, it's not that crazy. There's lots of runoff there to work with, and it's really grippy out there. So, all good. He was fully in control of the car, even with my noise there. I got a little bit too excited. Everyone's got through nicely, I think. Yeah, everyone's okay. Brandon Hawkin and Woodrow have just swapped positions. The timing tower just sorted itself out as well. So Hawkin up to a top 7, but as it stands, Kundakcioglu, Alif, Simard, Levesque, Moaning, Yee, Hawkin, Woodrow, Lim Snooken and McKean are your top 10. O'Brien, P12, trying to catch up to McKean. I think we will have that battle at some point. It wouldn't be a North America G Challenge without them two battling, that's for sure.
Timothy Flevinger also going to be able to get the better of Quinn Smith in the back of the pack. So gains being made in all respects here as we come around the first turns of the final, or rather the final turns of the first lap, able to allow for our drivers to get the opportunity needed to pass each other here, but no real resounding action from our front runners. Still Michael Kay in charge of things. However, Alif just behind him, only 0.2 seconds behind here. Passing opportunity may be coming up relatively soon here if Alif is able to keep up the pressure all the way through the course of the second lap.
Yeah, I'd love to see it from the in-car view of Alif here, because I think he's going to pile on some pressure to Kundakcioglu around the final couple of corners. How close can you be? That's a mistake. Runs out a little bit wide and actually gives maybe half a tenth to Kundakcioglu to play with. Around the final corner, how close can you get here, Alif? Can you get close enough to force a potential mistake through turn number 1? I don't think you can. And actually, it's a very tidy final sector there from Kundakcioglu. Pressure, what pressure? Up towards turn number 1, Paddock Hill Bend. And you see two completely different lines being taken there. And that's a mistake from Kundakcioglu. Has to go defensive then up towards Druids. And I tell you what, this is going to get very spicy indeed. Alif has to make the move, has to make an overtake, because he only got, well, I don't know, where did he finish in race number 1? P5?
Looks like, yeah, like P4, P5.
Yeah, like, he has no choice but to win this race if he wants to win the championship, with Kundakcioglu being as strong as he has been. But right now, Alif looks like the quicker driver.
Alif certainly racing as though the overtake is his ultimate goal as well, especially with the mistake made by Kundakcioglu coming off of turn 1 on the most recent lap there. Gives him an even smaller gap to close in upon here. Just needs to wait for that moment of opportunity to arise once again due to the limited potential of it here on the track. And maybe, just maybe, capture the lightning. Get himself into that pole position ahead of Michael Kay here. Philippe Simard has well fallen off in a big way as he's still too heavily focused on his defense of Levesque, and to some extent Moaning a little bit further back behind him too. Definitely the front runners, however, as Simard and Levesque are continuing to fight, and Levesque forced off, runs way wide there. Moaning a little bit too, gets a bit tunnel vision following up behind Levesque. He recovers quite nicely, but Levesque losing all the time he had gained on Simard. Simard will be free to move ahead now.
Yeah, this might be the chance for him to now go catch up to the front two, but you see that monkey see, monkey do. One car runs wide, inevitably the car behind tends to do the saying there is I think Hawkin has made a mistake around that final corner, lost a couple of spots himself, and Snooken maybe trying to get involved as well. Ryan Yee losing out to Moaning holding on to that top 5. But Simard, how much pace does he have now? Elif, by the way, dropped to 8/10 behind Kundakcioglu. So one lap where Elif was piling on the pressure was enough to give Kundakcioglu a little kick up the bottom. Said, you got to get on with this, and he absolutely has delivered that now, and also with the fastest lap of the race. Philip Simard, how much pace have you got? Your championship slipping away, the defending champion looking to become a 2-time. It is slipping away with every lap Kundakcioglu posts.
Ryan Woodrow also still struggling a little bit here as he's been racing around P5 in the majority of our previous race here. Now back down to P7 as our new challenger, and Ryan Yee, after having a rough go of it back in race number 1, seems to be holding a line against him quite convincingly as well. He also tries to pursue Michael Moaning a little bit further up the field to really enter the front pack of this track right now. Here, about 1/3 rather into the race here as well. Michael K still in charge, gaining a bit more time over Elif. His pacing has fallen off quite a bit. Yee, in the meanwhile, here is going to get pushed off. Finally, Woodrow able to gain the advantage over him and the pass along with it to continue moving forward back to the placements that Woodrow's used to racing for here so far in this series.
Yeah, Woodrow had to trust Yee there because it's so easy as a sim racer when you make a mistake to race on tilt and send your nose up the inside when just trying to keep hold of a position that you've made a mistake to lose. And Yee, fair play to him, did manage to back out. Woodrow, though, took full advantage, and Yee's now going to lose out to Brandon Hawkin. Brandon Hawkin, one of the toughest drivers in the world to overtake. Doesn't matter what sim it's on. He's a very difficult driver to overtake. We've got McKean battling with Lim Snooken just in behind as well. Lim Snooken making it up into P9. Ryan Walker, Alu Gobi, O'Brien. We've then got Flamger and Smith. All drivers still in contention. The gap then between the front 2, 1 second. 1.3 then between Elif and Simard. Simard is starting to catch up, although the timing's just changed once again. Ryan Yee looking to indeed make the move on Hawkin, make it look very easy indeed. I'm not sure he left enough room on the exit. Hawkin will have every reason to be a little bit annoyed by that. That was a little bit over. Well, do you know what? Fair play. Ryan Yee's just let him go by. He's lost 700 positions because of it. It's pretty much his race over because of it. But he did not want to get an overtake that way. Do you know what? Fair play. And do you know, North America have always been the best at that in terms of their sportsmanship. So that's really, really cool to see.
Props once again to Ryan Yee, like we said before. Yee kind of racing for himself more than anything at this point here, and we consider his results from race number 1. I don't even actually, if I remember correctly, I'm unsure if he was actually able to get the finish or not back in race number 1. So definitely 0-point finish either way coming in for him. So he knows he's not really trying to contend for the championship so much. You're just looking to improve his own game. So a move like that one, not wanting to get in the way of some of the other competitors that are still looking to be in the money, so to speak. So backs off, gives them the room to retake. Good sportsmanship indeed coming out from Yee.
Yeah, nothing but respect there. Again, if you're not taking chances, you shouldn't be here. That's the first thing. You want to make sure that you utilize every ounce of opportunity during today. You don't want to get to tomorrow and go, oh, I could have done a little bit more. As you see a lovely move there from McKean on Lim Snooken. And is it done? Yeah, it is. Down towards Graham Hill they go. It's beautifully well done. As Alu Gobi now gets involved with Ryan Yee. Ryan Yee back ahead of Alu Gobi. And I think by the time we get the exit here, I think Alu Gobi might be having another go at Ryan Yee. They are very close to each other indeed. As we come in through turn number 4. There we go. So Gobi's on the outside. Ryan Yee basically trying to do exactly the same move as he did on to Brandon Hawkin the previous lap. This time did it beautifully well. Got it configured. Nice job. And O'Brien now coming through as well. So Alu Gobi has gone from bad to worse, unfortunately, as they're going to run side by side through turn number 5. And there is a bit of contact. Alu Gobi and O'Brien. I think that Alu Gobi just tried to take the inside line a little bit too quickly and ran out of grip. O'Brien keeps going. No problem there. I don't think there's anything in that, to be honest, more than it was just a driver error on the inside. Just trying to hold on to a position that unfortunately had been lost. And yeah, game over.
Ryan Egan ended up finally getting a little bit of room to breathe as he's had quite the epic last few laps here trying to maintain positioning. Unfortunately, quite unsuccessfully. Some of that due to his own decision making there to try to go for that one overtake. Was able to get it, but just a little bit too aggressive, so ended up ceding the positions back over to some of his fellow racers here. So now pushing him down into currently P11. Front grid has remained fairly stable as well. Michael Kundakcioglu continues to hold about a 1 second lead over Elif Simard, about another second and a half behind that. Little bump there from Hawkin. It's unfortunately a little slow around the turn for the driver in front of him, so Lim Snooken just going to get a little bit of a bump tap forward. change up the pacing too much, though, but Hawkins certainly going to be looking to try and overtake now that he knows the pacing is certainly in his favor here.
Yeah, Hawkins not that kind of driver where he will intentionally take someone out. So he would have probably been sat. He's Canadian, so he's like the nicest person in the world. He would have sat in his rig going, "Oh, sorry about that. I apologise. You just crack on. I'm not going to overtake you. That's fine. You have that." He'd probably sit behind him the whole race now and just go, "Do you know what? I'm not going to overtake you now. I'm just going to.
be nice.
You deserve it. You have this. That's the Canadian way."
I'll just sit here and take the draft.
Yeah. Kundakjioglu 1.3 seconds in the lead, has the fastest lap, looking absolutely golden here. This will be the double triple threat, I think. Did he have the fastest lap in the first race?
I want to say he lost it to Simard, if I recall correctly.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, absolutely spot on. Yes, Simard did have it, so there's not going to be any triple threats, whatever we call it.
The double triple.
The double, yeah. We could have a double. Yeah. Sort of, it's like March Madness here, isn't it? the triple doubles.
Yeah. So Michael Kundakjioglu continues to show his dominant pacing, much like we had Dara McCormack over in EMEA a little bit earlier on in the day. We're going to repeat those same results and see if he can nearly lock in absolute victory before we even set foot on our third track. We still have plenty of racing to go, about half of this one still to be seen. And he once again nearly getting himself into some trouble here as he approaches another challenger. Got another Ryan Walker. This is, of course, sitting in front of him. He's trying to fight for positioning once more, move up to P10.
Yeah, right now the Battle of the Ryans is currently being won by... Which Ryan's winning the Battle of the Ryans? Ryan Woodrow. Currently in P6. We've got Ryan Walker in P10. And then we've got Ryan Yee in P11. I love saying Ryan Yee. It's one of my favourite names. Pertolay, David Pertolay from Emea, and Ryan Yee.
So Ryan Yee continues to look for some form of success to get him back into the points for this race. And even further out from that as well. Other drivers trying to pull off the same exact thing, but it's to a very stable grid when everything is said and done. Not necessarily a whole lot of closing opportunities to be seen. You can tell by our timing tower as well here. A lot of orange and white time showing up, meaning that once again, drivers are a relatively safe distance away from each other. So it is going to take a while here for any sort of overtake opportunity to show itself if we don't just continue to see the gaps widen realistically at this point forward as well.
Simard, by the way, now the fastest lap of the race, is starting to produce those lap times once again. Seems to just get faster as the race goes on. If you can sort out his qualifying, then you assume Simard goes out there and wins races, but it's just not quite worked out like that. We'll try and chase down a Leaf. Kundakjioglu is putting himself into a position where only a catastrophic error in the final race would stop him from winning the championship. So all the hard footwork's being done in these first two races to make the third race a little bit more relaxed. He obviously will go out there and try and qualify pole and try and win the race, but yeah, right now the footwork is being done.
Part of me starting to wonder as well if Philippe Simard just didn't have as much prep work for this specific car. As obviously, once again, this is the older GT3 racing on the 650S right now here, and he's more used to, more than likely, the 720, which is the current one that most of the drivers are going to be using. So wondering if he just didn't have the best setup prep for this series of races, or was not as familiar with the car as he should have been, and that could have led to some issues with qualification and here on the track as well. He's lagging behind by just that smidge right now. It's costing him hugely, unfortunately, in the points department.
Yeah, so this car... Now, I might be wrong here, but I remember this game was out on beta for a while. And before the game fully came out, the 720S was released. So there's only people who are on the beta that really use this car competitively. So yeah, this really wouldn't have had that much time. I could be wrong on that. I might be wrong on that. But yeah, I'm pretty sure the 720S came out, or it was merely months after the game fully came out. So I can't really remember, because there's a new one coming out now that's been replaced by an EVA version, McLaren 720S. Soon. So yeah, it's this car was used in Project Cars 2. Project Cars 2 came out in 2017. 2018?
Around there, I think.
Yeah, so, maybe even 2016. So that was the go-to McLaren, and the 720S wasn't even in Project Cars 2. So yeah, it's how many laps these drivers would have had. I think you might have a good point there with Simard, although he does have the fastest lap of the race, so he's definitely capable of the pace. Yeah, he's definitely got it in his locker.
Able to, like you said, find his footing at a midpoint in the race here. Now it's just about keeping it consistent and using that to close the gap, not only between himself, but a Leaf as well. A combined about 3 seconds of time between Simard and Kundakjioglu sitting up in pole position still, maintaining just a consistent drive as we've been seeing all throughout not only this race, of course, but back over on Mizano as well, where it was very much the same thing. We had Samart contending just a little bit more closely for actual passing time on that first track. So Kundaksaglu has a bit more room to roll here, but overall, it's very much the same story.
I'll tell you how old this car is in terms of sim racing. It used to compete against the BMW Z4. That was the BMW version of a GT3 car, was the Z4. Yeah. So that's yeah, I guess it's 2013, 2012 when they first come out. And they run for until sort of 2017, 2018. But yeah, to your point, preparation. A couple of drivers here. I think Alif has probably looked at this car and the GT4 because he's performed well above my expectations on this sim. He's a very good iRacer. I've not really. He's very good on project cars too as well, what we used to use. But on ACC, I've never really seen him up at this level, mixing it with the likes of Simard and Kundaksaglu. Today, he's absolutely doing that. So yeah, I think he might have pinpointed the two less used cars. Although maybe in the 720S we see him go even faster. Who knows? It's a really good performance so far. But we're on board now with Ryan Yee, looking to try and get into those final points paying positions. We've got Walker just up ahead of him. You can see the gap there. It's 0.2 of a second. Oh, well, hello. There we go. That's just cheers. Thank you. It's almost like he's got a button and said, right, you go off the track now. Freebie. Thank you.
Walker just being pressured a little bit too much there, unfortunately. And he drives himself way off the track. That's going to reset him quite heavily. Doesn't fully lose all positions. Still ends up in 13th when everything is said and done. He gets himself back onto the track, but still pretty much out of the money, so to speak, for this race.
Yeah, and that was just a case of, I think he dipped his right front into the grass. And the car's, he's tried to then get out of it and just snap the car left. Like, just loads of oversteer. So that was fun for him, I guess. We're on board now with Brandon Hawkin trying to chase down Lim Snooken with 4 minutes 20 seconds left on the clock, down towards turn number 1. Moaning and Levesque have just swapped positions as well, a little bit further up the order. Moaning now 5 seconds behind Simard. There we go. So there was definitely a mistake from Levesque. Oh no, we're on board with Hawkin. So we're actually, yeah, we're still on board with Hawkin. It'll be interesting to see where Levesque and Moaning are right now. Michael Moaning moving himself up into that top 4. There we go. So Levesque and Moaning still very close. Look who's crouching in just in behind. Ryan Woodrow trying to make a potential move up towards the top 4. Definitely battling for a top 5 as there's actually another mistake from Moaning as we head up towards the double right-hander. We've already seen one car go off here. Actually, we've seen 2 this race. As we all come through there, everyone's nicely tucked in and making the exit. Kundaksaglu still leading by 2 seconds.
As he continues to gain more and more pacing, the worries continue to grow for all of the other front pack runners here. Whether it's Alif, Simard, and Woodrow as well here, who contended for some decent points over on Mizano. Their capability to outright catch Kundaksaglu is shrinking by the moment, with him getting more and more of an assured lead here into the final few laps. Brands Hatch not looking like there's going to be a big mistake made by Kundaksaglu at any point here, so he is, if something goes horribly wrong here in the next 3 to 4 minutes, more than likely going to be getting himself another solid 20-point boost to his overall score.
But what will the weather be like in the final race? That seems to be the one where the weather has potential for it to be wet, so that might be another factor that comes into play in this championship. But as it stands, Kundaksaglu's put last season's disappointment. Some people finish P2 and they're all despondent and they're angry with themselves and they don't really move on from it. Whereas Kundaksaglu's clearly put it behind him going, well, I pinpoint next year as my opportunity. I'm going to come back even stronger. And well, that's being proved right now.
Certainly showing it. Not only the rest of North America, but the rest of the world here as well. We've been showing off before all 4 of the regions for the G Challenge, closing out with today. And a few days ago, we had our APAC and LATAM finals too, with the winners being found there. Already found Dara McCormack, our winner from EMEA earlier, and it's looking more and more likely Kundaksaglu will be a strong contender to nearly lock things in. I think, like you said, after our second EMEA race, one hand on the trophy basically at this point already.
Yeah, the story was Mohamed Alif, he had won the APAC region in 2019, so he has been a Logitech McLaren G Challenge champion, racing now in the North America Championship. We had Simard, who won this championship last year on this sim, so he is a previous champion as well, so there's a chance for people to be a 2-time. Brandon Hawkin sets up Lim Snooken around the final corner. It's a delicious move as he now sets it up down towards turn number 1, and will probably just squeeze Lim Snooken out wide on the exit. Doesn't need to actually. Lim Snooken's just decided, you know what, you can have that. And these two are just having a nice little battle. It's almost like they're going to shake hands afterwards and go, that's good, really enjoyed that. And then, yeah, so the Kondakcioglu was the only driver who has not had a championship out of the front three as it stands. He finished P2 last season, the vice champion, looking to step up to one more spot, and it's looking really good. But Simard looking to try and get up into P2.
Closing the gap certainly against Alif, but at the same time, still pretty decently sized, and only about one more lap to go, depending on the timing of which they're able to wrap around. We're at the mid portion of the track right now, so should be able to sneak off at least one more, but that will indeed be the final lap. As you can see, our timer coming down to its closing minute of time remaining. As long as the leader gets over the line before we hit 0, it will give us that one final lap, but that'll be it after that.
Yeah, I think Simard, if he wants to, if he has ambitions to win this championship and become a 2-time Logitech McLaren G Challenge champion, he has to get P2. I think he has to make a move on Mohamed Alif. As we see a lovely battle here then, Lim Snooken, we've got Brandon Hawkin and McKean now getting involved. Hold on, this is Hawkin, Lim Snooken and Ryan Yee. So there's Hawkin at the front, Lim Snooken and Yee. Yeah, McKean is off into the distance actually in P7. So are we going to see potentially Ryan Yee make up another spot after a mistake, went outside that top 10, but has fought his way back into the points paying position, which is nice to see. As we come round turn number 1, no mistake there. Oh, there is a mistake there. Just digs the left rear into the gravel. You're never far away from hitting grass or gravel around Brands Hatch. It's so easy to make a mistake, especially if you're trying to utilise every inch of the race circuit. And nearly, just nearly, Lim Snooken put it in the wall there. Ryan Yee will be looking to try and put enough pressure on to force a potential move. Back up to, who are we looking at here now? Levesque and Woodrow. So this is for top 5. I think we've got to look at Simard after this for sure. Down towards the double right-hander. It's very difficult to make a move around the outside. Woodrow will have to give it up. Levesque will just about hold firm. Has he gone for the old over and under? I think he might have done that. As we now head on to, on board then with Alif. They're both catching up to Kondakcioglu. Kondakcioglu currently leading by 1.5 seconds, but has taken a lot of pace off of his lap times. It is not going to be enough. We head up towards that final corner. It is 2 from 2 for Kondakcioglu. And well, he has again got one hand on that trophy. In 2023, the Logitech McLaren G Challenge 2022, yeah, might have a new champion, Kondakcioglu. 2 wins from 2. Mohamed Alif tried his best, but unfortunately it was only good enough for second. And Simard finishes in 3rd spot, so under a lot of pressure moving forward to that final race. As we're looking on board then with Ryan Woodrow, currently in 6th spot. Across the line, did not get Levesque there in a top 5. Very good race.
It's unfortunate for Woodrow as well, as he did actually get a slight overtake against Levesque on that final lap there, but only for a split second. Unfortunately, the turns just did not play out in his favor. Ended up yielding that position back and had to back away from that due to the nature of the track as well. It's why you can see him chasing Levesque so heavily when we went to his POV for that split second, but not enough, unfortunately, so ends up in still a pretty respectable P6 at the end of the day, but you could tell he wanted that P5 with every fiber of his being. Just didn't have the pace, unfortunately, to catch it.
No, of course, and you know, drivers, they're not just battling for the 10 grand for P1, right? P2 is 6 grand, P3 is 3 grand, P4 is 1,000. So the difference between the top 4 in terms of prize money, then moving downwards, is huge. So you've got to try and get as many points as possible and maybe give yourself an opportunity to be in that top 4 hunt at the end. But P1, Kondakcioglu, he looks good, doesn't he? Looks really strong.
Just like Dara McCormack, once again, top 1 in terms of qualification and top 1 for both pole and finishing. He takes home another 20 points for it, but he does not get the full 3-piece victory in terms of getting the fastest lap as well. That honor goes over to Philippe Simard once again, who takes it on 1:23.560. He ends up in 3rd position overall for this race, giving him 11 points to his overall score. Our Mohamed Alif will end up with the 2nd place finish, starting out there as well. For 15 points for him, Michael Moning with 9, Merrick Levesque with 7, Ryan Woodrow taking 5 down in that P6 finish.
Yeah, I think it is a case of Simard's going to be about 14 points behind, and I think it's a case of he has to win, and Kondakcioglu has to finish in 6th or lower. So I think that's what it takes for Simard to go out there and win it for a 2nd time in a row. But for a new champion, for Kondakcioglu, I think it's finish 5th or above, and you're good to go.
And it goes back to that big question that you were asking in the middle of the last race as well. Does the weather take a turn for the worse? We move over to the Hungaroring. Does that present some additional challenges to Michael Kondakcioglu and his qualification run as well? Is anyone going to be able to best him there finally and create a new obstacle for him? Right now, it's looking like the answer is a resounding no, but we'll have to wait and see if anything changes up. Ladies and gentlemen, race number 3 is right around the corner, so stick with us, and we've got more action coming up in just a sec.
Y'all know what time it is. I make the rules, rack up the jewels, make it look smooth, you know how I do. Running this kingdom, wish you could be, better look up, cause that's where you see me. Give me the crown now, cause I own the throne now. I hold the scroll now, I'm in control now. Ruling the game. I'm ruling the game.
What's that saying? If you have everything under control, you're just not going fast enough. Speed is a peculiar thing. The more you go looking for it, the more it starts to chase you. At least, that's how it always felt to me. I've raced on slopes, tuned motorcycles, flown drones, chased cars and dreams. We all want to be a champion. But at some point we discover that life is a race itself. Perfect starts, reaction times, pit stops, teamwork, overtaking and lap times. Our dreams still exist. You can be a champion. So when speed finally catches up to you, speed better be ready.
welcome back one final time, ladies and gentlemen, to the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. The 2022 season is almost at an end, but before we close it all out, we have got one more race here for our North American region to crown our champion. We're nearly there already with the dominance we have seen over the first two races from one of our drivers in particular. Michael Kundaksioglu currently tops things out with a perfect circuit at the moment here. 20 points from race number 1, 20 points from race number 2. Started out in pole position for qualification on both of those as well, but sitting behind him is Philippe Simard, still in second place with 26 points. He got a second place finish and then a third place finish here in races number 1 and 2 respectively. Muhammad Alif sits a little bit further behind that though at 22 points. And that is what this is all about now. Does Michael Kundaksioglu continue his pacing, keep things pretty much perfect here, or is a mistake made? And does that leave a window open for Philippe Simard or another one of our drivers to take the crown?
Well, only 3 people can win it right now. It takes Kundaksioglu to finish outside the top 5 and Simard to win. For that to be the case, that Simard takes the championship. For Alif, it needs to be Kundaksioglu finishes 10th or lower, and Alif wins the race. So it's pretty simple. Simard and Alif just have to go out there and win, and hope Kundaksioglu doesn't have a half-decent race. And he's been exceptional for the first 2, so really tough.
Nearly flawless in that respect. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got another giveaway we want to be promoting here as well, and it's right over here. But a very cool Lando Norris signed F1 replica car. If you guys are interested in entering that giveaway, go ahead and type !McLaren into the chat, and you'll be entered to. We'll be giving those away toward the tail end of the stream, by the way, so stick around then to find out if you indeed are going to be one of our winners for that. Away from that, though, time to focus up for qualification now on our third and final track of the evening. It's the Hungaroring that we are going to be moving into. So let's move into qualification now and take a look at the first few drives, the first few rolls of our drivers here as they get themselves out into the track for the first time.
Oh, it's going to rain within... Wow, they've got to get their lap times in. It is as simple as that. It could start raining at any point here, ladies and gentlemen. So the pressure really is on. Simard's going to be one of the first drivers to cross the line. But yes, in the top right-hand corner you can see the track is green, so it has just rained as well. But there is predicted rain within the next 10 minutes. That could be any time from now until, well, 10 minutes. It really is as simple as that. So get your lap times in quick. You've got to get a banker time in, basically. I'm expecting the times to not be as quick as what we saw with the Emea region, but it's just, you've just got to get a lap time in now.
Setups become incredibly important as well once we move into the actual race itself. Do drivers want to risk it with something a little bit more aggressive in hopes that the weather clears up and they can potentially capitalize on that, or do they just play it safe with the wet tires and other responding elements of their setup? We'll be finding out more on that as we get ourselves into the actual race itself. Who is spinning off the track and who is not, more than anything else.
Where is Michael Kundaksioglu? Let's see if we can find out where he is on track, because this could be key in terms of where the Simard's pretty much over halfway around the circuit, and Kundaksioglu is not too far behind. Okay, so it's not, yeah, they're both pretty much in a good spot to get their lap times in. Sometimes you can have someone that's nearly finished a lap and the other one's just starting, and the one who's just starting are in trouble if it starts raining, right? So yeah, it looks like they're in a very similar position on track, so they're going to be fine. But this could be very spicy. Are we going to see rain in the race? Oh, what a treat that would be. That would be an absolute treat.
Certainly going to add an extra element of difficulty to our current front runner in Michael Kundaksioglu. Once again, it seemed like he had this tournament all but locked in. It may no longer be the case if we have any wet road warriors here hiding in the wings that have been unable to perform so far due to the optimal track conditions. If the wet track is their element, now is going to be their time to shine. Is it very realistically is going to drizzle, if not start pouring here for when the race begins in about 6 minutes.
Yeah, this is very exciting indeed. But Simard has got the lap time in he needs. That's the banker time. He now hopes it rains. He sat there going, I hope it absolutely belts it down now. I've got the provisional pole position. Like, that means no one else can improve behind me. I start pole. Yes, Kundaksioglu being in second position is not ideal because he needs him to finish down in 6th position. But he just starts ahead of him. If you offered him that at the start of this race, he probably would have taken it. But the rain is holding off as it stands. Moaning, currently in 3rd position. We've got Brandon Hawkin in 4th. Ryan Yee is in 5th. Alif, Woodrow, Flamiger. We've got McKean and O'Brien at your top 10.
Once again, continuing to fight for, like I said, pretty much fighting in this race for himself at this point due to the struggles to try and gain points in the previous 2 laps. Still a contender when it comes to overall qualification time, but he has had some struggles keeping up inside of the race itself here. Moaning, though, is the big story right now, having that P3 potential start to qualification here with his current time of that 1:44, but wait and see. Ryan Woodrow and a few of the others here that have been contending inside of the top 5 may yet to sneak in a nice lap or two here, assuming the rain is going to continue to hold off throughout the rest of the qualification.
Yep, this is, again, Simard is just... Oh, there it is, the rain.
Here it comes.
Here comes the rain, so that is it. That is it. I'll be very, very surprised if we see anybody beat Simard's time now. There's too many corners between Kundakcioglu and the final corner of this lap. Just not sure it's going to be possible. You never know though, Kundakcioglu's been that good. Across the line we will go. We'll see exactly as to what he's managed to produce. Did he go any faster? Across the line we will go, and it is not an improvement. And that, ladies and gentlemen, with 4 minutes 30 seconds to go, is the end of qualifying. No one will be improving on their times, I very much doubt. Into the pits they all come. So they've all had a rain dance here, and well, we've got it, that's for certain. Lots of it. And that is just sometimes how the cookie crumbles.
Yep, that's about half the grid already retiring to the pits here now, with more along the way. Mostly just finishing off their remaining laps that they had started before things had started pouring down. You can see that track conditions have deteriorated down to greasy at this point, so there's just not a great way for you to get your timings in. Time to head back to the pit, switch the setups, make sure it is tuned for the rain if we're going to continue to see water pouring down into race time itself.
Oh, I really hope we do have rain during a race. I really hope I'd like to see wet to dry conditions. So they've got to make a decision. Do they start on wet tyres, or do they indeed just start with dry? Because if you take a pit stop during a race, you're pretty much done in dusted. So you've got to make a decision at the start, and that could be the difference between being a champion and not being a champion. Timothy Flamger here. This is just a case of getting lap times in. Probably on dry tyres as well. We won't be able to see that information because we're set in broadcast mode. But yeah, if he's on dry tyres, it might be a case of, look, if it's wet during a race, I'm going to get a bit of data in my mind. I'm going to get a feel for this in muscle memory-wise, whereas everyone else is in the pits. So this could work out for someone like Flamger really nicely. But you can see, look how much slower we're going around the corner. You can see the moisture on the track there, the reflection of the lights now in the water on the track. Doesn't take long.
Yep. So with that, Flamger going to continue to try and get these practice runs and see if he can potentially get himself ready to take a risk and run this one on the slicks, if that's indeed what his choice is going to be. For most of our drivers, though, more than likely already switching over towards the wet tires, and for a few of them actually running back out onto the track now, I think, just to get used to the conditions of those tires and how it's going to change up the way that they're handling on the corners and whatnot.
Yeah, 100%. You've got to try and gain as much of an advantage as you possibly can. If you can gain a couple of laps data in your brain, and you're feeling a little bit more confident going into that braking zone at turn 1, then maybe you can make up a couple of positions if you are a little bit further down the grid by being brave. If you don't come out to the pits, you don't really know where the braking point is, you're kind of really running cold.
And so if you're Michael Kundakcioglu at this point here, having at least the P2 qualification, I think we talked about this, he needs at least P5, I think, from this one to still stay in first place. What's kind of going to be his mindset going into this race now? Is he playing it safe, or is he still going to have to try and fight for a little bit more aggressive positioning over the course of this one, with the rain being on the field?
I think he attacks him hard. I think he absolutely attacks him. Not to the extent where there's potential contact, but he's in a control position. He's in P2. He is in a position where he can force Simard into a mistake. He's in a position where he can back out if he needs to. He doesn't have to take any risks, but I think he pushes Simard to the limit.
All right, well, we'll see if that's going to end up being the strategy.
And also, last year when Simard won, the first thing he said was, I love battling with Michael. I love battling. It's always fair. It's always clean. None of us want to win by doing something dirty. So you know that Simard's going to give as good as he gets, and he's going to expect Kundakcioglu to be giving everything to try and get that race win, even though he doesn't need to.
All right, well, once again, folks, your starting grid is pretty much locked in at this point. Nigh impossible for anyone to get a better time than they already had before the rain ended up coming back down. That is going to lock things in as you see it on the timing tower on your left side there. Philippe Simard more than likely ending up in pole position. Michael Kay sitting right behind him in second place. Still seeing a few surprise additions to it as Michael Moning has continued to excel. He ended up with a third place start for this one, so we'll have some real potential to gain some serious points and increase his own personal prizing if he can maintain that throughout the course of this race, but it's not going to be easy with the way the track conditions currently are.
Yeah, and Alif, who needs to win this race and hope that Kundakcioglu finishes in 10th or lower, is 6th, so not the greatest of starts. But again, if it's raining, anything is possible. Anything is possible. Mistakes become easier to do, and you lose a lot more time if you make that mistake. So expect anything to happen as Kundakcioglu is just getting out of the way of people. I think he's still wary that people might be doing fast laps. I don't think they are, but just doesn't want to put himself in a position where he might get potential penalties or anything that can affect his final position in this championship. The Logitech McLaren G Challenge 22 is coming to a close, and we might be for this will be the first ever time actually. This is the first ever time in G Challenge history that we've had adverse weather. I know last time we had it, but this year is the first time we've ever had weather that's not just sunny. So I like this. This is great for me.
Already showing up in 2 out of 4 of our races on the Hungaroring as well. Latin America had to deal with it earlier, and things got pretty chaotic right from turn number 1 on lap number 1 as well. The front runner was able to keep things relatively clean for the most part, but if you caught a replay segment earlier, that middle to the back of the pack got all jumbled up right on turn number 1. So good possibility we could have something like that transpire in this race as well, assuming those wet conditions hold for the next 10 minutes or so moving into the actual race time itself.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the difference between the time is in terms of the race.
I think it just consistent.
So it's on an hour basis. So if qualifying started at 1, then the race would start at 2.
Oh, okay.
Like based on an hour basis. I'm not sure you can do half hours, so you have to start at a top of an hour. So that again, if it was raining before the session because the track was green, then it dried up, then it rained again, and then it dried up. So that says to me that it's very chopping and changing. We could have a couple of different changes during the race, which would be absolutely outstanding.
And like you said, that leads to a choice for our players. Do they want to play it safe and go for the wet tires and other corresponding setup components that make it a little bit easier just to race under normal conditions, or do they risk it and go for a speedier setup? Either way, here is the starting grid as we have Philippe Simard in pole position this time. Michael Kundakcioglu takes 2nd place right behind him, looking for the victory on this race. Michael Moning in 3rd, Brandon Hawken in 4th, Ryan Yee in 5th, Mohamed Alif in 6th. 7th will be manned by Ryan Woodrow. We'll have Timothy Flemger in 8th, Josh McKean in 9th, Peter O'Brien in 10th, 11th will be taken on by Tyler Snooken, Ryan Walker will be in 12th, Alu Gobi in 13th, Quinn Smith in 14th, and then finally Merrick Levesque and Danny Engels. With our starting grid out of the way, ladies and gentlemen, we just need to prepare ourselves for race time. Philippe Simard has to be all but perfect inside of this race, and all at the same time has to hope that his competitor behind him makes a serious mistake at some point in it that drops him down by quite a few positions. That's the win contention that Philippe Simard is going to be playing for here, starting it out from the pole.
Yeah, but there's so many other factors, right? Everybody's trying to earn more money at the end of this, so that, you know, Kundakcioglu, no one's going to be worried about his championship behind him. They're going to be pushing for that overtake if they get an opportunity to try and gain as many points as they can. I just want to talk about the level of this championship. Alu Gobi last season is, you know, one of the best drivers in North America still to even reach this final. Was battling for the championship last time round and languishing down in 15th, 14th position. That's not Alu Gobi being worse, that's the whole region growing. And that's what this competition has done. It's given an opportunity, it's an open competition to start things off. Anybody can sign up for this competition, so you should definitely go to logitechgchallenge.com and get signed up on the website to get all the information about next year.
That's been all the very cool things we've been seeing evolve in the sim racing community in general as more and more people get involved. We want to invite you guys to definitely jump in, check things out if you liked what you have seen so far today, as it's a very fun hobby, I can say so myself, just having brought myself into it about 6 or so months ago now, so make sure you check some stuff out. Either way though, we are just seconds away from race time, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to see who will be the champion of North America for the Logitech G Challenge 2022. Let's get ourselves into it.
It's raining and it's going to dry up. What decisions have been made here in terms of the tyres? Looks like they're actually on dry tyres. They decided to go on dry. Oh, I don't know what they've decided to go on here. This is actually quite ridiculous. We don't get the data as to what tyres they're on, ladies and gentlemen, but I think that the front two are on dry because it says Pirelli on the side. I think if it's wet, they have green on the side. But again, I can't be 100% on that one. Across the line, we are going to go. It's the final race of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge 2022. We are here with the North America final race. It's Simard, last season's champion, who just about gets the second phase up and running nicely, and down towards turn number 1. Everyone's got to be on wet tyres here for sure. It's too wet out there to not be. And as we run down in towards turn number 1, are we going to see any games of skittles? We are absolutely not. Kundakcioglu does get the power down nicely. Will be happily staying in P2 for the remainder of this race to get himself that championship. Simard off into the distance as well. Actually, Kundakcioglu makes a mistake through turn number 2, runs a little bit deep down towards 3, but safely negotiated the first few corners. Kundakcioglu looking pretty good.
Michael Moning did lose his initial P3 start to Muhammad Alif, who pushes forward up into P3, now improving his own performance here. Another one looking to once again make some big gains over the course of this race and try to hopefully bump Kundakcioglu out of that top position and keep himself as well in the running for a podium finish inside of the top 3. Came very close to it. Indeed is going to be just those few points outside of even P2 now, if he's able to keep things rolling here on our third and final race.
Seeing everyone trying to jostle for position in the chicane. This is where things can get very spicy. See a couple of people exceeding the track limits there just to make sure that they're facing the right direction on the exit of it. And look at this, it's a massive cluster as you see a bit of a send of this. That's Levesque and Lim Snooken going for it. Woodrow loses out to Alu Gobi. I think Woodrow might lose out to Walker as well. And well, this is a very interesting... Well, hold on. Kundakcioglu is down into P3. So Alif now moves up to second. Pressure now on for Ryan Yi behind. And right now, Kundakcioglu loses 2 more positions. Simard wins this race. And well, Simard then becomes a 2-time champion. But I tell you what, not only is there a battle for P3 right now as Ryan Yi does try and make the move. We'll have to go the long way round of Kundakcioglu. But I tell you what, there's a battle for P1 as well. As Simard does lose out, it is going to be Alif into the lead of this race. And the rain has brought the drama.
Absolutely has. Alif moving forward, takes obviously the fastest lap here on lap number 1. He's going to be able to take that away. The action is continuing to evolve as well. P4 and 5 change up positions as Kundakcioglu continues to lose ground. Now to Josh McKean, who takes up P5. Michael Kundakcioglu is at the very precipice now of maintaining his current P1 position for the overall series here amongst all 3 of our races. He drops 1 more spot, and as you said, if Simard or Alif are able to move forward, that's going to bump him out of the top.
Well, I know he's good. He's good. If Alif wins, he has to finish in 10th or below. So he's good. You know, he's got a lot of insurance to work with. He's done the hard work in the first couple of races. But it gets scary as Simard goes into the lead and Kundakcioglu loses 1 more position. So right now, P5 is good enough. Doesn't matter how everyone else does. P5 is good enough for Kundakcioglu. But he's got Lim Snooken and indeed Moni, who are battling for position behind him, looking to try and take advantage. We're on board here with Ryan Yi trying to get ahead of Simard. Oh, who's off there? Who was that?
That was Levesque, I think.
Oh, it is. It's Marek Levesque then. He drops down a position. Ryan Yi and McKean are battling for positions as well. And it just isn't the kind of drama Kundakcioglu wants to see around this race circuit.
That's certainly not the case. He's going to be trying once again to get himself into a safer positioning, but still chasing down the repass of Ryan Yi, who overtook him about 1 lap prior here. He's going to be able to move forward here, tries to get himself as Lim Snooken nearly overtakes, but no. Kundakcioglu maintains and defends his position. Alu Gobi also in this heat as well, just 2 positions behind. Lim Snooken not done with this battle just yet, attempting to overtake. And meanwhile, P2 and P3 have just been exchanged as well. Ryan Yi falling back even further. Josh McKean and Philippe Simard now down into P3 also. The action is getting crazy here with the rain being brought to the table.
Alu Gobi qualified P15, already up to P6. Maybe she heard what I was saying, because she's not languishing down the back order now. This is the Alu Gobi we come to expect to see in the G Challenge. But the change at the front end is that, well, Muhammad Alif is now streaking away. McKean's now second. Ryan Yi's up to third. And Simard now all of a sudden down to 4th position. So our 2 title protagonists are struggling in these conditions. Kundakcioglu is looking in his rearview mirror thinking, well, who am I defending from here? Which one of the 4 cars am I defending from?
Positions continuing to change up in the midfield as well, all over the place, as we see Ryan Walker recently making a gain over Quinn Smith to take P8. Peter O'Brien also passing Brandon Hawkins further back on the track as well. Things get dried off. We're going to see our racers continuing to contend a lot more closely against each other here. The race is truly on now for the final 15 minutes.
Yeah, the rain's gone. The rain has subsided. So now this is where, oh, a bit of contact there. Lim Snooken giving Alu Gobi a little bit of a love tap there. And that really does give Kundakcioglu a chance to drive away. And I'm just thinking that they must be on dry tyres at the sharp end here. And then these drivers are on wet tyres, and that's why they've been able to catch up and make it look so easily, and why Simard and Kundakcioglu have dropped so far back. Look at Alif. Alif's gained 4 seconds. So again, I think the tyres, it seems to be a bit different for everybody concerned. But yeah, right now, Alif wants Kundakcioglu to fall all the way down into P10, and he will become a 2-time different region champion. As we look on board then with Walker. Walker in 8th position. Lim Snooker's dropped a little bit further back now as the track does indeed now start to dry up. Kundakcioglu seeing that there's a gap forming. Alu Gobi, if she does decide to attack Kundakcioglu, I'm not sure he's going to defend it too much. I'm not sure he's going to try and put... He'll know exactly how many points he needs. He'll know exactly what position these drivers are in. And as we're on board then in the cockpit cam of Alu Gobi, forcing Kundakcioglu to go defensive as they go over the start-finish line. No decision made as to be aggressive into turn number 1. Gobi then on the brakes a little bit earlier. Kundakcioglu has missed his braking point. Door opens wide through turn number 1, and Alu Gobi says, thank you very much. I will absolutely get involved there for that P5. Kundakcioglu is hanging on for dear life to this championship.
Kundakcioglu just cannot maintain the same pacing as we had seen on the previous 2 tracks. They're losing position after position to challengers who had not even been seen in the top 10 prior to this race. Alu Gobi, excellent ascent from her as well to make it up this far. Like you said, starting way in the back of the pack, now all the way into the top 5 here for the final half or so of this race. Excellently played out as well. We're going to continue to see more and more action unfold here as now Smith trying to make a bit of a run forward against Ryan Walker, but not having the distance to close it down here, especially with so much traffic on the field sitting in front of them and a big turn coming up towards the chicane.
Kundakcioglu is good. He can lose 3 positions and still win the championship. If he loses 4, he's done. If he loses 3, that means they'd be tied with Alif, and on count back 2 race wins, you're good to go. Alif would only have had the 1, but yeah, he loses 4 positions from here, then Mohammed Alif is going to be a 2-time champion. Like, wow, who's writing the script here? This is unbelievable. He's about to lose a spot here, for sure.
Once again, pressure broiling up. As once more Kundakcioglu comes just within 0.2 seconds of potentially being overtaken yet again. It's Lim Snooken looking to potentially take it away from him, and sitting behind Lim Snooken are 2 other drivers as well. Just a few moments behind the rest of Michael K. As he continues to try and fight, continues to try and maintain any positioning that he absolutely needs to still capture this championship, but it seems like the tire choice or something else has gone wrong here, and it's costing him big time. Philippe Simard is able to gain further up the field in the meanwhile, as he gets a pass off against Alu Gobi, but that's Alu Gobi trying to make a move against Simard. Now that we look at it a little bit more closely, so Simard playing defense here, trying to fight for his own championship run, and no! Lim Snooken once again goes far too wide on the turn, or rather, going to see that cause another change-up in positioning as Michael Kundakcioglu loses 2 more now, back down into P8 all the way down there.
Loses 2 more spots here. Mohammed Alif becomes the champion. This is absolutely ridiculous. Simard maybe starting to find a bit of pace at the latter stages of this race. He has to go out there and win this race as well. Mohammed Alif might be about to become a 2-time champion. This is absolutely ridiculous. As Smith gives Kundakcioglu a touch there, he's still good. He's still facing the right way. We do not want it to end like that. That is for certain. Smith will probably be pretty angry with himself there. Just different tyres. You've got to indeed preempt that. It has to be a different tyre situation. And maybe they, the dry tyres, if they're on dry tyres, come strong near the end of this race. But right now, Kundakcioglu, as I just stated, is hanging on to his championship for dear life. He loses 1 more position. It's then a tie, but should still win it. Loses 2 spots, and it is game over.
And you can just see that for Kundakcioglu. Just does not have the pacing we'd been seeing previously from him, struggling to maintain here, even against Smith, as he goes closer and closer to the overtake against him, and potentially another position behind. And there we go. Smith's going to go for the cutoff. He succeeds in getting it. Kundakcioglu down yet another position now. P9 is what he's fighting for against Michael Moning.
Yeah, he needs his track to dry up very quickly indeed. It's definitely a tyre situation. I think that the dry tyre might be now starting to warm up here, because Alif is losing time to McKean. As we see Simard now, Walker battling for position. Simard drops down into what will be now down to P7. Walker's moving up the order. Who would have thought this? Who would have thought this situation was going to come down? These 2 have been so strong, ridiculous.
Levesque into the pits as well here after he fell off earlier in the race, got spun off the track, had regained a few positions, but apparently has run himself out and is now just going to go inside and call the race for himself.
Money's going to get him. Money's going to get Kundakcioglu here. So the battle for P10 is happening right now. I think Moning is about to put Kundakcioglu, for the first time of the day, out of a championship winning picture. This is going to hand Mohammed Alif the opportunity to win this. So Alif had to come first, and he had to hope that Kundakcioglu finishes outside the top 9. Wow, that is That is some story. Some story if that comes out.
Philippe Simard still trying to fight for his positioning over by P6 as well. Ryan Walker just getting a slight pass against it, but was unable to maintain the pacing, so Simard retakes, and now going into the chicane will block him off from any sort of retake throughout the rest of this lap, more than likely heading into the backstreet.
Yeah, Mohamed Alif just managing the gap now, 3.4 seconds. It was coming down. Ryan Yee was catching up to McKean very quickly indeed, but not so much anymore. Alu Gobi currently in 4th, Lim Snooken in 5th position, Simard 6th. Ryan Walker 7th, Smith in 8th, but this is what matters. Kundakcioglu still, right now, is tied. Him and Mohamed Alif are tied, but on countback he has 2 race wins, and Alif would only have 1 after this one finishes. If Kundakcioglu loses this spot, which is looking more and more likely each and every corner we take, Mohamed Alif then, by 1 point, I think wins it. Moaning very close then behind our championship leader. 2nd last season. Looking to go 1 better, does not want to come 2nd again. But as we get there out the exit of the corner, looks like the car might be coming to him. Simard making a move on Walker as well. Windscreen wipers on, that's for the spray from the car in front. We are not going to have any more rain during this race. We're over the halfway point. Kundakcioglu just needs to hang on. And I tell you what, he's made another error. I'm not sure he's hit that apex once. Oh, it's nail-biting time here for Kundakcioglu.
Kundakcioglu once again inches closer and closer to a potential P10 or worse finish here. Once more, the challenger for it is Michael Moaning, who we have already been seeing contend inside of the top 5, whether it was qualification or in the race on our earlier tracks today. So Kundakcioglu knows he's got the proper challenger sitting behind him here. He cannot be any slouch inside of this head-to-head engine race. Kundakcioglu rounds the corner yet again, tries to maintain positioning. He's going to be able to start surging ahead a little bit here, starting to gain a bit more distance in front of Michael Moaning. So things maybe starting to take a turn for the better as we enter those final 10 minutes now.
McKean, fastest lap of the race, P2. Could he have a say in how this championship is indeed dealt out? Alif loses 1 position and he cannot win the championship. He has to win this race. So there might be another twist and there might be another turn as we see Walker trying to keep Simard honest. We've got Smith just in behind. Looks like Moaning's just dropping a little bit further back now to Kundakcioglu. Again, he's just about in that championship winning position. This is absolutely fascinating. Walker and Smith, can they get past Simard and try and move themselves up the order? McKean not really catching up once again to Alif. So I think McKean's done the fastest lap. I think there might have been a mistake from Alif on the previous lap as well. 3 seconds the advantage, 7 minutes left to go of this race. And anything, and I mean anything, is possible right now. Alif and Kundakcioglu, which one's going to win? I have no idea.
See as Kundakcioglu is continuing to maintain pacing over Michael Moaning, who is now down to only about a second lead over Kundakcioglu. Michael Kundakcioglu still with over a second to make up as well too. Glenn Smith, who sits just a little bit further up of the track. Kundakcioglu is going to want to try and fight for another position or two just to have that extra safety buffer in the event that once again Alif follows through and closes down without too much of a challenge. But even that's not assured at this point. As you mentioned, Josh McKean currently with the fastest lap on the track here. And aside from that as well, the time between him and Alif still slowly shrinking. Was 3 seconds about half a lap ago, now down to only 2.6. That pass opportunity may very well show up for Josh McKean at some point in the next few laps.
Yeah, the water on circuit right now is at a bit of a premium. So the cars that are on the wet tyres are trying to find any moisture around the circuit. That's why you saw a couple of cars pull over along the start-finish straight off the racing line to try and indeed cool their tyres down, because they will start to overheat. As soon as there's not enough water on the track, the tyres will overheat. Moaning now dropping a second behind Kundakcioglu. So yeah, he's just about hanging on. I think the dry tyres now are starting to come into their own. Alif will be under pressure by the end of this race from McKean. McKean flying through, although I think McKean and Alif probably are on the same tyre actually, similarly to Ryan Yee. So Simard and indeed Kundakcioglu have gone for the aggressive route. It's now starting to pay off for Simard. He's starting to close up and move back up through the order. Kundakcioglu also doing exactly the same. I think he might be good. 5 minutes to go. I think he might be good.
Quinn Smith still trying to make a move against Ryan Walker as well, but Walker continues to maintain pacing as we come around the track here. Smith with no passing opportunity to be shown as of yet here. Unfortunately, a better exit looks like for Walker as well, so he'll gain just that slight of time. as he tries to also close the gap between himself and Philippe Simard, who's had a little bit of breathing room with these past few moments, but has not been able to use it. There's a massive gap between him and Lumsnaken, and the same can really be said for the rest of the positions in front of that one. Massive divide has been wedged open, so it's incredibly difficult, if not impossible, to improve positioning past that point. It's all about the story right now of Elif and Kundaksioglu trying to maintain their current positions, and Kundaksioglu not falling from this 9th position he is currently in.
Yeah, Kundaksioglu right now doesn't want to catch the group in front, does not want to get involved in that. Maybe he knows, maybe he doesn't. Right now he is tied on points. He's got it on countback. He's going to be the champion on countback. The last thing he wants to do right now is catch up to a group of cars in front, have a little bit of contact, lose 1 position, and you lose out by 1 point. It's the last thing you need right now. 4 minutes just to stay in P9. I'm telling you now, this was not a part of his playbook. This is not something he was going into this race thinking, oh, maybe if I just hang on to P9. He was looking to push Simard and go out to win 3 from 3. It's not quite worked out, but I tell you what, this has been amazing to be a part of. This has been a phenomenal championship.
It's been incredibly dramatic, which is a certainty. Kundaksioglu has scared us more times than not so far with the way he's been racing, but now coming into that final 15 minutes or so of play has been able to seemingly maintain P9. Loading just struggles to try and get past him and bump him out of what would have been the top finishing position here at this event. Still no gains being made. The time continuing to increase between those drivers as well. It's looking like Kundaksioglu may very well be able to keep a safe position here as long as no further mistakes are made over the remaining 3 minutes of racing.
Yeah, well, last lap there we were doing was a 1:49. So the fastest laps are being produced now at this point is Elif. Again, it looks like he's running wide, but he's actually trying to find the optimum line in these conditions. He's only 1.8 seconds ahead now of Josh McKean. So that race victory is, well, it's up for a battle, that's for sure. I think we have got 1 more lap remaining after this one. So I think we're on the penultimate lap of the G Challenge Championship this year. Kundaksioglu is now 1.3 seconds clear of Moaning. 1.5 seconds now clear of Moaning. So Kundaksioglu, who was just hemorrhaging time, has, by the skin of his teeth, managed to get himself in a position to win this championship, and it's almost like he's decided, let's give a bit of drama here, shall we? I'll go as far as I could go down, but now I'm just going to consolidate my position. I'm good to go. I'm going to win. It's fine.
So he's found that solid footing, and like you said, the time gap between him and Michael Moaning really only continues to increase or stay at a same stagnant point. One of the racers to highlight here. Ryan Woodrow, unfortunately, a bit of a rough go of it on this track specifically. He's way down in 11th after having some pretty respectable 5th to 7th around their finishes on our first 2 races that we had earlier on today. Elif, of course, still well and in charge of the situation after constantly contending inside of the top 5. Simard, another driver that was also inside of our top 2 for the first 2 races, unfortunately now way in the back of the pack here. So he's lost quite a bit of positioning as well, due to a tire choice. So he's going to be sitting currently in 6th place.
Yeah, we're on to the final lap. I think Elif has probably just crossed the line. 1 minute 30-8 seconds to go. We're on board with Walker, who's currently down in 7th position, trying to put the pressure on Simard. Simard is going to be gutted, really. I think, if he saw that Kundaksioglu was finishing 9th, he would have assumed that he was going to be in P1 because he qualified so well. It's just not worked out. The tyre choices have not worked out. The gap between the front 2 is 1.8 seconds, but Mohamed Elif, he went out there and he did absolutely everything he could. Had to make a few overtakes. Strategy absolutely on point, and it's not always about being the fastest out on circuit. It's sometimes about making that right strategy call, being bold with your strategy call as well, which is something that Elif has done. As we head then through turn number 3 up towards turn number 4, it's just a really good performance. But unfortunately, by the margin of nothing, there is a tie, the margin of nothing, and on countback, it's not quite going to be enough.
So more than likely, once again, Michael Kundaksioglu teeing himself up to be our potential champion here, the Logitech McLaren G Challenge 2022. We'll have to see here once more. That was actually once again coming around over here towards the chicane, just kind of looking for a safe finish at this point, not looking to take any risks, and I think that's pretty much most of the grid at this point, now that things have settled down and there's not really going to be any major passing opportunities presented to any of our drivers on the final few seconds of racing.
No, we're heading into the final few corners of the Hungaroring for the Logitech McLaren G Challenge 22 North America Finals. We're on board with our race leader, Mohamed Elif. At the start of this race, he had to win, and he had to have Kundaksioglu finish in 10th position. Elif did not start but he started behind Kundakcioglu. But it's worked out that he managed to get up into the lead, and Kundakcioglu, as it stands, is 1 position ahead of where Elif needs him to be. It looks like it's going to be a tie. The final race of today's championship is going to go to the 2019 ADAC, the APAC champion for the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. But it doesn't matter how fine the margins are, the championship has been won. Michael Kundakcioglu. I'm losing words. I don't know what's going to say there. That was incredible.
Incredible stuff from Michael Kundakcioglu. Gives us a near dominant performance like we'd seen earlier on today in Emea. Unfortunately, the wet track throws him off, and the tire selection along with it costs him greatly on our third and final race, but he is just barely able to grasp that P9 and hold on to it for dear life along with his championship. So like you said there, we're likely to end up on a tie overall for points alongside Elif, but we count back on the tie-breaking rules that will still leave him as the overall champion, and we'll get those results up on screen so you guys can see not only who is going to be taking on the lion's share of the prize pool, but also who ended up on the rest of the podium. P2, P3, we know Elif obviously going to probably end up in that P2 position, and for P3 as well. Philippe Simard was the front runner, but losing a few points. We'll have to see if he maintained that when everything is tallied up.
Unbelievable. I love this championship, always have done. Like, it's something I've been involved in from the very beginning, and I'm at a loss for words there. Struggle to get words out at the end because it was genuinely like if you wrote a script, you couldn't make it that dramatic. It was perfect. It was nice to see a bit of weather. I'm glad he hung on. He deserves it because he was so dominant in the first 2 races. But I'm glad it happened like that because it was really exciting, that final race. In North America, I said, could they steal the show? Absolutely. That was phenomenal.
Constant change-ups, too, in terms of who we were seeing at the front of the pack in every single race. Like we'd mentioned, Lou Gobi, who had been struggling in the first 2 races, towards the back of the pack for a lot of it. She manages to make a massive surge forward, even from qualification as well on race. Yeah, P15 start on race number 3, going all the way up to, I think she finished like 4th or 5th at the end of that race. So very well done by her.
Josh McKean, P2, that's you know, just flew under the radar and actually piled the pressure onto Elif towards the end there. Wasn't quite good enough, but a P2, it's a phenomenal performance.
Ryan Yee as well, finally having a good consistent race of his own. We had some pacing issues with him on races number 1 and 2, but he holds it together and actually ends up in P3 at the end of this one for 11 points. But it's Ard Muhammad Elif that takes the full spread of 20. Josh McKean, 15 in P2. Alu Gobi takes 4th for 9 points. Tyler Lim-Snooken takes 7 points, in 5th place. Philippe Simard takes only 5 points in 6th place, which is going to potentially hurt his finish. We'll have to see in a second. Ryan Walker takes 4. Quinn Smith takes 3. And of course, moving down from that, Michael Kundakcioglu, a measly 2 points for his 9th place finish.
Yeah, that is the best 2 points he's ever earned in his sim racing career. It is as simple as that. Here are the final standings then, and there it is. It is a tie, but on countback, it is Michael Kundakcioglu who is the champion for the Logitech McLaren G Challenge 22 for North America. Last season came 2nd. This season came out there and got vengeance. It was close. It was brilliant to watch, but he gets the championship. Mohamed Elif, who was a champion in 2019 for the APAC region, so close, but yet so far. Philippe Simard, last season's champion with this class of car and indeed this region, finishes in P3 in the end. Josh McKean with that 2nd spot has jumped all the way to P4, like earns $1,000. We'll love that. Ryan Woodrow in 5th position, Merrick Levesque in 6th, Michael Moning in 7th. Ryan Yee finishes in 8th position. Then we've got Lim Snooken finishes in 9th position, and rounding out the top 10, Alu Gobi with that exceptional result gets that top 10 position.
Nicely done. Once again, good bounce back from Ryan Yee as well. I already talked a little bit about him, but you can see that echoed there between race number 1 at 0 points as he comes in dead last, if memory serves me correctly. Race number 2 just barely sneaks his way into the top 10 there. And then finally for race number 3, has a really solid finish in P3, gets some serious points in there, and is able to get him a much better overall finish for the series. I believe we have the fastest laps now over all 3 of our circuits across all 4 of our regions. You can see it here for Mizano. Looks like once again that NA Simard ends up with the fastest overall time for that. Luke, why don't you break down our next 2 tracks as well?
Yeah, I love that. Splunk fastest lap Mizano, Dominic Blyer picking up the dub there. And then got Dara McCormack. So actually, hold on. That means that Dara McCormack didn't do the triple.
Oh, yeah,
yeah.
true.
So Dominic Blyer picking up a fastest lap there in race number 1. So that's one thing. He must have done that on the last lap or something. Dara McCormack and then Dara McCormack, who was the standout of today. I had more fun with the North America broadcast, not going to lie, but in terms of dominant displays, Dara McCormack, take a bow.
Absolutely. Dara McCormack with some beautiful performance over the course of the EMEA finals. But as we saw as well, we have our Austrian Grand Prix Grand Prize winners, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, our regional champions are going to be getting that VIP package to go to the Austrian Grand Prix in just a few months from now. So for APAC, congratulations to Dylan Tan, Dara McCormack for EMEA, Angelina Stroza for Latin America, and as we just saw, Michael Kundak-Sioglu from North America. But as well, we've got our driver sweepstakes that you guys at home entered into. A big congratulations to Daniel Lobau and Daniel Krostienski. Excuse me if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, but a big congratulations to both of you as you have also won that very same package in the driver sweepstakes. And ladies and gentlemen, that does it for the 2022 season of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. It's been an absolute pleasure to be one of your commentators for it. Luke, as well, any final words from you before we send it home for the day?
No, thank you to everyone behind the scenes who've made this possible. It's a pleasure to be involved with the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. Yeah, so it's just been fun. It's been fun again. It's been a little bit different this time. Last year was stressful, to say the least. This one's been a little bit more streamlined, and we don't have 12 different winners. But ultimately, I feel we have 4 very worthy winners and some new names on the trophies, which is really cool.
Absolutely. An epic finish on the Hungaroring with the rainy track to give us some drama at the end of the day, but that does indeed close it down. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you've enjoyed the show. We'll see you next time. Remember, at home, keep racing. We'll see you next time, ladies and gentlemen, for the Logitech McLaren G Challenge.